Chapter 101 Deposits Absorption. Investment. What investment? The Fuliao army has to get the ticket number by itself. That is, we can use the Fuliao Army's bank to trade. The power of the Fuliao army is still limited to southern Lining. It might be difficult to build a large national bank. Speaking, we also have many banks in Guangzhou. Banks can be divided into three categories: silver accounts, mainly for lending; West accounts, mainly for remittance and storage of official funds; Ujiat, with the dumping of silver ingots is the main thing. I don't know what type of bank the Fuliao army wants to do. The businessmen present whispered to each other. Those who do long-distance trade will of course use the money house's exchange service more or less. Don't worry, everyone. The Bank of Kyushu that we set up is different from the previous banks. Please be patient and listen. Our Bank of Kyushu provides storage services. The initial deposit interest is 4%. The interest on the loan depends on the ability of the lender and the amount of the loan. Please rest assured that our Fuliao army uses Dalian Port, Jinzhou, Fuzhou, and Guizhou. The land and all the industries in the prefectures, Ryukyu, and Dongjiang towns are guaranteed, and they will definitely not be unable to pay everyone's deposits. Unless Hujin again lays down Leonan. Do you think this is possible? Luo Sheng said. The big businessmen present all smiled tacitly. Will there be a Fuliao army in southern Lining that will fall? These big businessmen are all people who have observed the Fuliao army's barracks and strength, and saw batches of firearms being produced from factories and then equipped with well-trained soldiers. There is absolutely nothing for the Fuliao army's northern expedition. And the most outrageous thing is that although Luo Sheng has not had a large-scale conflict with Hujin recently, the Fuliao army will organize exercises and drills every day, and will also fight outside Jinzhou city. The 4% annual interest is believed to be better than many small banks, and our Kyushu Bank can also provide clearing services. As long as you deposit silver in the Kyushu Bank, you don't need to bring silver to our Fuliao army factory in the future. It can be deducted directly from the bank. In the future, you will not have to take a huge amount of money and take risks to pick up goods here. This is a good service. The merchant's eyes beamed. If the silver is placed in Luo Sheng's new bank, it can be withdrawn at any time when it is used. And when it is not in use, it can also be used to make money, reducing some losses. Anyway, their demand for the products from the Leonan factory is extremely large. It is not only troublesome to pick up the goods with boxes of silver, but also unsafe. Originally, I thought that the bank should be open to all people in southern Lining and Ryukyu, but I was afraid that no one would respond for a while. So I asked you to demonstrate. The first batch of merchants who made deposits in the Kyushu Bank, later the capital turnover was not good. At that time, loans from Kyushu Bank can enjoy more interest concessions. Luo Sheng gave the merchants another shot. My lord, don't have to say more. Nanjing Jiang Yuanhua stood up and said, okay. Did you say something wrong? Luo Sheng was a little surprised to see Member Jiang stood up abruptly. The rest of the merchants calmed down and looked at one of the richest merchants here. Our Nanjing Jiang family deposits 50,000 taels of silver to the Bank of Kyushu. If it is not enough, the adult will order. I will ask Jiading to send a letter to Nanjing to transport a few boxes of silver. Jiang Yuanhua said boldly. Womani businessman exclaimed. Worthy of being a wealthy businessman in the southern capital, spending a lot of money. Although Luo Sheng's Bank of Kyushu has made some progress with the previous banks, but if you want to throw 50,000 taels of silver in one go, you have to trust Luo Sheng. Otherwise, what if Luo Sheng turns his face and refuses to recognize people in the future? Our Quanzhou family also deposited 50,000 taels of silver to the Bank of Kyushu. Another businessman who was diametrically opposed to Jiang Yuanhua said immediately. Yang Zixai's family deposited 10,000 taels of silver to the Bank of Kyushu. The Lin family of Guangzhou Mansion deposited 5,000 taels of silver to the Bank of Kyushu, with two tycoon-level merchants taking the lead. Other businessmen also expressed their opinions. The slightly more powerful merchants have deposits of thousands of liang and tens of thousands of liang, while weak merchants also symbolically deposit hundreds of liang. Of course, If you don't save enough silver on such occasions, you are telling your peers that you have no money. It's shameful. My lord, there are a total of 106 merchants depositing in our Kyushu Bank. Our Kyushu Bank's deposits are now 38,000 tals of silver. On average, each merchant has deposited more than 3,000 tals of silver. This financial crisis can help. That's it. Chen Ting was pleased to see that there were more and more deposits in the account books. Idiot. The money is required to pay interest and to be repaid at any time. We need at least 20% of the principal to be used as a reserve to deal with the risk of a run. The bank seems to have no capital, but the essence is spending future money. Luo Sheng was not so optimistic. Unless the productivity of Southern Lining is further released, finance without industrial support is just a castle in the sky, which will collapse at any time. Despite the fact that the current merchants are so active, they are actually optimistic about the development prospects of the Fuliao army, just like the ancient Libuai. Yes, Chen Ting also felt that it was unrealistic for the money to come so easily. The money you get now is the debt in the future. Thank you for your generosity. Our Bank of Kyushu will be open to the people in a few days. When the business is booming, we will definitely be able to provide you with better services. Luo Sheng bowed his hands to the gods of wealth present. Where is General Chu speaking? The Fuliao army provided us with high quality and cheap goods. We made a lot of money in this reselling. We will need General Chu to help us in the future. Merchants also said politely to Luo Sheng. At this moment, someone in the merchants suddenly asked, General Chu's fleet attacked the Japanese pirates and expedition to Ryukyu. I don't know when it will go south to the East China Sea and the South China Sea to calm the pirates and the Red Hair. When someone asked about Nanyang, all the merchants looked at Luo Sheng holding their breath. Nanyang trade has always been a pain for all Ming merchants engaged in ocean trade. The trade in the Bohairim region is mainly trade with the three countries of Hujin, Goryeo, and Dongying. It is still a regional trade, but the trade in the South Sea is an important part of the global economy. Merchant ships leading to the South Ocean do not only trade with backward southeastern countries, but also trade with countries in another hemisphere through the Strait of Malacca. Daming's silk, tea, and rice are well known all over the world. Lots of silver lined up from the Strait of Malacca to Daming. However, the Red Hair, known as the sea carriage driver, wandered around Malacca. In the closer South China Sea and Penu, the pirate Zheng Zilong and others plundered him. Each large ship had to collect 3,000 tals for protection. This way businessmen dare to be angry but dare not speak. To face the pirate king Zheng Zilong and the sea coachman, Luo Sheng was somewhat square. This. Chapter 102 Humanities. Our main threat to the Liao army is still from the North Hujin, so we will not provoke the pirates in the South Sea for the time being. Luo Sheng said hesitantly. It is said that Zheng Zilong has more than 30,000 people and more than 1,000 ships, occupying the Penghu area, and the power is in full swing. The officials in the southeast and the East India Company of the sea carriage driver are nothing to him. What's more, Luo Sheng's fleet is now scattered in Dalian Port, Nagasaki Port and Ryukyu, and he does not have the strength to go south to attack Zheng Zilong. Moreover, the crusade against Zheng Zilong and the East India Company must be an astronomical amount of military expenditure. Luo Sheng's financial situation can only be improved. If Zheng Zilong fights, it is estimated that the economy of Southern Lining will collapse by half. Hearing that Luo Sheng had no intention of going south to clean up the maritime Silk Road, the eyes of many merchants were a little disappointed. Maybe they have the answer in their minds, but they still have high hopes for the Fuliao army, which has repeatedly created miracles. But please rest assured, when we settle the post-financial situation in Southern Lining, we will clean up the pirates who blocked the passage of our Far East Trading Company for the court. When our fleet of the Fuliao army becomes stronger, it will protect the Far East Trading Company's fleet. Ships travel unimpeded in all seas in the world. Of course, Luo Sheng would not say something discouraging. Opening up the blocked maritime Silk Road meant to Luo Sheng even more than eliminating Hujin, who was still jumping on and off. We will look forward to the Fuliao army producing more warships. If the adults are going to raise a fleet to eliminate the pirates, we can even deposit more silver in the Kyushu Bank. The lost merchants became excited, and some people even asked to deposit more silver tals on the spot, causing Luo Sheng to absorb the first deposit from 300,000 tals of silver to 400,000 tals. If an adult wants to go south to Penghu to clear the pirates, our Quanzu Wu family can act as a guide to assist the adults. Before leaving, Yuan Wu from Quanzu said to Luo Sheng earnestly, "Wu Yuanwei has a holiday with Zheng Zilong." Luo Sheng asked, "The so-called blocking the way of people and wealth is like killing parents." Because of the existence of Zheng Zilong and his party, our businessmen in Quanzu have suffered heavy losses, but the Southeast Court has no power to fight back. Wu Yuanwei shook his head. "I would like to hear it in detail." Luo Sheng heard the words outside member Wu and knew that there was another story in it. 2 years ago, 18 pirate merchants headed by the Southeast coastal pirate Zheng Zilong bowed to worship, called 18s. They often looted the passing fleet, causing us merchants who focus on Nanyang business to lose tens of thousands every month. 2 silver calculations. Just a month or 2 ago, Shibazi attacked our Quanzu, smashed the Imperial Fujian fleet, burned countless ships, and the towns in the southeast were greatly shaken. Even our Wu family had many ships in this catastrophe. If it weren't for the old man and General Chu's business around the Bohai Sea, it is estimated that this loss alone could ruin the old man's family. Wu Yuanwei sighed. "Fuck, this one piece is so powerful that even the Imperial Court's Fujian fleet can easily explode." Luo Sheng was a little shocked. "I somewhat underestimated the strength of Daming in this era. If you go to Nanyang to play with Zheng Zilong with a few ships of your fleet, you may have no return. The water in Nanyang is too deep." Wu Yuanwei, "Don't worry. We will help you find the place in the future." Luo Sheng can only temporarily comfort poor Yuanwei. After all, such a major event happened in the southeast coast, and currently it has little impact on Luo Sheng, and it is the merchants in the southeast coast that are pitiful. Sent away these big merchants, Luo Sheng began to plan the Bank of Kyushu to raise funds from the public. To be honest, the power of the masses is not trumpeted. The Ming Dynasty preferred to store wealth in the people. Luo Sheng greatly increased the income of the people and reduced the tax burden to restore productivity in southern Lining. If everyone deposits a tl of silver to the Bank of Kyushu, there will be hundreds of thousands of tls of silver. Not to mention that these people deposit 1 year's salary in the Kyushu Bank, then the bank's deposits will swell to the level of 1 million tls. This is the power of finance. Before raising funds publicly, Luo Sheng also thought about reorganizing a set of financial budget and management system. Before and Chenting and the others almost played off. Both Luo Sheng and the civil servants who worked under Luo Sheng didn't understand the modern financial system, so they spent a lot of money on their fiscal revenue. Since I am not an expert in this area, let the system summon talents to solve the problem of financial budget. Luo Sheng opened up the Industrial Revolution system, intending to wholesale a batch of modern talents over as economic advisors. Although there is pressure to summon talents in the 19th and 20th centuries, at the rate that Luo Sheng is accumulating civilized points, the economic and financial talents before the 19th century can really be wholesaled. The required civilized points are not much different from the price of cabbage. It is said that the factions of the Academy of Sciences are almost all founded by bigwigs in the field of natural sciences, while the humanities are relatively weak. If a group of economic and management talents can be created, some gaps can be filled. From now on, Luo Sheng would no longer dare to think that financial, economic management and other disciplines are relatively poor as before. The system tells me, is there any technology that can summon management talents? Luo Sheng didn't bother to check the technology tree now, but asked the system directly. The host, please be self-sufficient, self-reliant, and search for it by yourself. Luo Sheng is not very familiar with this field. However, the Industrial Revolution system amicably divided the basic sciences into 2 major categories, natural sciences and humanities. The humanities are divided into economics, management, sociology, literature, history, philosophy and other subcategories. Liu Sheng saw that science and technology in economics can continue to be subdivided. Liu Sheng, who has always attached great importance to natural sciences, has not carefully browsed the humanities, and found that he can also click on the side sciences such as literature and sociology. Then if you click on the literature of the 20th century, will you summon Brother Xun? Liu Sheng looked at the new literature technology of the 20th century. The required civilization points are actually calculated by 10,000. This thing is more expensive than a steam engine or a cable telegraph. Hey, I can't afford it. Let's put aside the idea of summoning a big man like Brother Xun. At present, what can help Liu Sheng solve mainly is the science and technology under the disciplines of economics and management. There are mercantilism, physiocraticism, classical economics, neoclassicism, Keynesianism, neoclassical synthesis, and various schools of contemporary economics in economics. And there are many interesting technologies in management. Speaking of science and technology, it should be the humanities to be precise. Merchantism and physiocraticism are the products of the early days of the Enlightenment. They may not be enough. Let's choose the classical economics school. Liu Sheng saw that the classical economics school was divided into early and late stages. The early stage was a product of the 18th century, and the later stage reached the 19th century. Obviously the two inherited each other. The system just regarded them as the product of the two eras, and then the classical school of economics in the early stage only needed 1,000 civilization points, and in the later stage it needed 5,000 civilization points. Isn't this discrimination? Bring me a great economics guy. Liu Sheng, who is unwilling to admit that he can't open the late classical economics school, reluctantly opened the early classical economics technology. Chapter 103 The Wealth of Nations. The host, you have chosen to start the 18th century classical economics early stage, and the available civilization points will be reduced by 1,000. The Industrial Revolution system will summon talents from different time and space to help you realize the 18th century classical economics early stage technology. Successfully connected. Helping you realize classical economics early stages Adam Smith of the British Empire and the students of Glasgow University. Oh, the one summoned was Adam Smith. Familiar. Wait, isn't this a well-known early economist? By the way, he seems to have a very famous book. Liu Sheng was very impressed, but when she mentioned her throat, she suddenly forgot the exact name. As an additional reward, the system will give the host one copy of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations and the Theory of Moral Sentiments in Chinese. The system also prompts, "Does this work?" Liu Sheng was surprised to see that there were 2 more books on his desk that seemed to be the same as the 4 books and 5 classics, except that they were written in block letters with the words "The Wealth of the Country" and "The Theory of Moral Sentiments." Wealth of Nations. That's right. This guy. Liu Sheng finally remembered. Adam Smith is an important person like the originator of economics, similar to Galileo and Newton to physics. And the invisible hand proposed in The Wealth of Nations is as great as Newton's law of universal gravitation. Liu Sheng still remembered that his former economics friend was still old and raised the invisible hand with him, which was the source of Liu Sheng's deep impression. Liu Sheng picked up The Wealth of Nations on the desk, and there was ink fragrance on it. Turning to the first page, it read Adam Smith's name, and the names of 2 translators. Puff. This system is really lazy. It's probably a Chinese translation taken directly from hundreds of years later. When Liu Sheng rolled his eyes, he couldn't help feeling kind. This book roughly talks about free economy, market economy, etc., which are slightly beyond the ideas of this era. My lord, Adam Smith and their Glasgow University students who appeared quietly said to Liu Sheng, "By the way, I almost forgot about you. Ha ha, welcome to our daming." Liu Sheng looked at Adam Smith's group. Adam Smith was more than 50 years old at this time, with grey hairs, which was the age after the book The Wealth of Nations, and Adam Smith's men brought 4 students. Mr. Adam Smith, Are your people a little bit scarce? Liu Sheng was a little surprised when he saw that Adam Smith had only brought 4 people. Look at those technologies, who are not dozens of people and hundreds of people. Especially the sail battleship directly summoned the victory and hundreds of people. And the great Lord Adam Smith brought only 4 people. It is hard to say that Liu Sheng was a little surprised. My lord, these are the students I have the most high hopes for. Knowledge and manual labor are different. It can be passed on from 10 to 10. Don't think there are only 4 people now. 1 month later, there will be 40 people, and 2 months later, there will be 400. Personally, there will be 4,000 people in 3 months. Do adults still feel slow? Adam Smith asked. That's what you said. Then you can help our Fuliao army to achieve a comprehensive fiscal budget management system. By the way, train our officials in charge of finances. We are short of talents in this area, Liu Sheng said. Adam Smith and his 4 students looked at each other. What's happening? We are theoretical economists. How to implement it. As far as budget management is concerned, we can't do it. Adam Smith and others shook their heads. Theoreconomist. It seems that Adam Smith is going to play the role of spreading economic knowledge and spreading the spirit of market economy. As for real money management and bookkeeping, this group of uncles may really not be able to do it. Okay. I will set up a separate department for your School of Economics at the Academy of Sciences of the Fuliao Army. How about each of you bring 10 students? I usually explain the principles of economics to our officials. By the way, Liu Sheng thinks about it carefully. It is also a good thing to have economics knowledge for one's own men. If the thinking of officials cannot keep up with the level of economic development, it may hinder economic development. However, your liberalism needs to be changed, and you can't copy the whole set to teach our officials and students. Liu Sheng said, but liberalism is the essence of our genre. How do you plan to modify it? Adam Smith and others asked one after another. First, free trade in commodities and a market economy are the future development trends. But in our Daming, a society dominated by small-scale peasant economies, it is not appropriate to use excessive force. We must proceed step by step, affirming agriculture on the one hand, and starting to promote a market economy on the other. Second, ordinary commodity trade can be relatively free, but important industries related to the national economy and people's livelihood, such as coal and iron, military industry, salt, higher education, and transportation, must be guided by the leaning army. Combining these two will only adapt to our Ming's development trend. Liu Sheng explained some important economic thoughts in later generations to Adam Smith. In fact, the macro controls he talked about may have gone beyond the scope of classical economics and made up for the deficiencies of classical economics to a certain extent. People of this era may not know how serious the financial crisis caused by liberalism is. The financial crises of later generations caused the world to fall into turmoil and stagnated national development. In the long term, it caused the collapse of the country's economy and even a world war. If Liu Sheng allowed Adam Smith and his School of Economics to develop but will not adapt to the local national conditions, it is very likely that the first financial crisis in the world occurred in Daming, although it will be famous in history. I don't quite agree with the idea put forward by the adults. Adam Smith said hesitantly, liberal trade can greatly increase wealth, and the control of commodities will limit economic development. Of course you don't know if you haven't experienced the financial crisis. Liu Sheng thought, please consider our Daming's national conditions. Soon we can draw up a list of restricted industries. Except for these industries and some emergencies, I fully support the market economy. Liu Sheng said, yeah? Since Liu Sheng had made some concessions, Adam Smith and the others couldn't be more honest with Liu Sheng. If adults need talents in finance and budget management, they may wish to start the disciplines under management, especially accounting, financial management, or applied economics, such as finance and tax law. Adam Smith reminded. When Adam Smith said this, Liu Sheng felt that it was indeed the same. Economists generally play the role of economic advisors. As for those who really do some specific things, they still need some commissioners in administration, accounting, tax law, and Finance. Chapter 104 Double Entry Accounting. Since even Liu Sheng is willing to start economics, he can also learn some knowledge of other disciplines, as long as it doesn't consume too many civilization points. Of course, budgeting requires some talents in accounting. Liu Sheng looked at the accounting department in management, and there were many technologies that could be turned on. One of the technologies of the 19th century attracted Liu Sheng's attention: the Institute of Chartered Accountants. Chartered accountant? Liu Sheng knew it. It seemed that many of the people his parents knew who were engaged in financial work were accountants. Liu Sheng looked at the introduction of the technology of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, roughly to commemorate the technology established by the Scottish Institute of Chartered Accountants, the world's first professional accountant organization, in 1854. Hey, if this technology is turned on, will an accountant association be sent over? Liu Sheng couldn't help thinking about it. It takes 10,000 civilization points to open the Institute of Chartered Accountants. Your host does not have enough civilization points. Please keep working hard. Just as Liu Sheng wanted to open the very useful Institute of Chartered Accountants technology, the system came to mock. 10,000 points. 10,000 points. What is really more expensive as you go back? Can you still play well? Just as it was impossible to open up the later classical economics technology, Liu Sheng had no more civilized point to open the chartered accountants technology, so he had to look forward. Related to budgeting and bookkeeping, Liu Sheng looked at the introduction of these technologies and found that there was a technology called double entry bookkeeping. Double entry bookkeeping, a method of bookkeeping, originated in the distant 1494 Franciscan priest Bergoni. Bergoni's system explained the double entry bookkeeping method of accounting identities, property liquidation methods, account registration methods, and the trial balance method is a leap forward compared to the traditional single entry bookkeeping method. At present, the double entry bookkeeping method has been widely accepted in the West, and it only takes 10 civilization points to open it. 101,010 civilization points. Such a good thing is just because there are only 10 civilization points in the early days, it is simply a violent thing. You can't waste the system's painstaking effort too much. Click it. Without saying a word, Liu Sheng started the double entry bookkeeping effortlessly. Isn't it just 10 civilization points? The most important thing we lack is civilized points. The host, you have chosen to open the 15th century double entry bookkeeping. You can deduct 10 from civilization points. The Industrial Revolution system will call on talents from different time and space to help you realize the 15th century double entry bookkeeping technology. The connection is successful and help you realize double entry bookkeeping. The law is a group of bookkeepers in the 17th century windmill country. Liu Sheng blinked, and there were more than 10 people in the backyard. Why isn't it the priest Bergoni who summed up the double entry bookkeeping method? Liu Sheng was a little surprised. In the past, when Liu Sheng started a technology, the probability of the person who invented that technology was generally higher. Is there any pattern in this? Liu Sheng thought for a while. He seemed to have discovered a pattern. Liu Sheng has never seen the Industrial Revolution system summoned people before this era, but it is also right. The elderly people have been hanging up for more than 100 years, and they still have to call them out to work. What does this make others think? After starting the double entry bookkeeping method, Liu Sheng simply started some of the relatively early finance and management techniques, and began to think of ways to let the people who were called to train a group of local financial budget managers. In the mansion of Jinzhou City, a group of civil servants came here to perform their duties as usual, allowing Jinzhou City to function normally like a machine. But today is not very unusual. Chen Ting, the famous person next to Liu Sheng, hurriedly walked in, holding a list in his hand. Su Jian, Shang Yishan, Li Ban and Go Xiaozhong, those who read the list will go to the Department of Economics and Management of the Academy of Sciences to study courses after their daily work, 2 hours a day. They also have to study on weekends, 6 hours a day. During this time, Everyone may have to work hard, and it may last for 2 or 3 months. Chen Ting counted people according to the names on the list. Is Economics and Management a newly established department of the Academy of Sciences? What is it for? Master Chen, we have to worry about all kinds of affairs now, and we have to study for 2 hours every day after get off work, and there are no weekends. Is this too cruel to me? The officials whose names were on the list were crying and looting. Caught off guard, Liu Sheng suddenly called a large number of officials to study without saying a word, and he still had to study while working. Isn't this torture? You really don't know the blessing in the blessing. The military owner asked you to work overtime to study. This is for you. If you perform well in the learning process, the military owner knows that your promotion will be slow. Chen Ting said, hating iron without making steel. This is indeed the truth. The officials who were still crying just now all smiled again. As long as you perform well in these 2 or 3 months, and let the military owner know, you will have a lot of advanced education experience to brag about when you get promoted in the future. Furthermore, the military commander has ordered that you will double your salary when you go to the Academy of Sciences for further studies. For officials who go to the Academy of Sciences for further studies, their academic performance in the Academy of Sciences will be linked to this year's performance and promotion, and will be included in the year-end assessment. Chen Ting dropped another heavyweight bomb. Old Chen, you said it earlier, we can't ask for such a good thing, let alone go to the Academy of Sciences for 2 or 3 months. It will do for 1 or 2 years. Oh my God, double salary and performance, such a good thing is not my turn. It is really unfair. I want to protest to the military owner. Why can you go to the Academy of Sciences for further studies, but I can't? The officials in Golden State City boiled. I was going to have a big laugh, but I didn't have a chance to feel that I had lost tens of thousands of tals of silver. This is the performance that officials care about most. It's okay to double your salary, but you don't have the chance to get promoted. Officials who have not had the opportunity to study in the Academy of Sciences, please don't be discouraged, and don't blame the army master for being biased. This time, officials who have been engaged in the work related to the Ministry of Households will be selected for the further study opportunity. There will be various further study opportunities in the future. Please wait patiently. Please seize the opportunity in the future. Don't miss the opportunity and regret it. Chen Ting said. Master Chen, is what you said is true? Is there any chance in the future? How is the opportunity to go to the Academy of Sciences arranged? Master Chen might as well tell us about it. Can I take the initiative to apply to the military commander for further studies in the Academy of Sciences? The old man has been in the government for 30 years. There is no credit and hard work. The old man also wants to go to the Academy of Sciences for further studies. Even the uncle who cleaned up the government's sanitation started to be moved by listening. Chapter 105 Training Course. This time, the financial type of officials further education covers Jinzhou, Fuzhou, Xu and Dalian Port. As for the more distant Dongjiang Town and Ryukyu, it will not be considered for the time being. The problem is that these places are all islands, so it would be more convenient to send officials trained in southern Lining directly. In the first month of training, Jinzhou is a financial management class, Fuzhou is a tax management class, Xu is an administrative management class, and Dalian Port is an economic management class. In this way, you can make full use of the professional talents you have summoned. There may be more than a dozen talents summoned by each technology, but as few as 5 people in classical economics, including Adam Smith. It is impossible to travel to different cities to teach students at the same time. Therefore, the content of the training is rotated every month, so that officials can effectively master the very important and advanced knowledge of finance, taxation, administration, and management. The content of the training was modified by Liu Sheng. Of course, he did not want officials in southern Lining to fully adopt the Western style. After all, the knowledge of the 17th and 18th centuries was still very flawed. 4 tiny officials in Jinzhou's financial training class were caught by Liu Sheng, and they have high hopes. The real estate of the Department of Economics of the Academy of Sciences is a newly built house. located outside of Jinzhou City. Even Liu Sheng couldn't give out the land in the city to the Academy of Sciences for a while. For the first time, 4 tiny officials were off duty. They came to the Department of Economics in the suburbs of Jinzhou City a long time ago and waited. The performance of grade C or grade D is bad. Lao Go, who are you training us? One official asked another black-faced official. Most of them are from the West again. Tell me how these Westerners are so powerful. They know astronomy and geography, and they can also make textile machines and steam engines. No wonder the military owner trusts them so much. Official Lao Go said, who knows that they are so powerful? But the army owner is so powerful. We can find so many Westerners to work for us. It is our Daming who becomes stronger in the end. Otherwise, how can we resist those bad Westerners who come to us in the future? Another official listened, interrupted in their conversation. We have been recording accounts and managing finances for more than 10 or 20 years. How could there be something better than our methods to teach us? Have you never seen artillery and warships from the West? I used to think that our Daming Shenji camp was already powerful. But when you saw the large E-caliber muzzle, you knew that we could no longer watch the sky from a well. A group of people were talking, and then they discussed topics such as Westerners and firearms. At first they were relatively new, but now there are thousands of Westerners living in southern Lining. They can't distinguish between the Franciscans, the windmill country, and the people of Great Britain in southern Lining. They directly regard them as a gradual integration into Lining South native ethnic group. While these officials were having lively discussions, the door of the economics department opened, and several blonde bookkeepers walked out of it. They could not help but feel miraculous when they saw a group of lords who were usually aloof and talked eagerly about military and cultural things at this time. They thought that the Daming of this era was still very backward. But in fact, the minds of the Daming people were not very conservative, especially after Liu Sheng baptized them with silver and artillery. The acceptance of new things by these officials has been very high. Dear students, we are bookkeepers from the windmill country known as the Sea Coachmen. We are trained on the order of Chief Liu Sheng. We mainly teach some methods of double entry bookkeeping and budgeting. Maybe everyone I have done similar work before, but our system will greatly simplify your work, and will make the financial system more transparent and accurate. The bookkeeper of the windmill country brought in more than 40 officials. At this time, the sky turned dark after the officials got off work, and candles had been lit in the big room, and the candlelight projected the silhouettes of these officials onto the wall. Before we started to teach knowledge, Chief Liu Sheng granted us the power to assess your performance. A quiz will be held every 7 days and a big exam will be conducted at the end of the month. Every time you are assessed, your answer sheet will be corrected by us and then handed over to Chief Liu Sheng for review. So please don't take any opportunistic tricks. Don't think about getting close to us. Chief Liu Sheng forbids us to communicate with you before completing your advanced studies. Hearing the teachers talking about Liu Sheng's order, the officials all sat down and listened carefully. And Liu Sheng's arrangement was absolutely incredible. The carrots and the sticks, and also arranged layers of assessments. These officials did not dare to slack in the slightest. So when the bookkeepers began to give lectures, these officials worked hard to write, wishing to immediately put the knowledge they learned in their heads. However, it is not so easy for officials who have just learned Arabic numerals not long ago to quickly use the double entry accounting method of Arabic numerals. Liu Sheng sneaked inside the window to observe the learning of the officials, and found that the officials were very involved in the performance appraisal. It's just that he feels a bit like the head teacher who used to observe students outside the classroom. Well, sure enough, an incentive mechanism is still needed to guide people to act according to the rules. Liu Sheng was very pleased, and did not continue to observe in secret at the window, leaving with Yu Cheng and others. The first training lasted for 2 hours, and the energetic officials could hardly survive, and they still studied eagerly until the bookkeepers announced the end of get out of class and then drove them away. Lao Go, I think this training is too difficult. I don't understand it at all. It seems that I will be at the bottom of the performance appraisal. I also feel that I don't understand it at all. I have to ask you more when I have time. Financial difficulties. Difficult to go to the sky. This time I'm over, it better go back to bed early. The officials left the training hall, groaning one after another. Go Xiaozhong, a civil servant in charge of finance in Golden State City, is also on this list. After class, his servant drove a carriage to pick him up. Go Xiaozhong can still afford the money for hiring servants and carriages. In the Fuliao army, the treatment of officials was very generous, and they did not need to be corrupt to afford the money. This is much better than the late Ming officialdom, which seems to be stingy with King Ming, but actually corrupted to the bones. My lord, I heard you and your colleagues say that this training is difficult, and adults don't have to worry too much about falling behind. The old lady is already at home waiting for you to have supper. The servant drove the carriage while chattering. You know something, these old foxes, all of them say that it is rare to go to heaven. When the assessment, do you believe that they will all get the first class? Go Xiaozhong slapped his thigh. Wait later, you will go to our storeroom. We took out our spare candles, and after I ate the supper with the old lady, I continued to light up the lights for the night battle. Chapter 106 Banks and Newspapers. At a time when the economic and management official training was in full swing, except for occasionally visiting the Academy of Sciences, Liu Sheng did not spend any time idle. After the Bank of Kyushu absorbed the merchants' 400,000 tals of silver, another group of Western bookkeepers and a group of Leonin apprentices joined the Bank of Kyushu and became employees of the Bank of Kyushu. These Western bookkeepers take apprentices and manage the accounts of Kyushu Bank during the day, and in the evening they hold training courses for officials, which are no more leisurely than officials. The Leonin apprentices they brought were selected by Liu Sheng from among the Leonin people who learned Arabic numerals. They were regarded as financial talents by Liu Sheng, and they were not a group of Leonin bureaucrats. Some people have money again, but Liu Sheng still wants more money, so after intensive preparations, the Bank of Kyushu used the merchants' 400,000 tals of silver as a reserve. Liu Sheng began to open the bank to the people of Leonin, and the Bank of Kyushu, the headquarters, is located in the most prosperous and most expensive business district in Jinsu. Pop, pop. The sky-shaking firecrackers sounded in unison, filled with gunpowder smoke. The gold-painted Bank of Kyushu plaque in block letters was in the limelight and was hung above the main entrance of the Bank of Kyushu by the workers. On both sides of the Bank of Kyushu, there are two huge lion statues, the townhouse guardian. Bank? Do you know what a bank is? You don't understand, right? Didn't you read today's newspaper? Banks are large banks. The Fuliao army needs silver for the post-financial crusade. Therefore, we hope that we will deposit the money in order to defeat the post-financial. After the crusade, I was the first to support it. But it is not easy for us to make money. I always feel a little worried about keeping the money in the bank. You don't understand. You don't need to donate it. I heard that some big businessmen have deposited hundreds of thousands tals of silver in the Bank of Kyushu. What are they going to do? Bank of Kyushu will give them interest. You said that the Fuliao army did it. Guarantee. It's safer to put our money there than in our own home. Don't worry about being robbed and earn interest. Why not? That's right. Maybe we can deposit part of the excess money in the bank. This seems to be safer. The merchants have deposited hundreds of thousands of tals of silver, and the Fuliao army can definitely afford our deposits of 2.5. The people watching the opening of the Bank of Kyushu talked a lot. In addition to the nickname, the Bank of Kyushu opened with an annual interest rate of 3%, making money more valuable. Beyond the nickname, the 5th frigate of the Fuliao army was launched, and the fleet strength has increased again, and the merchants will have unimpeded travel in the Bohai Rim. On the same day that the Bank of Kyushu opened, the first newspaper issued by the Fuliao army was released. In consideration of reducing the influence of the imperial court here, Liu Sheng later changed the scheduled Ming Power to Jiazu Daily in order to establish the Fuliao Army's own influence. For the first time, the front page of the newspaper published the news of the opening of the Bank of Kyushu, so as to let as many people know as possible. The latter is to publicize the Fuliao Army's own strength, so that everyone is more optimistic about the future of the Fuliao Army, and people actively save money. Behind the Kyushu Daily is some popular science knowledge that encourages the development of science and culture. At this time, the production capacity of the printing plant was not high, and the share of newspapers issued by Golden State City was 500 copies. However, Liu Sheng underestimated the Jinzu people's curiosity about the newspapers produced by the Fuliao Army. The newspapers issued for a time were sold out, and some people circulated them to each other. In particular, businessmen and aristocratic families who are concerned about the development of the Fuliao Army are even more handy, requiring their apprentices and successors to carefully study the information inside. I only have 3 tals of silver here. Do you accept it at the Bank of Kyushu? A textile worker put a small piece of silver on the counter. Please rest assured, no matter how many silver tals, we will treat them equally. Please show your account book and personal number, and we will prepare a deposit certificate for you. The Kyushu Bank staff said in accordance with the process. The new population registration system established by Liu Sheng before also came in handy at this time. Only the people registered with the Fuliao Army are eligible to deposit in the Kyushu Bank, and it can reduce the possibility of forgery of vouchers. With this opening, Bank of Kyushu not only set up headquarters in Jinzu City, but also established branches in Gzu, Fuzhou, and Dalian Port to collect idle funds from all over the country and prevent the simple Leonan people from putting silver into the land. Since ancient times, Chinese people have been too obsessed with the land, which Liu Sheng tried to avoid. The silver of white flowers must be invested in industry to truly create value. Guess your lord, at this rate, how many deposits can we absorb from the people? Chen Ting asked excitedly, who was with Liu Sheng and inspected the opening of the Kyushu Bank together with Liu Sheng. Looking at how the city looks like, in the past few days, Golden State City alone can hold more than 100,000 tals of silver, and there will be more in the future. As long as our people get richer and richer, our Kyushu Bank will grow bigger and bigger to give us a steady stream of white blood for the Fuliao Army's industry and Liaonan's economy. Liu Sheng somewhat underestimated the Fuliao Army's influence, or the demonstration role of the merchants. The people of Jinzu City lined up to Kyushu deposit in the bank. Although these people are only depositing a few ounces of silver in the Bank of Kyushu, as long as they taste the sweetness, they will most likely put these deposits in the bank when their wages rise in the future, forming a virtuous circle. Especially in fixed-income businesses such as textile workers, coal miners, servants, and coachmen. The common people do not invest in various shops and trade routes like merchants, so Bank of Kyushu is already a good investment opportunity for them. But I always feel that the money is too easy. I don't know when we have to repay such a large sum of money in the future. Chen Ting thought that the money would be cool for a while, and there would be hardships in the future. That's something for the future. As long as our Fuliao Army maintains a good momentum of development, the Bank of Kyushu should not collapse. Liu Sheng hadn't imagined the problem of repaying deposits in the future. He was betting on the military movement of the Fuliao Army. With the Industrial Revolution system in hand, Liu Sheng would recognize that if all this was done, earth-shaking changes occurred in southern Lining, and the propaganda on the Jiazu Daily pushed the prosperity of the Fuliao Army to a new height. For a time, the people in southern Lining were full of confidence and worked hard toward the good days described in the newspaper. Not only the people in southern Lining saw the newspaper, some infiltrated Hujin spies also got a copy of the Jiazu newspaper and regarded this newspaper as important information, and sent it to Shengjing quickly. Huang Ji was holding a copy of the Jiazu Daily that was still glowing with ink, and his face was blinded. The Fuliao Army also engaged in banks, newspapers and navy. What kind of operation is this? And they will not pay attention to their big money. In Chapter 107, The Strategy of the Post-Gold. This Jiazu daily of the Fuliao army in southern Lining has been circulated. I don't know what you think. Huang Ji made people read the first newspaper of the Fuliao army in the palace. This is a pain for the golden officials in the palace. They have worked hard to learn the Chinese text. The simplified characters used in the Kyushu daily are still distorted, and it is hard to understand what it is talking about. The Fuliao army opened the bank. It is very likely that they did not have enough money to support them to make so many tricks. Wei Jin sees that they are doing newspapers and shipbuilding. They must be financially tight. At the beginning, they had the right to speak in Hujin. Fan Wenqing, a Chinese civil servant, said first. Yes, it coincides with my idea. Huang Ji looked like a torch. I don't know if there is a way to take this opportunity to defeat the Liao army. Wei Jin has a plan, but it is not yet a good time to implement it. This plan is simple and feasible. Wei Jin has been written in this bamboo slip. Please check it out. Fan Wenqing handed a bundle of bamboo slips to the eunuch in the court, and the eunuch presented it to Huang Ji. Huang Ji opened the bamboo slips, raised his eyebrows slightly, and smiled at the corners of his mouth. Fan aching. You still have a way. If this is done, you will be promoted to 2 consecutive levels. 2 consecutive upgrades. All the Hujin officials who attended the meeting were very surprised. What kind of strategy made Huang Ji so satisfied? They can't help being curious and jealous. Fan Wenqing didn't show the slightest complacency. Thanks to your Majesty's wrong love, the minister only did a little to help me get through the difficulties. It doesn't matter whether I reward or not. Ha ha, Fan Aking is really the lucky star of our Darjin. Huang Ji said, when the meeting is over, you will stay. I have important matters to discuss with you. As soon as Huang Ji's voice fell, the eyes of all the ministers and generals fell on Fan Wenqing's body. Huang Ji left Fan Wenqing alone as a pet alone. Isn't that obvious? Fan surnamed is coming to the top. Almost everyone thinks so. Under the hot and jealous eyes, Fan Wenqing was calm. He waited for the officials to retreat and stayed alone in the empty hall. Above the throne is the master of Hujin, Xiandu. Do you know why I want to leave you alone? Wei Jin is dull. Wei Jin doesn't know. Do you know what is the biggest threat facing our Darjin country? Huang Ji placed his right hand on the handrail and rubbed the expensive mahogany handrail anxiously. This little movement was not discovered by Fan Wenqing, who looked down directly at the ground and dared not look directly at Huang Ji. Your Majesty is talking about a long-term threat or an imminent threat? Fan Wenqing asked. You might as well talk about the long-term threat and what is the imminent threat. In the long run, the emerging Fuliao army in southern Lining poses the greatest threat to us, even greater than the threat to us from the Guaning line of Daming. However, the imminent threat is not a man-made disaster, but a natural disaster. We suffer from the cold every year. There is not much food left in Dakin. If we cannot raise enough food and grass in time, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to survive the coming winter. Fan Wenqing said cautiously. Every year, the cold winter is a problem that Dakin has to face. To solve this problem, for Hujin, it is nothing more than to grab it. Go to grab Goryeo, Mongolia and Daming, who are weaker than yourself. They will be ruthless because they want to survive. But this year the Fuliao army appeared in southern Lining, which made Dakin extremely embarrassed. You said that if you want to rob Goryeo, Liu Sheng, who regards Goryeo as an ally, will probably poke his own chrysanthemum in the back, and even if it is to rob Mongolia and Daming. The dynamics of the Fuliao army make Huang Ji cast a rat, which is more disgusting than Mao Wenlong's Dongjiang town. Hundreds of times. Right. This is a huge crisis since the establishment of my country. If it doesn't matter, this great country will collapse. What do you think we should do? Huang Ji asked. There are only 2 ways to choose. One is to learn their advanced planting and management techniques from Daming and even the Fuliao army. However, this road can bring us huge benefits in the long run, but it cannot solve our urgent needs. It is the same as before. Go grab it. As long as we slow down this winter and make rapid changes, we will no longer worry about the problem of food and grass in the next cold winter. Fan Wenqing's tone became sharp. Grab who? There is the Fuliao army staring at the south of Lining. We will throw a rat, unless we forcefully shake the Fuliao army. But I am afraid that even if the Fuliao army is eliminated at that time, the foundation of our great golden state will be exhausted. Your Majesty, the new firearms that we have developed are currently only equipped with some Jianzinulas of the Zhengwang banner. It is not good for a decisive battle with the Fuliao army. However, we can grab food from the Mongols, plunder their cattle and sheep, and even go through Monan and attack Datong, Shaanxi and other places where the Ming Dynasty is rich. What a crazy idea. If it were to looting the Mongols, it would coincide with Huang Tji's imagination, but it would be too crazy to bypass the Guaning line and attack Daping for thousands of miles. Shaanxi is 1,000 miles away. This move is too risky. The Fuliao army is eyeing it. If we take advantage of our main force to go west, we will go straight to Shengjing from behind. Wouldn't we be the enemy? These days, day and night, the Wei ministers were studying the intentions of the Fuliao army, and found that the Fuliao army and the Ming court were not the same. They even detained the envoys of the Ming court. If the Fuliao army could be commanded by the court, we would have been early. It was spread in the capital city of Daming that the Fuliao army seized angels. But we did not do so, because we knew that even if the Ming court knew the news, it would be nothing to the Fuliao army overseas. Since the Fuliao army is happy to watch us fight with the Ming court, they will definitely consider again and again before acting to see if it is in their interests to attack us in Shengjing. The establishment of a bank by the Wei-Chen Fuliao army must be short of funds in the near future, unless our Dakin took the initiative to provoke them. Otherwise they might not be willing to fight a big battle for a while. If we wipe out our Hujin, the next thing that the Ming court will clean up is their Fuliao army. The golden family of the Mongolian tribes has decayed. We just take this opportunity to completely resolve them and bring all the Mongolian tribes of Monan into our territory. By the way, we will raid Datong, shake the Ming court, and rewrite the glory of our big gold. The decadent Ming Dynasty. The imperial court will definitely not be our opponent to the 8 banners soldiers equipped with new firearms. Fan Wenqing listed the benefits of going westward one by one. What you said is extremely true. Huang Ji slapped the armrest abruptly. I have had enough of the Fuliao army these days, and I must find some face in the Mongolian tribe and the Ming court. I have Jianzhu 8 banners and Xin with new firearms. The established 4 banners of Mongolia will surely be able to regain its glory. Chapter 108. The Ming envoys are dispatched at the end of Ming Dynasty. In the prosperous Dalian port, a ship of Dongyingans high with a different style slowly sailed in. As soon as the house ship docked, the harbor's garrison sent a small team to inspect it. Who is coming? Do you have the mooring permit of our Fuliao army? The captain of the garrison shouted from the bottom of the Anzhai ship to the top. Don't get me wrong, we are the samurai of the Toei Satsuma clan Shimadzu family. This is the second young master of our Shimadzu family, and we have a permit issued by the military owner. The samurai on top of the Ataka ship shouted. A wooden plank was put down and connected to the ground. Shimadzu Misu Iza took dozens of young warriors off the ship. Seeing the bustling Dalian port, his eyes straightened. This is the newly constructed Dalian port? Well, although the layout is not perfect, it has such a large scale in not short time, and it is more prosperous than the largest city on Kyushu Island. It is really awesome. Shimadzu Misu Iza directly. Last time when I went to Jinzu to find Liu Sheng, Dalian port was still King Nippu at that time. Friends of the Satsuma clan, there is no problem with your parking permit. Welcome to Dalian port. We will report to the military owner as soon as possible, and the military owner will certainly welcome you warmly. The garrison team leader saluted them. Military salute, and then took these people to the temporary shelter in the port. These houses usually entertain passing businessmen and some overseas envoys. Master, Daming is really magnificent. Looking at the cargo throughput of their port, it is estimated that the monthly cargo volume is the annual output of our Satsuma clan. A samurai who followed Shimadzu Misu Iza was jealous of the Dalian port trade. You all only saw the surface. This time we came to Daming to study, and more importantly, We learned their techniques and systems, so that our Satsuma clan would become the #1 feudal clan in the East. Shimadzu Misuiza said. Yes, we will definitely study hard to revitalize our Satsuma clan. The samurai who followed Shimadzu Misuiza said one after another. When Liu Sheng learned that Dongying Satsuma had sent to ambassador to Dalian port, and also requested to study at the Academy of Sciences, he couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. What should I do with them? Before Dongying was conquered, if these ambassadors were allowed to learn the most advanced knowledge of the Academy of Sciences, they would make Dongying stronger. In the future, if they turn their faces and deny people, it will be the story of the farmer and the snake. In fact, after sending envoys from the Tang Dynasty to the Tang Dynasty hundreds of years ago, after learning the culture and technology of the Tang Dynasty, he dared to go with the Tang Dynasty. From this perspective, Liu Sheng did not want them to occupy precious learning resources. Our students in Southern Lining are all eager for a place in the Academy of Sciences. But on the other hand, science and technology should be borderless. If you take this opportunity to promote Daming's culture overseas and make Daming a spiritual and cultural sacred place in the world, it's hard to say that it won't be a strong one in history. At least it can promote the relationship between one's own power and Satsuma clan, so as not to make the relationship between the two parties stalemate. How to deal with the relationship between the two is really something that Liu Sheng needs to consider carefully. Difficult. On the one hand, there is wolf ambition, and on the other hand, it is the opportunity to become the cultural center of the world. How to balance it? Liu Sheng couldn't help crying. The core figure of his own power has too many things to consider. What are you worrying about? We are thriving in Southern Lining, and adults should be happy. Guard Captain Yu Cheng couldn't help but say with a sad face on Liu Sheng's face. What do you think we should do with the dispatched envoys sent by Satsuma Domain? If they are given to study at the Academy of Sciences, wouldn't it be necessary for them to grow bigger and become our confidant in the future? Liu Sheng asked. The Lord will send them back. No, this will chill the hearts of overseas people who come to Daming to study and trade, and we won't be able to become the cultural center of the world. Liu Sheng entangled. Hey, I thought it was something. The adults let them teach them some knowledge of cutting corners. And they can also ask them to learn Chinese and our Ming culture before they have the opportunity to study in the Academy of Sciences. In this way, we are assimilated in Ming Dynasty. Yu Cheng said indifferently, pouting his lips. Yes. In addition to asking them to learn our language and culture, we have to strictly control the number of places, create the illusion that the number of places is limited, and then charge sky-high tuition fees so that the richest people in their kingdom can come to our Ming to study. Even if there are geniuses to learn, we will provide them with opportunities to become the people of our Daming, keep these talents in our Daming position, and contribute to the building of our Daming. Liu Sheng thought of the future world. Isn't it exactly what he did? If the wealthy people from other kingdoms and the children of aristocratic families are brought over, even if only half of the people stay in Daming, Daming's influence will spread to the whole world. As long as Daming trembles, the world will tremble for several years. And it's not the same as later generations. Liu Sheng has the Industrial Revolution system in his hands, and the speed of knowledge and new generations simply cannot be kept up by the evangelists. In addition, it involves core technologies such as steam engines and sailing battleships, and we must not let them get it. I will make a list of core technologies. As long as we master the core technologies, let them learn other technologies related to basic scientific principles. Count me to contribute to the world's scientific development. Liu Sheng thought for a while. In fact, it is also good for the people of Dongying to have some scientific literacy. In the future, Liu Sheng produces some new industrial products and commodities to sell to Dongying, and as a result, Dongying people do not know the goods. What should I do, especially if TV or something is produced in the future, Dongying does not know the goods? Then I really want to cry without tears. Moreover, with the help of the envoy's propaganda, Dongying will popularize Chinese and Han culture, and it will be easy to take over there in the future. Liu Sheng can't help but think about it. After Shimazu Misuiza brought dozens of people to Jinzu City, he met Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng received them with a smile. Isn't it just to study at the Academy of Sciences? What kind of difficult is this? I will send someone to make arrangements. By the way, our Academy of Sciences uses Chinese and simplified characters. You don't know what simplified characters are? And I see that you are not fluent in Chinese. Then, I will send someone to teach you Chinese, simplified characters, pinyin and benevolence, justice, etiquette and wisdom. Wait for our excellent culture, and after you pass our assessment and reach a certain level in Chinese, you can go to the Academy of Sciences to study. Everyone has a share and will never fail. And Chinese level? Shimazu Misuiza and others were dumbfounded. Yes, we have set up a Chinese level test for overseas people. There are Chinese level 4, 6 and 8 tests to help everyone better understand our Chinese culture. You are the first batch of envoys to study, so well, we take special care of you. As long as you reach the level of Chinese level 6. Chapter 109 Chinese Lessons by Dispatch of Ming Envoys. General Chu, I have never heard that Chinese is divided into grade exams. Shimazu Misuiza looked blank. There is no way in this world. There is a way when people walk. There is no Chinese level test in the world, but there are more people who come to our Ming to study, so naturally there will be a Chinese level test. We set this Chinese level. The exams are all for your own good. Think about it carefully. The courses of our Academy of Sciences are all taught in Chinese, and the production and trade are all in Chinese, and the books are also written in Chinese. If your language skills are not solid enough, in case you are studying in the process, I misunderstood the essentials of knowledge. Isn't it endless trouble? And if Chinese is not good, how can we communicate with our businessmen and workers? Liu Shengyu patted Shimazu Misuiza's shoulder earnestly. It makes sense. Shimazu Misuiza frowned, but he had to agree with Liu Sheng's statement. Moreover, our teaching resources are very tight. If we want to set up special classes for you, we still need to hire some gentlemen. This Liu Sheng said embarrassedly, rubbing his right thumb and middle finger gently, indicating that he wants extra money. Oh, you were originally a guest from afar, so I should provide you with free teaching, but we are a little nervous about funding recently in Leonan. Understood, understood. We made a special trip to study and added a lot of trouble to General Chu. Our Shimadzu family is willing to bear this part of the cost. Shimadzu Misuiza said quickly. The first batch of dispatched envoys, a total of more than 40 people, are about to start studying for months or even years, so the Shimadzu family allocated funds for their study abroad. First of all, they have to pay tuition fees, and then they face the high rents in Golden State City. With the development of Jinzu City in southern Lining, land prices are getting higher and higher, and Liu Sheng is not willing to give them the golden land of Jinzu City as a dormitory at all. So this group of poor dispatchers had to spend their own money to rent a house. Even the rent for a farmhouse outside the city would cost 1 or 2 silver a month, and more than 40 people would spend hundreds of silver a year. This does not include the usual expenses for eating, drinking, and lhasa, and tuition, which brings at least 1,000 tals or even thousands of tals to Leon in a year. Although it is not comparable to some large orders, no matter how small the fly is, it is meat. Liu Sheng hired an old gentleman from a private school to teach them traditional Chinese and traditional culture, and a young gentleman taught them simplified characters and pinyin for 3 months. Then everyone received 12 tals of silver as tuition fees, a total of more than 400 tals. The cost paid to these 2 gentlemen was only 20 or 30 tals of silver, and the rest was put into the warehouse by Liu Sheng as extra income. There are more than 70 old gentlemen in the private school, and they say that 70 years are rare. This old gentleman did not enter the exam when he was young, so he became the gentleman of the private school. He was still not used to having a job all his life, and he came out again, and Liu Sheng took more care of the elderly and paid him a salary of 5 tals of silver a month. For money, this old gentleman has been bearish. In addition to not wanting to live leisurely, another important reason for his willingness to go out is because he heard that the target of his teaching this time is Dongying people. To the overseas traditional Confucian culture, that is what every Da Ming teacher dreams of. Students from Dongying, the old man is called Kong Renli, and the word is Mengxiang. From today on, the old man will teach you. Our Chinese culture is extensive and profound. To talk about this origin, we must start from the pre-kin era. The old gentleman stood on stage. On the above, Confucian culture was talked about in a whisper. Shimadzu Iza, who was sitting down listening to the lecture, carefully took notes on paper with a writing brush. It's not that he is not familiar with Confucian culture, but the tuition is too expensive. If you don't listen carefully, the tuition will be wasted. Young master, we paid so much money to Luo Sheng, and Luo Sheng sent this old man to fool us. Is it true that we have never learned Chinese characters? We are the most educated group of people in Kyushu. Knowing the culture well, and learning this so-called prerequisite course, 3 months will be wasted. It's very boring, it's all things we know. So why don't we go to their bookstore to buy a batch of books and study on our own? The retainers of the Satsuma clan Shimadzu family who came to study with Shimadzu Iza secretly communicated in Eastern dialect, and they all looked down on Kong Renli, who was in his 70s. Kong Renli didn't understand Dongying language, but his old man was very excited about what he said on it. This is a long face for the Ming Dynasty. A group of young masters with nicknames from Dongying have to listen to his lectures obediently in his class. Is there anything better than this? Speaking of the Chinese characters of our Daming, it is profound and profound, far beyond your imagination. When it comes to Chinese characters, Kong Renli is even more proud. Old gentleman, we all know Chinese characters. What a rare thing is that. You should talk about some Confucian classics so that we can pass the Chinese level test. We are still waiting to study at the Academy of Sciences. There is a Dongying person in the hall. It's making trouble. That's right. Our time is very valuable. We don't have time here to learn something we already know with you. Other Dongying people also booed. Kong Renli frowned and frowned. This student, do you know our Chinese characters well? Yes, Xiao, I know more than 2,000 Chinese characters, which is second to none in our Dongying. The Dongying man who took the lead in the boos raised his legs and said, "Oh, then do you know what these 3 words mean?" Kong Renli wrote on the paper with a bright pen, and then showed the paper in front of everyone. The Dongying student who was still proud just now was stunned, and said hesitantly, "The second Chinese character is, and the third Chinese character is too." As for the first character, well, what kind of bin should be combined together? Humphrey, I don't even understand the word fennel bean. How can I understand my Chinese culture? Kong Renli flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly. I'll ask you again. How many ways are there to write the word fennel? Huh? The Dongying person looked blank. The character for fen is the character for fen. Are there many ways to write it? If you can't answer and you are making trouble here again, I will ask you to go to the school outside punishment station. Kong Renli said. The troubled Dongying people flushed because of their shame, and couldn't answer, so they had to quietly ask them in Dongying language. Shimadzu Iza, who is the most knowledgeable here, Master, do you know how many ways to write the word fennel? Baga, how do I fucking know how many ways to write the word fennel? Shimadzu Iza said angrily. Chapter 110. Boom. 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 The prairie was trembling. Lin Danhan, a descendant of the Golden family, wearing a Mongolian robe, is leading his tribe to flee in a hurry. Lin Dankan's scalp was numb, and his mind was still buzzing, as if the history of his ancestors being defeated by Daming's firearms 100 or 200 years ago is repeating itself. The terrible Golden Man is here again. This time not only brought iron and horses, but also terrifying firearms, white smoke from the guns and the roar of cannons. The previous battle was a chase and a surprise attack between cavalry, but this time it was a confrontation between the body and firearms. The descendants of the great cavalry of Genghis Khan, a generation of Tanjiao, were defeated. Under the bombardment of Hujin's artillery, the Mongolian cavalry on the left wing collapsed first. The cavalry of Hujin took the opportunity to attack Lindan Khan's left wing, leading to a complete defeat of the Mongolian army. Surrender and don't kill. Hujin cavalry and infantry who had the upper hand swarmed forward. In particular, the 8 Banners cavalry began to pursue their escape with the Mongolian cavalry who had fled for their lives. The energetic Huang Ji was riding on the horse, watching with triumphant Mongolian cavalry on the vast prairie. This is their first big victory since the Emperor Taikai of the Kingdom of Darjin came to power, and they will no longer have the uselessness of attacking Goryeo and Fuliao army in the past. This is also the first actual combat in which the 8 Banners troops have begun firearms, and the effect is remarkable. The artillery is really a good thing. We will make more artillery in the future. Huang Ji observed the combat effect of the artillery and was extremely satisfied. And this time, the stupid Mongolian cavalry did not expect that the 8 Banners soldiers had been equipped with more than a dozen advanced artillery pieces, let alone that these artillery pieces would be used in large-scale cavalry battles. The Mongolian cavalry, who hadn't tasted the power of artillery for a long time, was beaten up, and even the 8 Banners cavalry found a flaw and broke through in one fell swoop. These 8 Banners cavalry, in addition to Jianzhujurchen, there are also cavalry from the Mongolian tribe who have taken refuge in Hujin. Right now, Huang Ji was accompanied by several leaders of Mongolian tribes, including Hawkin Chief Orba, Chaha Chief Naiman, and Owen. Lindan Han wanted to imitate his ancestors to unify the Mongolian tribe, threatening the interests of the Hawkin tribe, and the Hawkin tribe facilitated the formation of an alliance with the Gold a few years ago. Naiman and Owen were the kings of the left wing of Lindan Han's Chaha tribe, and they rebelled against Lindan Han's control and took the tribe of the left wing of Chaha tribe to Hujin. These people all want to eliminate Lindan Han and then hurry up. The leaders of these Mongolian tribes led the newly established 4 Banners of Mongolia. In this crusade against the Golden Clan Lindan Khan, the 4 Banners of Mongolia dispatched the troops of the 3 Banners, and the 3 Banners were dispatched by Hujin, with a total of more than 50,000 people. In particular, one of the 2 flags dispatched by Hujin is now equipped, and it is also the only one equipped with firearms. It belongs to Huang Ji's own positive yellow flag. Currently, the most powerful flag among the 8 Banners of the Jinren. The gods of the gods, Lindan Han is against the will of God, thinking that their golden family is still the prosperity of Genghis Khan at that time, and they must be destroyed. Hawkin Chief Orba said to Huang Ji kindly, Lindan Khan's main force was wiped out by us in this battle. We should immediately attack its main city and take all the food, grass, cattle and sheep of their tribe, said the other 2 leaders of Chaha who had been attacked by Lindan Khan. Eliminate Lindan Khan. All tribes have contributed, and I will not treat you badly. Let's go and get Lindan Khan's head. Huang Ji happily beat the war horse with his whip, personally under the protection of a group of guards chase with the army. At this moment, he seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his life, and he had the pleasure of following Nahaki to chase and kill the Ming army in the past. Liuhitao was originally the territory of Lindan Khan. At this time, Lindan Khan's last main force was defeated by the combined forces of Huang Ji and the Mongolian tribes and was forced to flee west. Most of their base camp, wives and children, and cattle and sheep were taken over by the combined forces of Hujin and Mongolia. Ha ha ha, those who dare to resist will be killed. Brothers, let's grab it. After the Mongolian tribes' cavalry entered Lindan Khan's base camp, they showed hideous faces and burned and looted in Lindan Khan's base camp. The screams are endless, occasionally mixed with the panting, shouting, and crying of livestock. A mess. These Mongols are even more cruel to their own people who are in trouble. The 8 Banners soldiers that Huang Ji took outside stood still, and watched coldly as they burned and killed the looting Mongolian soldiers. He knows that population is very important, and he should learn from the Ming Dynasty to enrich the population and increase his power. Therefore, massacre and looting are very short-sighted behaviors. But at the same time, He also understood that if these Mongolian cavalry who took refuge in him were not allowed to vent their desires, then he would arouse their dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, the behavior of the Mongols is really shameful. We should escort the people of the Linden Khan tribe back to our Shenjing, let them produce food and firearms for us, in order to strengthen our strength. Let them die in this group of reckless people for no reason. In my husband's hands, it's a waste. Fan Wenqing, who is currently trusted by Huang Tiji, advised. Let them rob for a day before we rectify the order. Not only will the Lindanhan tribe not resent us, but they will also regard our golden men as great benefactors. Huang Ji said with deep eyes. Your Majesty is wise, Fan Wenqing said. Your Majesty, I led 2,000 Qingkai to chase Lindanhan's boy, but the boy ran away too fast, and he couldn't chase him down, so he ran away. Meng Jitai, who had followed Huang Tiji's own conquest, returned breathlessly and reported. Meng Jitai, who had been bombarded by the Fuliao army's artillery, lay down for a few months, and finally recovered and was able to lead the army in battle. But most of his right body was mutilated, and even his right eye was blown out blind, using a black blindfold to hide his ugliness. The muscles next to the eyeballs were damaged by the explosion, and they were bumpy, looking like a ferocious cyclops. In fact, many people in the Hujin army have secretly given Meng Jitai the title of an Eid Balar, so that Meng Jitai will not be angry. After this battle, Lindanhan has no more than tens of thousands of tribes and no more than thousands of elite soldiers. Liu Hitao has been controlled by us. It is estimated that he will move westward, and there is no threat to us. It will be a matter of catching him sooner or later. Huang Qi has low eyes on masters. Lindanhan dismissed it. Let Orba, Naiman and Owen come over. The chiefs of the Mongolian tribes were looting and were suddenly called by Huang Qi to be somewhat uncomfortable. But after all, the other party was his own master, so it was hard to say anything. Your Mongolian tribes have been operating the Liu Hitao, Monan, and Hetao plains for many years, and know this area well. We defeated Lindan Khan this time and got countless food, grass, cattle and sheep. But there is one important thing for you to help. Huang Qi said. His Majesty Dakin, if there is anything we need to do, please tell me. The Mongolian leaders stared at them, not knowing what Huang Qi wanted to cause. I need you as a guide to lead troops into the Great Wall and capture Datong in the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 111 The Fall of Datong. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, the 9 important towns formed the northern frontier of the empire. Among them, Datong town starts from Zhenkaotai in the east to Yajiao mountain in the west, with a total length of 600 to 700 miles. Datong town has tens of thousands of Ming troops stationed in Datong town and the fortresses built along the Great Wall, guarding this line of defense for the empire at dusk. However, the people of Datong town were panic on this day. The sky was full of smoke over the defeated Hubao on the west road, conveying an unpleasant atmosphere. The generals and prefects of Datong town, officers and soldiers stationed in Datong town, and frontier residents of Datong town nervously looked at the beacon in the distant sky. Jiazan, the general soldier of Datong town, paced back and forth in the mansion of the general soldier waiting anxiously for the news ahead. Jiazan's generals, guerrillas, and thousands of households also sat nervously in the mansion. Some officers seemed to be tasting tea calmly, but tremblingly pointed out the panic in their hearts. Da. The sound of rapid footsteps came from outside the door, and everyone turned their eyes to the door. A young officer with blood on his body crawled in. How about the defeat of Hubao? Which force attacked and defeated Hubao? How is the deputy commander who went for reinforcements now? Jiazan asked eagerly, catching the incoming person. The subordinates are the defenders of the defeated Hubao. Our defeated Hubao was suddenly attacked by the Mongols. Now the Mongols have broken through the defeated Hubao defense line. The brothers couldn't keep it, so they had to retreat. It coincided with the assistance of the deputy commander-in-chief. Now, The deputy general soldier is fighting with the Mongols. Let the younger one return to report to the general soldier and ask the general soldier to strengthen the defense of Daton town. Daton town is the target of the Mongols this time. The young officer's face is dusty. Asshole, you defeated Hubei and stationed 500 officers and soldiers. The terrain is dangerous and there is a danger of being incapable of opening up. How can you easily allow the Mongols to break through and return to Kash? Incompetent. Jiazhen was furious and clapped the youth. The officer slapped. The young officer knelt on the ground conscientiously. The commander said that we are incompetent, but if it is only the Mongolians, they would not have the courage to attack us suddenly, and the subordinates have seen Hu Jin's righteousness in the Mongolian army. Yellow flag and Zheng blue flag. Golden man. All Daton officers were shocked. When did the Jinren hit Daton? North of our Daton town is Lindan Khan's territory. How come there will be the 8 banners of the Golden Man? Could it be that Lindan Khan has taken refuge in the Golden Man? Jiazhen said to himself. Hearing Jiazhen's thought, the officer under his command could not help but lift his throat. Yes, our spies on the prairie once sent an intelligence report saying that there was an intertribal conflict on the Liuhitao prairie. At first I didn't care about it, but it seems that Hu Jin has united with others. The conflict between the Mongolian tribe and Lindan Khan. Now that the Golden Man appeared here, it is very likely that Lindan Khan has been defeated. The Datong prefect appeared at the mention of Jiazhen. The Golden Men bypassed the Ninayuan defense line and rushed towards our Datong town. This is coming to grab food. Quick! The whole city is on guard to prevent the Golden soldiers from attacking our Daton town. You go and transport the 2 old general cannons from the arsenal to the wall. Maybe they will be used. You led 2,000 elite soldiers to meet the deputy commander and return to the city. You guys go to the capital to find reinforcements. Jiazhen hurriedly arranged defensive tasks. The strategic location of Daton town is critical. If the defeated Hubei has fallen, Daton town must be firmly guarded. As for other towns and villages near Daton town, they can only ask for their own blessings. As long as Daton town is still under the control of the Ming army, even if the Jinren enters the customs, they dare not go deep. It didn't take long for the deputy commander who had supported the defeat of Fort Hu to retreat, bringing the soldiers who had left the city back to the city in a hurry, losing 20% to 30% of the soldiers and horses and returning without success. Following the retreating Ming army, this is the Mongolian cavalry chasing after it. These Mongolian cavalry dealt with the 8 banners of Jianzhou just like their grandsons, but they bullied the Ming army to the top, faster than the 8 banners of Jianzhou. Close the city gate. Jiazhen came to the city wall to personally direct this defensive battle, which may be very difficult. Daton town is an important border town that has been managed by Ming Dynasty for a long time. Although defense was slack at the end of the Ming Dynasty, the thick walls and urn city built in the early Ming Dynasty became their greatest defense. His Majesty Dakin, let our brave eagle on the grassland hunt the nestlings curled up in the nest, and break Daton city without the chickens and dogs. The Mongolian 3 masters who followed Huangji asked for their orders. After defeating Lindan Han, their confidence has expanded. The city of Daton has thick walls. Do you think your cavalry can fly in with wings? Huangji rolled his eyes. Even the Golden Men who are better at attacking cities would never attack such an important town if nothing happened on weekdays. If they really fight, the main force will definitely die. The looted food, grass, and silver can't make up for the loss. The 3 Mongolian masters looked at each other. Their Mongolian cavalry can still be invincible on the grassland, and they are really invincible when they encounter the tall cities of the Han people. Manga Gatai, you led your troops to raided all the villages in Datong town, and transferred all the population, food, grass, and livestock that you could take away. Huangji ordered, you should not be killed easily during this period. Fan Wenqing will supervise you. Can't you kill them even if you encounter a fortress of resistance? Manga Gatai asked. What I said is not to kill easily. I didn't say that it must not be killed. If you resist and kill it, Huangji said. Yes, I will definitely bring all the Han people I saw and their food back to Shenjing. Manjagitai said, Your Majesty Dakin, our Mongolian cavalry are also willing to plunder the village for your majesty. Mongolia Sanchi saw that such good things fell on Manjagitai, and said in a hurry, You Mongolian banner, follow me to monitor Datong officers and soldiers, and if possible, take this Datong town. Huangji didn't want to indulge the Mongolian cavalry to looting. With the quality of the Mongolian cavalry now, most of them will kill and set fires, so his plan to migrate the population has failed. Huangji was waiting for the artillery to be transported over. There were more than a dozen artillery pieces in Hujin, including artillery that was acquired and improved by the Ming army in the past, and artillery that imitated the Fuliao army. These guns were towed by Mongolian horses by Hujin. One cannon is used for 8 war horses, and if these 8 war horses are tired, they will be replaced by another 8. Anyway, after regaining the Mongolian tribe, there is no shortage of horses. The ammunition needed for artillery must also be transported by horses. In fact, the more than a dozen artillery pieces that were finally made by Huangji Taibao, although their ammunition inventory is currently very limited, but if used well, it can often play a miraculous effect. Standing at the top of the wall, Datong General Sergeant Jiazan saw the Hujin army continuously pouring out of the pass, and scattered like a few long dragons to reap the villages. He could only pray for the good luck of the people. Chapter 112. Our spies from Hujin came to report that the flags that Hujin went to fight against Mongolian Lindan Khan did not stay in Liuhitao for a long time, but bypassed the Nina-Yuen line of defense and either went to plunder Xuanfu town or Datong town. While Long from the intelligence department sent information to Luo Sheng, I really underestimated this Huangji. I was so happy to see the conflict between him and the Mongolian tribe, but I didn't expect that he would dare to hit us on Da Ming's idea. Luo Sheng had long known that Hujin had used nearly half of his troops in 2 Jianzi flags and 3 Mongolian flags to fight against Lindan Khan in the west to overcome the food crisis, but he only now knew the latest developments of Hujin. This is the backward ancient times, the news is very blocked. Don't look at now. Luo Sheng knows that Jinbing bypassed the Nina-Yuen line of defense to make a strategic roundabout. It is estimated that Jinren has entered the barrier at this time. Huangji is not in Shenjing. At present, Shenjing still has 6 Jianzi banners and 1 Mongolian banner. They are guarded by nearly 100,000 people. Moreover, the opening of Hujin and Daming is also beneficial to Chuan in southern Lining. Because of Leonan's pressure, whether to attack Shenjing is still a question. The intelligence department took my order to summon officers from all over to Xu. Let's see if there is a chance. Despite this, Luo Sheng didn't plan to let go of any opportunity to overthrow Emperor Qi. Yes, Wai Long replied. By the way, Ella usually reports this kind of military situation directly to me. Where did she go? Luo Sheng asked again. Chief Ella has tracked the clues that the Golden Spies are reactive in Xu City, and they are investigating in Xu. Sometimes even if he was forced to fight the court hard, Luo Sheng didn't want to give Hujin a chance to rise. According to the recent information provided by the intelligence office to Hujin's spies, Hujin gathered hundreds of blacksmiths and craftsmen for several months to reluctantly imitate a batch of fairly powerful artillery. Although the various parameters are not as good as the artillery produced by modern machine tools obtained by the system, it is a huge improvement compared with the large general guns of the Ming Dynasty imitating the Franco machine, or compared with the previous Jianzhou 8 banners. As soon as Luo Sheng's levying order was issued, all the army magnates of the Fuliao army went to Xu, the nearest to the front line, to gather, but all battalion-level officers came all day long. The Army Academy in Golden State City was also temporarily suspended because the dean and others went to Xu to gather. The abnormal behavior of the Fuliao army also hinted to the outside world the dynamics of the Fuliao army. Luo Sheng didn't care about this transfer. What if Hujin knew he was going to march? Is it possible that Huangji can fly back from the west with wings in it after he knows it? Moreover, Dakin was already prepared to defend Shenjing during Huangji's personal expedition. In Xu City, giants gathered for a while. In addition to Liu Sheng, the commander of the army, Duke Karl, the dean of the army Jiang Yutang, and the commander of the 2nd Infantry Brigade, the artillery brigade commander Dong Duai, the 4th Infantry Brigade commander Chen Jixing, who was stationed in Dongjiang town, and those who had been stationed on the front line. Liu Xingzuo, commander of the 3rd Infantry Brigade. There were also several deputy brigade-level battalion commanders Yang Tai, Chang Yi, and Xu who were directly under the 1st Brigade but took turns in the front line. "Oh, isn't this Brigadier Chen Jixing? Why did you come to Xu? Does your 4th Brigade now have artillery?" Mrs. Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw her former boss Chen Jixing. "Madam Yang, don't scream, now our 4th Brigade is changing shotguns. Don't think your 1st Battalion is the ace battalion of our Fuliao army. But our 4th Brigade has 3 battalions and already has 20 artillery pieces together. There are more artillery than your battalion." Chen Jixing, who had begun to gain Liu Sheng's trust, said triumphantly. "Okay, it seems that I won't be able to make fun of you in the future." Tai Yang scratched her head, and her official position was lower than Chen Jixing's. "Duke Karl, are you old too?" Liu Xingzuo, who had gone to the army academy to study, saw Duke Karl, who usually teaches officers and trains soldiers for Liu Sheng, and said to Duke Karl, "Speaking of Duke Karl, it was also considered a magical existence in Liu Sheng's Fuliao army." All the officers present here were ordered by Liu Sheng to learn modern infantry tactics in Duke Karl's classroom. They can be said to be everyone's teacher, but since Duke Karl came to this era, he was the commander of the 2nd Infantry Brigade, but haven't really led soldiers on the battlefield. And recently Grand Duke Karl was helping Liu Sheng train a new batch of reserve soldiers to prepare for the expansion of the army at any time. "I heard that there is going to be a big fight, and the old man's heart is itchy, and he wants to show his fists." Duke Karl shook his spirits. "The commander is here." When a group of military giants were chatting, Liu Sheng, who was pulling his cloak, led people in, and everyone quieted down unanimously. "Today you are summoned to Xu, not for anything else, but to ask your opinions. The 3 Mongolian flags and 2 Jianzi flags of Hujin have crossed the Niniyuan line of defense and are likely to attack Daton town, one of the important 9 border towns. Will not come back for a while. At present, we have a chance to attack the Queen Gold, and that is whether to fight the Queen Gold, and if so, to what extent?" Liu Sheng asked. "Fighting. This is a great opportunity to eliminate Hujin. I have guarded Xu for so long and I haven't had a good fight like before. I can't stand it." Long ago, Mrs. Yang jumped out and said, "What do others think?" Liu Sheng jumped directly over the militant faction like Mrs. Yang. "The subordinates used to work under the Jinren, knowing that the major bailers of Hujin are not of one mind. If Huang Ji does not personally sit in Shangjing, Heiji alone will not be able to suppress Shan and Armin. This is indeed an opportunity to capture Hujin." Liu Xingzuo of the 3rd Brigade said, "Yes, we can only recover Zuwai, the last one of the Leonan 4th Guards. As long as we don't take the initiative to attack Shangjing and drive them into desperation, then they will not work together to kill and break with us." Huang Wei and Liu Xingzuo and Zhao Xiang said one after another. "I personally think that even if we attack Shangjing, it is not a bad idea. With our military strength, it is entirely possible to draw a strong man from the reserve to supplement the damage on the front line. As long as you dare to smash with Hujin, I dare to pack a ticket, and we will win." The always silent Grand Duke Karl proposed a bolder idea than everyone else, and wanted to get the capital of the capital directly. Liu Sheng was partial to Duke Karl's suggestion. He also really wants to get into Shangjing. Shangjing's current spiritual pillar of Hujin. If the country is breached, Hujin will not be far from ruin. Another very important point is that near Zhu and Shangjing, there is Anshan iron and steel, which is well known in the later world. The proven iron ore reserves in Anshan and Benxi exceed 10 billion tons, of which more than 4 billion tons are industrial reserves. Liu Sheng thought about it carefully. If he could sit on the resources of that area, it would be a matter of minutes to slap the entire East Asia. Chapter 113. We also agreed to go to war with Hu Jin, and the 4th Brigade requested to fight. Xu Jisheng of the 4th Brigade noticed what Liu Sheng meant, so he said, "First, my mother, our 1st Battalion has been guarding the front line for a long time. Nothing good has been taken away by the people in your rear. Our 1st Battalion must be the vanguard." Yang Tai shouted grinningly, "Our 3rd Brigade also invites all members to fight. The golden people used to enslave us to bully their own people. This hatred must be reported." Liu Xingzuo also said from the side. Almost all the officers participating in the meeting wanted to participate in this rare battle and build up their exploits. "Don't worry, everyone. If we want to capture Shengjing this time, we must come out. The guarding of the rear is left to the reserve soldiers." Grand Duke Karl, you can mobilize a brigade from the reserve military service for a little training. Arranged on the defense lines of Xu and Fuzzy to prevent Y from saving Zhao in Hujin Y. Liu Sheng thought about it. If you don't invest in all the main forces, you will definitely not be able to chew the hard bones of the Queen Gold. If you really want to send out this time, it will be a desperate bet. Okay. Let's beat Hujin's dog legs together. The infantry brigade of Lao Tzu has just been equipped with a new type of artillery, and it hasn't had time for actual combat. It just happens to be practiced with a golden man. Xu Jisheng, Yang Tai and others shouted. This is not the most important thing after obtaining the support of mid-level and high-level military officers at all levels. As the saying goes, the soldiers and horses go ahead before the grain and grass. It is not a difficult thing to mobilize all the troops in southern Lining to go north. The difficulty is to prepare about 20,000 people to eat for 2 to 3 months, and 20,000 people, the 2 or 3 months of military salary, various ammunition, and pensions for dead soldiers are the direct costs of launching the war, and the indirect costs are even more alarming. For example, the militia enlisted for reserve service due to the war will make Lining South Korea lost thousands of labor, and some production stagnated. Some factories urgently produce solid bullets, muskets, artillery, cotton-padded clothing and other strategic materials. As a result, orders from the private sector have decreased, and their income has naturally decreased. According to Liu Sheng's estimation, if this battle drags on for a while, I am afraid that his direct losses will be hundreds of thousands tals, and the indirect losses are more likely to be close to 1,000,000 tals of silver. Fortunately, this time the Bank of Kyushu has raised a lot of funds. As long as Liu Sheng runs well, he can raise a lot of silver from the Bank of Kyushu for war. The cold winter is coming. We only prepared food for the winter. If we want to go to war, I am afraid that we will temporarily buy a large amount of food from merchants in Jiangnan and Shandong. Chen Ting said to Liu Sheng holding an account book, "There is already Shandong. Merchants from Jiangnan took our order and were willing to transport grain from Jiangnan to Liaonan to help us." "Did they raise the price on the floor?" Liu Sheng asked. "If ordinary officials buy food from these unprofitable merchants, I am afraid they will slaughter us some, at least double it. However, our Fuliao army promised them the use of artillery and warships, quotations and some preferential tariffs in exchange for cheap grain and grass." Chen Ting said. "Sure enough, these guys still have to rely on their profit to seduce them, so that they can bring food willingly," Liu Sheng said helplessly. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, it was really broken. Merchants and officials and a group of pig teammates, no wonder Chongzhen called the sky and should not call the earth. My lord, I have to say that this double-entry bookkeeping method is really a good thing. Now our account books are clear at a glance, and every day there will be a bookkeeping specialist who will summarize the accounts. We can always see the funds and various materials in the inventory. Chen Ting passed the account book to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng glanced at the funds recorded in the account books, which were stored in several places. The most important thing is the Fuliao Army's own treasury and Kyushu Bank's reserves. Is it a big problem if I take out a large amount of deposits in the bank for the production of armaments? Liu Sheng asked. If you go back to the adults, now Kyushu Bank's deposits have not been reduced because we have used part of our finances. Instead, More and more funds have poured into our QCU bank. If a people do not withdraw money outside in a short period of time, it will support us. There is no problem in fighting for 3 months. It's all right, Chen Ting said. Well, after the problem of food, grass and silver is resolved, we still need to find allies. Just relying on us to attack the capital of Hujin, the pressure is too great and it is too dazzling. We can send people to seek cooperation from Korea. Are you saying you want to ask Goryeo for help? How many troops should we ask them to send to cooperate with us? Let them send troops at will. Don't mind if 1,000 or 10,000. Anyway, they just go through the scene. All the middle and high-level Fuliao army knew that a battle was about to break out, so they hurriedly dispatched the army, materials, and grain. The battalions of the 4th Brigade and the 2nd Brigade in the rear area successively moved to the front line of Gzu, and merged with most of the 1st, 3rd, and Artillery Brigade in Gzu. The Logistics Department, which is directly under the Military Department, is responsible for transportation, temporarily recruiting civilians to transport various materials to the front line. These civilian husbands are called temporary workers, and their wages are higher than ordinary workers, and they are paid daily. In addition to the old army going to the front, a new brigade was formed. This new infantry brigade was selected by Archduke Karl from the reserve military service that he usually participates in training, and is called the 5th Infantry Brigade of the Fuliao Army. Liu Sheng, the brigade commander of the 5th Infantry Brigade, would not think of a suitable candidate for a while, or that no one had such qualifications as the brigade commander, so he acted as the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade and the 5th Brigade at the same time. The mission of the 5th Infantry Brigade is to be responsible for the defense of the country together with the Navy when the 5 brigades in the front attack Hujin. The large-scale mobilization of the Fuliao army, involving tens of thousands of people, immediately aroused the vigilance of Hujin. Hujin immediately reinforced one banner's force and stationed it in the Daliao River basin, which matched the 2 banners of Zuwai. These 3 banners immediately conquered strong men on the spot, expanding the strength of the 3 banners to about 50,000 to block the offensive of the Fuliao army from the south. However, it is not only the Jin army in Zhu and Alaya who are ready to move, but also the spies lurking in southern Lining. There is a pawn shop in the small town near the bottom of Tishan Mountain in Gzu, and many people have turned in from the stone wall in the backyard. The old shopkeeper of the pawn shop asked Xiao to look at the shop in the front hall and walked to the backyard by himself. More than a dozen people have gathered in the backyard. They are either dressed up as Roe merchants selling gourd candy, or as woodcutter who carries firewood into the city, or as dark workers who are mining in the Gzu mine. Danjin Daijin, the upper hand has ordered it down. In order to prevent the Fuliao army from going north, everything will behave randomly according to Mr. Fan's plan. The old shopkeeper said to more than a dozen golden spies in different dresses. Chapter 114 The Conspiracy of the Golden Man. Mr. Fan's strategy is so simple. Can it work? A businessman with a gourd candy stick in his arms said suspiciously. It's just a matter of moving your lips. Whether you can see or not, you have to try it. The old shopkeeper's eyes were muddy. You guys, please go into the house. Let's plan when to do it. The old shopkeeper pushed aside the house in the backyard, and led the golden spies in after he was dry. Call. Outside the small town of Tishan, several war horses galloped. Dismount the horse for inspection. The town is not allowed to gallop. The defensive team in Tishan town stopped several nights. We are members of the military department. We are here on the orders of the military chief to let your chief come out to see me. To the surprise of the defensive team, the lead was a female knight, and her cheeks were still flushed because of the wind and dust. She took out an iron token and handed it to the defensive team for inspection. Tishan town is responsible for maintaining the order of the Tishan mine and the safety of the workers' families in the town. It also has a force of 200 to 300 people. The position of the garrison captain is equivalent to the leader of the Fuliao army, second only to the battalion captain. However, the captain of the defensive team saw the token in the female knight's hand, but he didn't dare to neglect the slightest. so he immediately came to give orders. The other party is from the military department, who knows what he is. In addition, some special agencies sometimes use military orders to cover up people's eyes, such as the intelligence office that does not have a fixed office location in the legend. We are defending Gao Aoyao in Xia Tishan. What is the role of the envoy from the military department? Tishan's defense said nervously. Nothing has happened in Tishan town recently. Even if the military mobilizes troops on a large scale, it is not the turn of the 200 or 300 troops in Tishan town to maintain law and order, and they do not have much combat effectiveness. We tracked the traces of the golden spies in Xia City, and the intelligence pointed to this small town. We seriously suspect that this is an important base for the golden spies in southern Lining. Please send troops to help us search for the golden spies, said to Gao Aoyao. Important stronghold of the golden man spy. Gao Aoyao heard that the question was big. How could this golden man spy come to Tishan town unknowingly, and still move under his nose? The last time the golden man spies attacked the Tishan mine, wasn't he caught? I remember that several houses in our town where the golden man spies were hidden were copied by the intelligence department. Gao Aoyao said. It should be that the last time the search was not thorough. There were fish that slipped through the net at that time. The female knight said. Mabalazi, these golden men are really stubborn. They dare to move around again and again under my jurisdiction. I will let people check those who enter and leave the town, and send 3 teams to help. You search the golden spies. Gao Aoyao said angrily. The people living in the small town of Tishan found that there were soldiers from the garrison on the street today, and they needed to verify their identity when entering and leaving the town. They didn't know what had happened and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Quickly explain honestly, what stronghold do you golden guys have in the town? If you don't tell them honestly, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot of skin and flesh. Several knights who came to Tishan town took a golden man captive off the horse and brought them to the female knight. This golden man captive was the only golden man spy caught by the intelligence department when he attacked the mine. At first, the intelligence officer routed the Jinren intelligence network in southern Lining through the Jinren spies. But even the intelligence department didn't know that the golden spy still had reservations, and did not confess all the information. It wasn't until recently that this golden man spy missed his mouth when he was receiving service in Tishan, and only then did he notice that there is an important golden man intelligence stronghold in Tishan town. Especially recently, the golden spies have become active around here, and they seem to be planning something. All this was noticed by the sensitive director of the intelligence service, Ella, so she personally brought a few people from the intelligence service to take down the stronghold. You kill if you want to kill, or if you want to slash. I won't betray the great golden kingdom, the golden man captive said. However, you have betrayed your comrades a few months ago. You have framed more than 10 lives in 3 strongholds. Do you think your golden state will still accept your loyalty? No. Even if we let you go now, if you go back and be caught by your master will kill you too. Now you are a betrayer, and only our Fuliao army can make you survive. Ayla said, every word swears. Give out all the information you know. As long as you cooperate, you can become a Ming citizen. No one knows your identity as a betrayer, and then live mediocrely. The golden man captive looked dim. Indeed, since the moment he was caught and couldn't stand the torture, he had betrayed his colleagues. The reason why the most important stronghold of the golden spies in Xu was not confessed was just because I had a guilty conscience. So I left a thought. I knew I would be a herdsman in Peace Jinren side. The stronghold you want is the pawn shop in Zendong. Go and take their lives. Let's go. Ella finally got the news she wanted, so she immediately took the 3 teams to the pawn shop in the east of the town. The pawn shop's Xiao looked at the shop in the front hall, and suddenly dozens of officers and men surrounded the pawn shop. Military princes, what are you doing? We are serious businessmen. and the rent of the shop has not been paid. Less. Xiao Dian saw the officers and soldiers rushing in under the leadership of a female knight and stepped forward in a panic. We suspect that you are hiding the golden man. We are here to search, and someone will take it for me. Ella asked the officers and soldiers who followed to arrest Xiao. If what the golden man captive said is true, then all the personnel related to this pawn shop may be the golden man's spies lurking in southern Lining. The female soldier was wronged. Our pawn shop has been open in southern Lining for several years. How can we hide the golden man? Wrong. Dian Xiao was clamped by the sturdy officers and soldiers, unable to move. Whether you are wronged or not, we will know after we search. Go in and search. Ella led the officers and soldiers into the backyard. In the backyard of the pawn shop, in a utility room, the old shopkeeper threw sheets of paper into the stove. The fragile paper burned to ashes in the curling flame. Bang! Ella kicked open the wooden door of the utility room. A gust of wind blew the paper ashes in the stove. Don't act lightly, you're arrested. Ella held a pistol and pointed it at the old shopkeeper in the sundries room. You are a member of the intelligence department. The intelligence department is really powerful, and it has repeatedly undermined our plans. It is a pity that you are a step late, and our people have been scattered all over the place. The old treasurer was not in a hurry. He continued to add paper to the furnace. I have been fighting with your intelligence department for a while. You should be a high level in the intelligence department. I didn't expect that there are women in the intelligence department in charge of important tasks. And the Fuliao army is really extraordinary. Ella frowned when she heard the old treasurer's words. She was completely sure that this was the stronghold of the golden spies she was looking for. But she seems to be just a step late. Chapter 115. Do you know? The officials of the Bank of Kyushu were greedy for tens of thousands of pulls of silver and went to Nanyang. Now the army owner is preparing to send a fleet to Nanyang to catch him back. If you don't go to the Bank of Kyushu to get your deposit back, then ours the money will not come back. Really? That group of officials dare to covet the money we put in the bank? You don't know the news from the inside. Our military leader doesn't say that. But which of the officials under him is not greedy, and secretly did a lot of wicked things behind the military leader? If the Bank of Kyushu is really greedy of our silver, then I have to go to the Bank of Kyushu to get back the money I put there. That is my payment for months. Everyone should go to the Bank of Kyushu to get back their deposits. If you don't hurry, you will lose everything. No one knows which alley in Jinza city the rumor originated from. At the beginning, the rumors were only spread among a small group of people, but later they spread 10, spread all over the city of Jinzu, and even spread to other cities. Moreover, these rumors became more and more evil. First, the officials of the Bank of Kyushu stole tens of thousands of pulls of silver from the bank, and then it was reported that the officials of the Bank of Kyushu colluded with each other to cause the Bank of Kyushu to close down. In short, all rumors are encouraging people to go to Kyushu Bank to withdraw their deposits. Let us in, we are depositors. And Kyushu Bank has no reason to stop us outside. They don't give us money. They must be guilty. Everyone should squeeze in. There will be no money in the bank when it is late. Outside the headquarters of the Bank of Kyushu, a group of turbulent people blocked this stone street. They held the proof of deposit in the Bank of Kyushu, and they wanted to get the very few from the Bank of Kyushu earlier than others. Deposit. Everyone, calm down. It's not that we don't want everyone to come in, but there are too many people. We can't be too busy. Please stay calm. The staff of Kyushu Bank saw the crowds of people crowded outside, full of big heads. Khan said, hurry up and send someone to inform the military owner and explain the situation here. The person in charge of the Kyushu Bank anxiously instructed his opponent. But sir, the gate is blocked by ordinary people. We can't get out at all. The great change in Golden State City immediately aroused the vigilance of the Golden State City inspection team. Get up. There is something wrong with the Kyushu Bank in the west of the city. In the house of the inspection team, the chief inspector knocked on the gong and cymbal with a long knife to awaken the inspectors who were on a lunch break. These team members are divided into several shifts. Some are night shifts, some are midday shifts, and some are morning shifts. Now things are urgent. Almost all the inspectors were alarmed, and under the leadership of the chief inspector, they went to the street where the Bank of Kyushu was located to maintain law and order. Who is gathering here to make trouble? You have disturbed the order here, leave quickly. The chief inspector came with hundreds of inspectors and used a long stick to drive the crowd away. Your uncle, we are here to withdraw our deposits. What qualifications do you have to drive us away? That is, the military owner said that we can come to withdraw our deposits at any time. Why are you doing this? The people in southern Lining are sturdy and tough. Seeing the long sticks of the inspection team, they are more vigorous and violent. Thousands of ordinary people and the coming inspection team pushed together. Before Liu Sheng had a strict order, the inspection team was not allowed to enforce the law to injure people, so these inspection team members could not hurt the people, so the two sides just got together. The panic among the masses spread around Jinzu City, and similar rumors appeared in other cities. The Bank of Kyushu in Fuzu City was also occupied by panicked people. These people demanded the Bank of Kyushu to pay back the money, and they almost had to fight with the inspection team. Liu Sheng, who set up the battle in Fuzu City, learned of the great changes in each city, and his heart was rushing. Isn't this situation a bank run for later generations? My lord, Fuzu, Dalian Port, and Jinzu are in a hurry. Especially Jinzu City, where the headquarters of the Bank of Kyushu has been affected the most. The turmoil has also seriously affected production and transportation. As far as Gzu is concerned, the workers at the Tishan mine were even absent from work and returned to the city to participate in the turmoil, and the work in the mine was completely delayed. Shenting was anxiously handing over letters of assistance from various places to Liu Sheng. Who on earth caused this turmoil? Liu Sheng received help letters from various places, and they were nothing more than similar to Gzu City. They were all news that the Kyushu Bank was blocked and the nearby streets were paralyzed. No matter who it was, the storm of the run was really disgusting. Liu Sheng was just as the main force of the army was about to make an all-out northern expedition. There was a sudden fear in the rear, and it swept through various fields such as economy, production, and people's livelihood, almost crippling half of it. Situation. If this matter is not handled properly, let alone a northern expedition, maybe the momentum of development will be stopped. The troops from all over the country are still coming to the front of Gzu, and the troops that have been preparing for the northern expedition in Gzu are deployed to prevent the Hujin troops from taking the opportunity to go south. Liu Sheng, who was overshadowed, could only turn offensive to defensive first, and stabilize the situation first. Say it again. Do you need us to send troops to various cities to disperse the people? If they are allowed to go down, maybe they will burn and looting banks in the past 1 or 2 days. Shenting asked. When necessary, the army is required to intervene, but as a last resort, you have to easily conflict with the people. Liu Sheng tried hard to think about the solution for later generations. You let the civilian officials of each city go and persuade the people to leave under the guard of the inspection team, and told them that our bank has no problem. All this is the conspiracy of the Gold Man. At this time, Liu Sheng still didn't know whether the rumors were caused by the conspiracy of the Golden Man or some ordinary people became a tiger, but he knew that someone needed to carry the pot at this time, and the one who carried the pot could only be the Golden Man. By the way, you can ask people to take out all the silver coins in the warehouses of the cities, put them on the big carriages and pull them into the bank, then smuggle them out, and then pull them in. Liu Sheng said again, we will give them as much as we want. Wonderful, isn't this Dong Zhuo's strategy? No, the younger one doesn't mean to compare the adult to Dong Zhuo, Chenting said quickly. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, when Dong Zhuo captured Liu Ouyang, there were not many soldiers and horses, so he let his same army repeatedly enter the city with great fanfare, giving the people in the city the illusion that his army had many troops. After all, this turmoil is related to the people's confidence. As long as the people's confidence is restored, we can resolve the storm. Liu Sheng rubbed his temples, but it's still not enough. We still need to find a few people. Back the pot to frighten the people. When Liu Sheng was in distress, The guard outside the house reported, "My lord, Captain Ella has caught a few golden spies and they are waiting outside." Chapter 116. Dear folks and elders, we at QCU Bank did not appear to have any officials greedy everyone's deposits. All this is a conspiracy by the gold men. Please don't be deceived by the gold men. The rumors will be arrested and imprisoned. I hope everyone will not spread rumors and believe them. In Jinzhou City, a group of civil servants went into battle together, led the inspection team to squeeze the crowded crowd to the head office of QCU Bank, and exhausted their efforts to promote to the people. If QCU Bank has no problem, why don't we let us in for it? That's right, that is our hard-earned money, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. However, the restless common people will obviously not be soothed so easily. And there are also some golden spies who are fanning the flames. The people in front step aside. The army owner has transported everyone's deposits. It's not a small amount. As long as you queue up patiently, you can receive it. Just when the people were arguing with the inspection team, a convoy slowly pushed away from the crowd under the protection of the army outside the city. Almost all the people's eyes turned to this team, and their eyes gradually became hot. This convoy has more than 10 carriages. But the scale alone would not make the people crazy. On these carriages, there are boxes of white flowers of silver, overflowing with seductive luster in the sun. That's right, it's silver from more than a dozen large carriages. When a box is opened, it is exposed to everyone. Everyone can see it. What a huge sum of money this is. All the people present took a breath. They never thought that the Fuliao army was so wealthy. It was more than enough to return the money from these more than 10 large carriages to everyone present. It was not like the rumor that the Bank of Kyushu was about to go bankrupt. My dear, I have never seen so many silvertals in my life. Unless the emperor or the minister of household has so many silvertals, how could ordinary people like us have seen so many silvertals? Just give me a box. Damn, the Fuliao army has so much money. Who said that the Bank of Kyushu is going to close down? Come forward to Lao Tzu and see if Lao Tzu doesn't kill him. Pharaoh, I remember that you told me that the Bank of Kyushu was going to fail and asked me to withdraw money. Didn't you embarrass me? If the military owner pursues it in the future, I will be guilty for nothing. I also listened to others. By the way, Old Lee said that the Kyushu Bank officials absconded with money. Don't hit me. I heard what Zhao said. The people who besieged the Bank of Kyushu saw carts of vain silver coins being transported over and bombed the hall again. The so-called seeing is believing. The civil servants throwing the pot to the gold man exhausted their tongues, and they couldn't compare with the huge impact brought by this white flower of silver. When the silver of more than a dozen large carriages appeared, no one would believe that the Bank of Kyushu could not pay their mere deposits. The army officer who escorted the large carriage had a serious face, and kept his right hand on the handle of the knife, vigilantly guarding against the people and the golden spies who might attack the convoy. There was sweat on his forehead, and his heart was uneasy. On the one hand, I am afraid that people will steal these silvertals, and on the other hand, I am afraid that people will discover a big secret and look at the silvertals of more than a dozen carts. But only this officer knows that only the surface of these more than a dozen carriages are silvertals, and under the silver too are big rocks. But from the outside, these ordinary people would take it for granted that the wooden boxes were full of silver. Fortunately, it was not found. The captain of the escort team secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the stunned people didn't mean to rob. If the common people looted the silver from the carriage, exposing the big rocks underneath, then the army master's tricks of concealing the sky and crossing the sea would be ruined. In the crowded crowd, a few people looked embarrassed as a car and a couple of people passed in front of them. Isn't it said that their Liao army is short of funds, and a large amount of deposits have been misappropriated to make up for finances and production of firearms? Why do they still have so much reserve funds? A person whispered to his accomplices. The ghost knows where they got it from. In case we let these silver coins be shipped to the bank, our plan will be ruined. What should we do this time? For our Dakin, we will spare our lives to stop them. We can encourage this group of stupid donkeys to snatch this batch of silver coins. Several golden spies made up their minds. Everyone, our deposits are all here. Wouldn't it be enough to give us directly? Let's go. Let's get our deposits back. A golden spy called out first. Everyone, go up and grab it. It was originally our deposit. When will so many people get back our deposits? If you don't grab them, there will be no more. The other golden spies roared. The people who have lost their minds heard that this is indeed the truth. What if the silver is shipped to the bank and is unwilling to return it to them? Or is it only willing to pay back part of it to them? Protect the convoy. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the army commander escorting the Yinliang drew out a long knife and surrounded more than a dozen carriages with other soldiers. However, before the common people had time to rob the convoy under the leadership of the Golden Scouts, a group of big men who were also in the crowd quickly shuttled through the crowd, locking in the first few people to speak out. You are before these golden spies had finished speaking. The big guys who appeared behind them shot to subdue them. Golden spies spread rumors and tried to sabotage the northern expedition plan of our Fu Liao army, and they are now under control. After capturing the golden spies who were mixed in the crowd, these big men said to the bewildered people, it turned out to be the conspiracy of the golden spies. The people present were stunned again, and the golden spies were captured right in front of them. It seems that what the civilian officials said is still true. Fu, the officer escorting Yinliang, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the coarse cloth on his waist, which was truly shocking. After more than a dozen large carriages were transported to the Bank of Kyushu, almost all of them came out with empty boxes. The reason why it was almost was because there was another big carriage carrying real silverwares, and these silverwares were laid on the big rocks again and transported to the Kyushu Bank again in the face of the common people. This operation has been run 3 times, which is equivalent to more than 30 large carriages of silver being transported to the Bank of Kyushu. If it weren't for thinking that the Bank of Kyushu couldn't put down more big rocks, Liu Sheng really wouldn't mind fishing in troubled waters a few more times. And this kind of operation stunned the people in Jinzu City. They didn't know that there was a broken stone underneath, and they thought it was silver tools from more than 30 large carriages. My goodness, more than 30 large carriages. Pharaoh, you continue to line up here to withdraw money. I went home to wash and sleep. Seeing that the Kyushu Bank is not short of money at all, some people are completely at ease. Why are you queuing here if you have nothing to do? Take me, let's go. Go back to the sledge together, and see if I won't win you. I'm not the old king next door. Chapter 117 The Imperial Court Earthquake. The relieved people of Ming Dynasty dispersed. Although there are still some people queuing outside the Bank of Kyushu, it is estimated that there are only hundreds of people. The amount of silver that can be taken away is only 2,000 tals, which will not shake the Bank of Kyushu at all. What should we do with these golden detectives? The people from the inspection team assisted the intelligence agent in capturing the golden detectives who were in the crowd, and they were detaining them in the Kyushu Bank. The commander of the army has ordered that these golden spies will be arrested first, and they will be sent to the vegetable market for execution the next day after the interrogation. In order to quell the people's anger, the person in charge of Jinzu is Long, one of the 4 intelligence groups. He is very domineering. Said, they are going to be killed, and I have to ask questions from them. They confessed and died happily, and if they didn't confess, they would suffer 100-fold. Who made them come to beat us with the idea of the Liao army? Long said bluntly in front of several golden spies who were held on the ground. Several golden spies felt cold. Not only Jinzu City, but other cities have also successively arrested a group of golden spies, and also used the method of crossing the sky to deceive the people. Liu Sheng personally sits in Xu City, and is born to comfort the people. The Bank of Kyushu in Xu City has not even used any means. As soon as Liu Sheng appeared in front of many people alone, all the people became enthusiastic and completely believed what Liu Sheng said. According to the rumors, The great heroes in southern Lining will not be involved. But it is rumored that Liu Sheng's subordinates are greedy for silver. Now even the number one figure of the Fu Liao army has personally stood up to deny the rumors. What else has official evidence than this? 4 cities, including the small town of Tishan, arrested a total of 17 gold men's spies. Some of them were Jurchens, and some were Han people who worked for the gold men. The staff from all over the intelligence office gathered the information and passed it on to the information division chief Ella's hand. The golden man is so cunning that he accidentally planted many spies on our site. Liu Sheng was a little annoyed. This time he caught more than a dozen golden spies. They must have not been caught all yet, and they lurked deeper. Spies. But we have more spies in Shengjing, Ella said hesitantly. Liu Sheng's face turned red after hearing this. It is only natural for us to plant spies with them, and they can't plant spies with us. If nothing is revealed in the interrogation, the spies detained in the prison will be pushed to Xiku and beheaded tomorrow. Liu Sheng thought for a while. He was about to expedition to Shengjing, and caught those who did not know the situation of the Jinren capital. The spies are not as useful as the spies that he has planted in Shengjing. Why push to the vegetable market and beheaded? Ella asked puzzledly. People used to do this. I heard that the yang energy is the heaviest at noon. After killing people, their ghosts can't be haunted by the sun. But roughly, it is to shock the world, Liu Sheng said. During the conversation between Liu Sheng and Ella, several brigade-level and battalion-level officers came in one after another. Military owner, all our ministries have arrived near the city of Gzu, and we can attack backwards at any time. Chen Jixing said expectantly when he saw Liu Sheng. As long as the food and funds are in place, our 1st battalion can also be deployed at any time. Yang Tai said grinningly. You don't have to worry, Chen Ting said. The grain will arrive in Gzu city in 3 days, which can support the consumption of the 20,000 army for half a month. In addition, there will be continuous grain delivery in the future. Months of battle. Liu Sheng knocked on the table. I changed my mind. On the day of our expedition 3 days later, we will kill the golden spies and use their blood to sacrifice the flag. The prison in Gzu city was gone, and the old treasurer of the Jinren was guarded strictly with an iron chain. And his arrested companions were escorted here, ready to be used to sacrifice the flag. They all knew their own destiny. Imahan Chinese, I was wrong. I shouldn't give my life for the golden man. Please let me go. Let me go. I still want to live. A golden spy finally couldn't bear the torment of waiting for death, holding the wooden pole in the prison hysterically and crying bitterly. It's just that the jailers in Gzu city looked at the betrayer and the dying man with indifferent expressions. Give up. We don't have any information they are interested in to change lives. Ha ha ha. The old treasurer of the golden man was not afraid to laugh back, and the laughter at this time seemed a little crippled in the dark prison. You damn lunatic. I shouldn't believe you. I shouldn't take refuge in your beasts. Damn it. The hysterical spy turned around and rushed to the old gold treasurer, but there was a row of fences between the two, and he couldn't pinch the throat of the old treasurer of the golden man. Damn it all. Ha ha ha. The old shopkeeper's laughter became worse and worse. Nearly 20,000 troops of the Fu Liao army have been waiting for the expedition, and during this period, a major earthquake occurred in the Ming court. In October of this year, the temperature gradually dropped, and this month was a torment for Emperor Chongzhen. There is news from the Datong general soldier that Jinping has actually entered the barrier. Moreover, they were burned, killed and looted everywhere near Datong town, and even the border towns such as Xiu and Fu town near Datong town were greatly shaken. Without the Great Wall gates as a barrier against the Jinren might advance to the capital through Datong town at any time. Although Datong town is still some distance away from the capital must have no trouble. The incident in Datong town has caused a major earthquake in the Ming court, and this great earthquake also involved the struggle between the Middle East forest and the eunuchs of the Ming court. The eunuch headed by Wei Zongxian immediately shirked the responsibility and poured dirty water on the Donglin faction, and the Donglan faction rebuked the eunuch for corruption and lax border defense. In short, the struggle between the two factions made Emperor Chongzhen's head bigger. Datong town is one of the 9 important border defense towns, and it must not be lost. Therefore, even if the two sides are torn in the court, Yuan Shongwen, who is on the Nina-Yuan line of defense, is still required to lead some of the Nina-Yuan soldiers to help Datong town and cut off the Golden Man's retreat. The Nina-Yuan defense line army is the sharpest and most numerous army among the 9 important border defense towns, so it can only turn to Yuan Shongwen for help. In addition, Emperor Chongzhen ordered Liu Sheng, the general soldier of Dongjiang town, to attack the rear of the Kingdom of Jin to force the army of the Kingdom of Jin to retreat. When the imperial court's order arrived at Liu Sheng's place, it happened to be when Liu Sheng was about to make the northern expedition. This was the first time that Liu Sheng received a substantive decree from Emperor Chongzhen. Well, it seems that this time I really have to do things according to Emperor Chongzhen's orders. It's just that if Emperor Chongzhen knew that Dongjiang town was going to stab the chrysanthemum of the Queen of Gold, and went to fight their country by the way, I don't know how Emperor Chongzhen would feel. Chapter 118 Sacrifice to the Northern Expedition. Boom, boom, boom. The huge drum that is taller than human is shaking the earth, resounding in the outskirts of Xu City. Thousands of people in the city rushed to the outskirts of the city, marching for the army that was about to depart. 17 golden spies were pushed out of the prison by soldiers of the Fuliao army and taken to the school on the outskirts of the city. These golden spies, except for the insane golden old treasurer, all the faces were pale, and they were pushed away like walking dead. Kneel down. The golden spies knelt in a row, facing the northern flag. Under the protection of his guards, Liu Sheng stepped onto the high platform step by step, facing the endless army below. He was full of pride. I don't know when it will start. He already has such a strong army in his hands. Dare to go head into the most powerful in East Asia. The army is out. Everyone, after our northern expedition, I don't want to say anything. All I really want to say is one thing, that is, if you don't break Shengjing, you will not return. Liu Sheng shouted, facing tens of thousands of sharp eyes. Don't break Shengjing's oath. Tens of thousands of soldiers shouted loudly, overwhelmingly, angrily bullfighting. Behead the golden captives and sacrifice the flag with their blood. A sharp cold light fell, and blood splashed. Set off. Long live the Fuliao army, long live Daming. Destroy the golden people. We are waiting for you to return in triumph. The people of Ming Dynasty who were seeing off were also boiling because of the passionate atmosphere. They even had an urge to go to the battlefield in person, and they wanted to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy with a big knife. On the outskirts of Xu City, the 5 brigades of the Fuliao army and several other units divided their forces and marched to the north. The 2nd Brigade of Archduke Karl and the military cavalry battalion marched towards the Daliao area. The main combat mission was to drag the troops of Abana in the Daliao River basin, if possible, to defeat the 8 Banners soldiers in the Daliao River area of the opponent, and head west. Cut off the path of Huangji's return, said Zhu Cheng, who served as Liu Sheng's guard and staff. The 2nd Brigade strengthened its forces before the war. With the addition of the military cavalry battalion, it has about 5,000 troops. The 8 Banners near the Daliao River have tens of thousands of troops. They may also face the returning Huangji. Do you think Duke Karl's what is the chance of winning? Liu Sheng asked Zhu Cheng, riding on a horse. With Duke Karl's ability, the Jinbing near the Daliao River is not his opponent at all. But if the main force of Huangji returns, I am afraid that the number of 5,000 people will definitely not be able to deal with Huangji. Yu Cheng said. Liu Sheng nodded. Archduke Karl was one of the most famous generals besides Napoleon and Wellington during the Napoleon era, but Huangji was also the king of the era. He brought out an army of 50,000. If he was killed from Datong town, then Archduke Karl did not have it. It is possible to defeat Huangji with a mere 5,000 people. Archduke Karl's 2nd Brigade and military cavalry battalion marched towards the Daliao River on the left, with the goal of controlling the Daliao River and then the Liao Tao. On the frontal battlefield, Liu Sheng invested almost all his troops. The 1st Battalion of the 1st Brigade was the vanguard and took the lead in advancing, while the left army was Liu Xingzuo's infantry brigade, and the right army was Chen Jisheng's 4th Infantry Brigade. The remaining 2 infantry battalions of Liu Sheng's 1st Brigade were the Chinese army, and they also carried an artillery brigade as a big killer according to Liu Sheng's idea, just push it all the way to Shengjing. This is pure technology and new style. The crush of the army. The news of the Fu Liao army's dispatch was not intended to conceal Hu Jin at all. The soldiers and generals of the Hu Jin all banners were panicked and could not stay all day long, looking forward to Huang Tuji's return as soon as possible. Otherwise the terrible Fu Liao army was about to attack. The Fu Liao army has just set off from Xu, and the main attack is Aizu city. According to intelligence, there are tens of thousands of them, and dozens or even hundreds of artillery in charge of guarding Zhu. Those who have been guarding Liu Sheng these days are Hu Jin's 2 Bailers, Armin with a blue flag and Yu Chuo with a red flag. The last time they both fought against the Fu Liao army. At that time, if it were not because of Liu Xingzuo's reversal, they might have wiped out Liu Sheng in Xiaohishan. Unfortunately, there is no if. Dozens hundreds of artillery, all the golden generals, who knew how powerful the artillery were, looked at each other. With so many artillery pieces, they were frightened just by listening. You know, even their master had gotten more than a dozen ragged artillery pieces and regarded them as treasures, and the Fu Liao army took out so many artillery pieces in one breath, and they were still used to deal with them. The advance force of the Fu Liao army is their 1st battalion, and it is the most elite infantry battalion of the Fu Liao army, with a number of about 1,500 people and possessing the most advanced firearms of the Fu Liao army. If we can take the lead in defeating the infantry battalion, their striker will be able to frustrate their spirit and strengthen our army. Who can be our striker and destroy their 1st battalion? Armin asked Jialezan, who was under him. The most elite infantry battalion of the Fu Liao army is still an infantry battalion equipped with the most advanced firearms. What kind of concept is this? Can it really be fought? All the Jiali really struggled to ask themselves. Even if their number in each Jiali was not less than the number of the 1st battalion, they really couldn't beat them. Baha, you are our bravest warrior with the blue flag, and your armor is also our bravest with the blue flag. Thousands of Ming troops died in your hands. You can have confidence. Go and defeat the opponent's vanguard. Armin asked the bald-headed 9-foot Iron Tower man. This that the 9-foot Iron Tower man touched his smooth head awkwardly, hesitating. Damn it, even the bravest warrior is persuaded. How to fight this battle? Armin looked at Shuo helplessly. Although Ming munitions are strong, but they lack flexibility. We can fight flexibly with the advantage of cavalry and look for fighters to eliminate them. Baha, you can let go to fight. We set a red flag in the rear to meet you at any time. Shuo took a photo. Pat Baha on the shoulder. I will also send a Jialezan to fight with you and destroy the opponent together. Well, I'll take my 5 cattle records to dry. Baha drove the duck to the shelf and had to accept it. But he didn't dare to pack the votes. His opponent had defeated the Fu Liao army with their blue and red flags. Seeing the hands hanging down and their heads dejected, Aminitz and Shuo were also helpless. After everything was set up, Nuluerzan and Jialezan left the main account, leaving Armin and Shuo behind. The Fu Liao army is coming so fiercely, even our warriors are stunned. This battle can't be fought. Armin sighed. When did our great golden state be so useless? This time is also our chance. As long as we defeat the Fu Liao army this time, our great golden state will have a chance to rejuvenate. Shuo said fanatically. We can hold on here, but I don't know if the inlaid white flag of Daliao River can be held. Dudu is still young and has only recently become Baler. Armin said worriedly. Chapter 119. The Tangled Golden Soldier. Sir, the Golden Man's Ranger is found in the front, and the Golden Man's large army should not immediately descend. The scout of the 1st Battalion saw the shadow of the Golden Cavalry with a telescope in front, and hurried back to report to Taiyang. "I see." Taiyang moved his muscles and bones, and he couldn't ask for it when he met the Golden Man. Under the command of Taiyang, the infantry of the 1st Battalion began to change from a marching army into a battle formation to prevent the 8 Banners cavalry from appearing at any time. The 2 Jialesan who came to block the 1st Battalion of Yang Tai also found the troops of the 1st Battalion and the Fuliao army flag hunting in front. What to do? Our scout found the other side's trail. Should we just pounce on it, or wait for the opportunity? Bahar looked melancholy. In the past, the tactics they used to beat Ming Jun felt very weak in front of the Fuliao infantry with guns and artillery, and even the advantages of the cavalry were difficult to use. In the past, I could still fly kites like the Mongolian cavalry and drag down the Ming army's infantry, but now when I approach the Ming army's infantry, before they have time to release their bows and arrows, the Fuliao army's muskets came over, and it might be artillery. Master Baylor is supervising the battle in the rear. If the 2 of us don't get some results, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to Master Baylor, said a Jialesan sent by Uchuo's Xiang Hongkai. The 2 Jialesan had a total of 10 Yulu troops, which together was about twice that of Yang Tai's 1st Battalion, but they were afraid of the Fuliao army's firearms and did not dare to use them. Kailu, don't you usually say that you are the #1 warrior of our great Golden Kingdom? How about you lead your infantrymen to step forward and destroy the 1st Battalion of the Fuliao army? Bahar scratched his head. Aren't you boasting that you are descendants of grey wolves all day? Why don't you lead your troops to destroy them yourself? Kailu retorted. The 2 Jiali and the mixed troops lingered in front of him, but Yang Tai ignored the existence of the 2,000-man troops, and continued to advance towards Zhu City with the guarded troops. My mother, what are these golden men doing? They are just hovering around the edge of our cannons and don't come to hit us. Are they looking for suitable fighters to attack us? Taiyang, who was eager to try, saw a group of golden men follow them far away from the horizon, but dare not connect close. Can't help but feel depressed. I think the Jinren are afraid of our firearms, so they dare not approach us. We have the 3rd Brigade of General Yuxing's Yuo on the left side of our rear and the 4th Brigade of General Chen Jishing on the right. We are not afraid that they will cut off our back. We just marched towards Zhu City and defeated the golden soldiers who blocked us all the way. A young military staff officer was riding on a war horse, using a brass tube cast monocular to observe the distant gold people force. You see, General Yang, the golden troops they appear in our field of vision are only a small part. It is estimated that there is only an Yilu army to supervise us. Why are there large troops so far away from us? Most of them are afraid of us taking the initiative. They launched a surprise attack. The youth staff said again. Tanmeng, when did your kid become so conceited? He is more confident than Lozi, and he deserves to be the military staff officer of our 1st Battalion. Ha ha. Taiyang smiled. Tanmeng was the first batch of military staff officers quickly trained by the armist Jiang Yutang. Moreover, before entering the army lecture hall, Tanmeng had fought with Yang Tai several times under Yang Tai in Dongjiang town. She was brave and intent. Only then was Yang Tai recommended to the army lecture hall for further study. After further studies, Tanmeng was sent back to the 1st Battalion by Liu Sheng to serve as a military staff officer. This time he joined the army to assist the reckless fellow Yang Tai. It's just a matter of fact. But we still have to be on guard at all times. The front is close to Zhu City, which is a relatively vast plain. Their cavalry advantage can be used. If I were them, if I had to attack, I would definitely choose to attack there. Tanmeng said. HMPH. I still begged them to attack us, otherwise our striker would scare them away, and this battle would be meaningless, said Mrs. Yang. Zhu City was selected in a plain area with more fertile land. After getting close to Zhu City, the 1st Battalion entered the plain area and its vision became wider. Such a terrain is a very beneficial thing for flexible cavalry. Yang Tai's 1st Battalion was well equipped, and it began to curl up after entering the flat terrain, and the marching speed was also reduced by half. Bahar, We won't have a chance if we don't attack again. If we let them arrive at Zoo City, Lord Baylor will hold it down. Neither you nor I can afford it. Chilu Yaoyao looked at the 1st Battalion marching towards Zoo City, frowning. Kailu, why don't we gather our cavalry and attack the Real Liao army together? What do you think? The musketeers of the Real Liao army often line up in a row. The front firepower is very fierce, but their rear and flanks are extremely weak. One of us attracted the vitality of the Ming army on the front line, and the other took all the cavalry around the front of the Fu Liao army and attacked the Fu Liao army from the side and the rear. Baha thought for a while. Suddenly it was so good idea. You go to attract the firepower of the opponent, and leave the cavalry to me. Kailu patted his chest. I will definitely tear the formation of the Ming army from the rear. Bahaldan had a black face. Originally, he wanted to say that Chilu would attract the opponent's firepower, and then he treated others to attack the Fu Liao army from the rear. He didn't expect that Chilu would be the first. Okay, if you die by yourself, you have to swallow it with tears in your eyes. Baha had no choice but to accept. My 2 Nilu cavalry will be handed over to you. Those are our main cavalry with blue flags. Don't light up Lao Tzu. I have a half Nilu cavalry. Together we have 1,000 cavalry, enough to copy the back of the Fu Liao army. In exchange, my 3 half Nilu infantry and archers will be handed over to you. Chilu said to Baha. The 2 Jin generals who had made the offensive plan recalled a Nilu in the front to monitor the 1st Battalion, and divided the forces of the 2 Jiala and 10 Nilu into infantry and cavalry. The infantry unit was under the leadership of Baha. Starting to march towards the 1st Battalion, the cavalry unit quietly bypassed the side under the leadership of Chilu, preparing to attack the 1st Battalion at a critical moment. Woo! The hoarse sound of the desolate cow horn echoed on the plain, and a thick line of defense was formed by shields, guarding the infantry and archers behind, and actively launched an offensive to the 1st Battalion. If you don't attack the 1st Battalion, the 1st Battalion will be brought down. Mabalazi, it's finally here, let them see the firepower of our 1st Battalion. Mrs. Yang saw the blue and red flags of the Golden Men appearing on the horizon, and was not afraid to rejoice. Chapter 120 Hollow Square Array. Kill. Those who break through the Fu Liao army's defense line will reward you with 100 taels of silver. Baha personally took command of the Chinese army and commanded the mixed Bostons force to launch a deadly assault on Yang Tai's 1st Battalion. Under the pressure of the musket, he really couldn't come up with any suitable tactics, and could only find ways to break through the Fu Liao army's defense line as soon as possible. Another thing that can reduce losses is to spread the troops a little bit, and don't gather together and become a living target of the Fu Liao army. Fight according to the first set of combat plans. Yang Tai looked at Jin Bing, who was starting to charge with excitement. General Yang, something is wrong. Look at their offensive troops, but they lack cavalry. Tan Meng immediately noticed that Jin Bing was wrong. At this time, we should fight in accordance with the 3rd set of combat plans. The blood-sprayed Mrs. Yang listened to Tan Meng's words and took a closer look. Indeed, what Tan Meng had said was that the Golden Troops, who had always had cavalry units waiting for the opportunity, unexpectedly lacked cavalry to help out this time, which revealed some weirdness. Okay, we will form a phalanx in accordance with the 3rd set of combat plans. Tai Yang gave an order. The commanders of several battalions who received the order quickly deployed defenses in accordance with the operational plan of the daily exercise. The 2 sides of the long line of soldiers that originally formed a platoon retreated backward and quickly formed a new army formation. This army formation is no longer a straight line, but a rectangular hollow square. On each side, there are 3 dense musketeers columns. At the center of the hollow square are the battalion commanders, civilians, and officers of the 1st Battalion. The battalion belongs to the artillery team. The hollow square is because the center of the square is not crowded. The artillery of the artillery team bombarded me with their infantry formation. Tai Yang called the person in charge of the artillery team and said fiercely, "Yes." The 12 artillery pieces arranged in the center of the hollow phalanx were pushed to the direction where Baha and the others rushed, shelling. As Baha and the others approached, the most advanced artillery of the 12 Fuliao army roared first, and the earth trembled. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark. The white smoke was scattered, and a terrifying shell made a stern trajectory in the air, and fell into the charge of the golden troops. These latest artillery have a range of 1 mile to 2 miles, directly bombarding the densest part of the golden soldiers. Boom! A grenade burst on the ground, more than a dozen pieces of iron splashed, killing several nearby golden soldiers on the spot. The shrapnel was extremely lethal, and brought out the intestines of the golden soldiers' bloody forest. A grenade fell not far from Bahar, who was hiding in the crowd. His cheek was hit by a foreign body and it hurts fiercely. At that moment, Bahar thought he had been hit by the Fuliao army's artillery, and then he recovered and realized that it was just the mud splashed up when the shell burst. The deterrent power of artillery is far greater than the damage it causes, and thousands of charge infantry camps are all in one stop. Jialauzen, the Fuliao army's artillery fire is too fierce. The brothers are beginning to be afraid, they dare not rush forward. The Nula who supervised the war complained to Bahar one after another. Those who retreat die, and those who don't rush forward must die too. Bahar's ears were slightly tinnitus from the loud noise of the artillery, and he roared hoarsely, "For the sake of Ardakin's national destiny, this battle is not a victory." No, everyone gave me calm. No shots without my order. The side of the hollow square facing Bahar is a line of musketeers. Some of them have participated in the previous battles with the golden soldiers, and some of them are new recruits, but after many trainings, they did not participate in the cruelty. Fighting. In this direction, the most elite brigade in the 1st Battalion is responsible for the defense. The commander of the brigade also has various squadrons and squads commanding each column and each section of the musketeers, so that orders are prohibited. The artillery bombarded 3 or 4 rounds within the firing range, defeating a part of the attacking golden infantry line, and the remaining golden infantrymen were still advancing under the supervision of the Nulas with artillery fire. "Sir, the enemy is less than 50 meters away. Don't we still shoot?" A recruit who was close to the captain of the war supervising team called out anxiously while aiming at the golden soldier who was getting clearer and clearer. "Ranctious, do as you do on weekdays, and you will be fine." The supervising team leader raised the flag, ready. The 1st and 2nd platoons of the golden soldiers came from infantry with shields. If they were shooting too far, the power of the musket would be a waste of bullets at this time, so they had to wait until the distance between the two sides was close before firing. "Prepare, shoot." The war supervising officer on the defensive line ordered. Rows of muskets emitted white smoke, filled the entire battlefield, and shot the golden infantry who rushed out panting. "Change teams, reload." The musketeers in the first row finished shooting, and the musketeers from behind stepped forward and fired continuously. When the golden soldier came under pressure, the recruits who were on the battlefield for the first time were still a little nervous, but as the first shot was fired, the tension in the minds of these recruits disappeared, and their bodies responded mechanically according to the usual practice. Moreover, the gunpowder on the battlefield obscured the sight of the musketeers. If they can't see the enemy clearly, they don't need to be nervous, they just need to keep loading and shooting. The artillery aimed at the enemy's flag and tried to knock out their commander. Mrs. Yang saw that the frontal line of defense had already engaged the enemy, which meant that almost all of the enemy's infantry had entered the range covered by the artillery, and his artillery would shoot wherever he wanted. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, the speed of the golden infantry who charged in the front dropped sharply and overlapped with the infantry behind, which increased the lethality of the artillery several times. Kill. Bahar, whose face was covered with blood, showed a bloody side and fell into a gambler-like madness. He even attacked the Fuliao army's defense line with a musket and his own soldiers. A bullet ran across Bahar's shoulder and wiped out a blood stain. But the crazy Bahar didn't notice. He still stepped on his companion's body without hesitation, brandishing a broadsword and slashing at the Fuliao army sergeant who had bayonet in the front row. Bahar won the opportunity for us to defeat the Fuliao army today, everyone, for the glory of the great Golden Kingdom. Follow me." Chilu appeared behind the 1st Battalion with 3.5 Nilu cavalry. They trot first and then quickly turned into jogging. Kill. With shouts everywhere, this 1,000-man cavalry squad rushed forward with horses and whips. Now the firepower of the Fuliao army is attracted by the infantry led by Bahar. As soon as the cavalry led by him appears behind the Fuliao army and a wave of arrows falls, the Fuliao army will definitely be in chaos. Bahar held a horn bow and clamped the horse's belly with his feet. He thought so. However, when he saw the changed formation of the 1st Battalion, he looked dumbfounded. 3 rows of tight muskets were aimed at them, waiting for them to be delivered to the door. Chapter 121. Impossible. Kyla's heart collapsed in front of the cavalry under his leadership. The hollow muzzle of the tight musket line aimed at them. But they have already launched a charge, and the arrow has to be sent. Prepare, shoot. The infantry officer in charge of the rear line with a sabre. The fire spattered, bang, bang, bang. The musketeers in the front row opened fire together, and the violent bullets fell into the cavalry charge formation. No, the 8 banners cavalry who was shot screamed out at time, so they dropped their horses. One of the horses fell down, and the 8 banners cavalry who charged forward in a round shot down unexpectedly lost a small layer. The second batch of 8 banners cavalry, nearly 10 meters away, bypassed the landing 8 banners soldiers and the horses that had lost their masters, and the neat assault formation was in chaos. The whole army charge. We will win if we kill it. It is undoubtedly a foolish act for the light cavalry to initiate a frontal charge against the phalanx of infantry, but it was discovered that the two sides were already at war. If the cavalry loses speed, they are the sheep to be slaughtered, so they can only fight desperately at this time. As long as you break through the seemingly unthick musket line, private, you may be able to reverse the battle. Shoot. The infantry officer who commanded the sniping of the 8 banners cavalry looked at the coming 8 banners cavalry with indifferent expression, and the command headquarters carried out continuous shooting in an orderly manner. Kyla replaced the ox horn bow with a sabre, brandishing a dazzling cold light, and using the most primitive method to assault the formation of the Fuliao army. By his side, his companions were repeatedly shot and fell horses, and then disrupted the formation of the surrounding cavalry, and the splashing blood also made the blood of Chilu and the 8 banners cavalry beasts boil, and they shouted to cheer for themselves. In their pupils, the appearance of the Fuliao army and the guns became clearer and clearer. When they could see the faces of the Fuliao army soldiers, it was time to break the Fuliao army. Bayonet array. Seeing that some of the cavalry were approaching and the muskets were too late to fire, the infantry officer commanded the first 2 rows of musketeers to insert bayonets, raised the bright bayonet high, and aimed them at the 8 banners cavalry who was about to attack. 200 or 300 cold bayonets stretched out neatly, like an iron hedgehog. The bayonet made of the best steel by the Fuliao army was sharp and sharp, reflecting the dazzling sunlight, making the eyes of many of the 8 banners cavalry assaulting. When the galloping horse saw the sharp and bright bayonet, there was fear in his eyes, first slowed down, and then automatically avoided the bayonet to the sides. The evading horses completely destroyed the formation of the 8 banners cavalry charge. It was originally a cone-shaped assault formation, but now it is divided into 2 branches, avoiding it on both sides. Asshole! Kylo roared inwardly. Even a trained war horse, encountering such a strong iron hedgehog formation, out of nature, will instinctively avoid it. Seeing the 8 banners cavalry slowing down and being split like a wave passively, a cold smile appeared at the corner of the infantry officer's mouth. The hollow hedgehog formation is not just that simple. When the 2 intensive bayonet formations in the front stopped the cavalry, the 3rd row of musketeers was loaded, and they were constantly looking for gaps to shoot the 8 banners cavalry that were in contact with the bayonet formation from inside the square. The frontal 8 banners cavalry was completely brutally defeated by Waterloo. The feared horses lost their speed and broke into the formation. They were also shot by the muskets inside the phalanx, and the knights and horses continued to die. The 8 banners cavalry who evaded from both sides wanted to reverse their direction and retreat to the rear. However, They didn't know that the hollow hedgehog array was a matrix, with line musketeers on all sides, and the cavalry that was hit on both sides encountered the musketeers on both sides. Attack. Originally, only one front-line soldier fired at the front Hujin infantry, but now the matrix is full of firepower. Looking down from above, the fire from 4 directions is shining, and the smoke is filled, and the center of the matrix, the fire is the most dazzling. 12 cannons fired at the center of the matrix, trying to defeat the golden infantry with strong firepower. The post-golden cavalry is completely passive. It is only a matter of time before we are defeated by us. Hey, using the light cavalry frontally to attack the infantry phalanx is really shortcomings and avoiding strong points, let alone the musketeers. It is just a matter of giving us a team of long pikemen. Eat fruit. Military Staff Officer Tenmeng observed the situation on the on-sided back and on both sides. At this time, it is equivalent to the 3-sided musket line of the gold cavalry, which is not enough to fight. The Hujin infantry in front is quite fierce, and we are about to break through our defense line. Let the reserve team go forward to reinforce and fight the Hujin infantry back for me. Yang Tai was worried about the musketeers on the front line instead. After all, there are too many Hujin soldiers who are directly impacting, and they are more threatening than cavalry. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Retreat. Seeing that the knights around him died one by one, and the cavalry troops were unable to break through the bayonet formation for a long time, Chiller's brain was finally unable to bear it, and he was frightened. Withdraw. After the casualties of the 8 Banners cavalry reached 30%, their mental state was on the verge of collapse. When Chilu gave the order, the 8 Banners cavalry finally turned their heads in despair and fled for their lives regardless of the formation. The avalanche of the 8 Banners cavalry collapsed, and it was regarded as selling his infantry teammates. The musketeers who lost the enemy's back row and sides did not intend to chase the defeated 8 Banners cavalry, because they simply couldn't catch up. Under the command of the officers, these 3-sided musketeers began to change their formations, divided into 2 teams, stretching out from both sides of the front row, and attacking the rear gold infantry who had hit the hollow formation on 3 sides. Bahar risked his life holding a broadsword, and the musketeers in the front row put together the bayonet. Facing the tricky bayonet, Bahar was still a bit uncomfortable and always felt particularly awkward. The length of the bayonet is long, and it has the first opportunity everywhere. Unless you have been specially trained to deal with the bayonet, you are really embarrassed. He led the infantry in a bloody battle. He had hoped to penetrate the formation of the Fu Liao army, but there was a group of new troops in the hollow formation to reinforce the front battlefield, and to make up for the gap in the hollow formation. What is even more desperate is that the 2 sides of the frontal Fu Liao army's defense line do not know when the 2 musketeers will be highlighted. At this time, the Jin infantry is facing the shooting of line musketeers from 3 aspects. The gunpowder smoke was everywhere, loud gunfire accompanied by the piercing roar of shells. The Hujin infantry exposed on both sides fell into the sea of blood one after another. Our Dakin's fine cavalry. Bahar felt desperate. His face was full of blood. However, the agreed cavalry did not penetrate the Liao army from behind. It was their infantry who was struggling with their lives in the lone army fight. Bang! A gunshot sounded in Bahar's ear. His eyes protruded and his pupils became pale and godless. It seems to have hit a high official. This time I should be able to be promoted to a small captain. On the right side of Bahar, a musketeer muttered to himself while lowering his head while reloading ammunition skillfully. Chapter 122, Soljulnha State Guard. On the rugged plain, there was still unburned flames burning, and the black smoke rose and dispersed in the air. There are broken bodies, armors and battle flags everywhere, and blood nourishes the grass here. Tai Yang leapt out on a war horse and circled around the hundreds of golden soldiers who had been captured. These hundreds of golden soldiers had grey heads and dirt, with dried blood on their faces. They were gathered together dejectedly, holding their heads and squatting, awaiting the trial of the Fu Liao army. And their usual arrogant general has turned into a cold corpse. Which one of you is the one with the red flag? And who is the one with the blue flag? Tai Yang used his riding whip to point at the several Hujin leaders who were identified. These people are all Nulzan in the 8 banners of the Golden Man, which is a big gain. But Mrs. Yang is obviously not satisfied with his results. In the future, Mrs. Yang dismissed Jin's current tattered equipment. What he hopes to get is to capture the opponent's Jialerzen and even Baler-level high-ranking officials. Junai, we are inlaid with blue-red flags. Several Nul replied in a rush, say one by one. Mrs. Yang was big for a while. After these captured Nulus really explained it, Yang Tai fully understood that the opponent he faced was a Giala with a red flag and a blue flag, with a total of 10 Nulus troops. Since you are the forces of 2 Giala, how about your Giala? Mrs. Yang always feels that she just caught some small fish and shrimps, which is not enough. If you let me know that they are hiding in you among these prisoners, I immediately buried you alive. Our blue flag Giala is really called Bahar. He is indeed among us. But the blue flag Nulu pointed to a corpse on the ground. There was a hole in the forehead of this cold corpse, and it was indeed dead and could not die again. When Mrs. Yang saw the dead Bahar, she couldn't help being disappointed. There is also a red flag inlaid Jialerzen. Soldier, our Jili really ran away with the cavalry. Come here, send all these prisoners back to Xu and let them serve for at least 10 years. Yang Tai said angrily. The Luo Sheng, Liu Xing's Yuo, Chen Jixing and other troops who were supporting Yang Tai in the rear soon learned of Yang Tai's victory, and their confidence increased. This sudden battle surprised both sides. Tai Yang's troops lost more than 300 people. The loss was not small, but the soldiers who fought against Yang Tai were directly defeated by 2 Jiala's troops, and they were killed. The soldiers may be twice as large as Mrs. Yang, and Mrs. Yang had captured hundreds of prisoners. Only Kailu fleeing back to Zhu City with more than 1,000 remnants. Yang Tai has fought well in this battle, and after several more battles, she will be able to stand alone in the future. Luo Sheng said with great satisfaction when she received Tai Yang's briefing. But next time I ask him not to bring the corpse to claim credit. It's really bad luck if it's Huang Tji. It would be nice to say, you said that he asked him to bring something that I don't know. What? Luo Sheng looked at the corpse of Bahar who was being dragged over on the ground with a black line on his face. The Golden Man will definitely be frightened after this battle, and most likely will shrink in Zhu City. Yu Cheng said from the side. If I were them, Zhu City would have to defend it, but I would definitely not defend it. On the contrary, I would send 1 or 2 Kinkai to cut off our food path from behind, so that we would be in a dilemma. Luo Sheng shook his head. Let the 3rd and 4th brigades on the left and right guard the fortresses everywhere to ensure that the food road is unblocked, and at the same time guard against the 8 banners cavalry, and report their tracks as soon as they find them. The current situation of the Fuliao army is very good. It is not eager to fight, but divides its troops along the food road and guards in important fortresses and villages to ensure that there is no worries. The 2 Zhu City, Bellarmine and Zhuo, faced the aggressive Fuliao army, and they had nothing to do. They had no choice but to follow Luo Sheng's guess, forming 4 Nilu cavalry units and dispatching them to lurch outside the city, ready to harass Luo Sheng's grain road at the right time. Their cavalry units are not many, and the formation of 4 Nilu cavalry units is already the limit. In the Little Ice Age, food was so tense that it was difficult for people to live, and the horses that ate more than people were wasting food. There are also dozens of Nilu troops in Zhu City, with tens of thousands of people, but in fact, tens of thousands of people guarding a fairly large city can only be said to be barely enough. Appeared. It is the flag of the Fuliao army. The golden soldier on the head of the Zhu city wall saw the flag of the Fuliao army rising on the horizon and yelled nervously. When almost all the defenders heard of the arrival of the Fuliao army, they suddenly no longer felt sleepy and climbed up the city wall to look at the legendary Fuliao army. On the horizon, rows of black, well-dressed Fuliao army marched towards Zhu city with muskets. They are neatly formed, with fierce murderous aura. It is the first barracks that has just defeated 2 Jiala troops. Look, Kailu, This should be the first battalion of the Fuliao army that defeated your Jiala. You claimed to be the first warrior of the Great Golden Kingdom, but you were beaten by them. It really lost the face of our Great Golden Kingdom. On the city wall, a red flag armored Zenzen laughed at the same red flag armored Chilupan. When you experience the power of their firearms, you won't say such stupid things again. Chilu didn't have any guilt. He took his failure for granted. Even if the Great Golden Family Genghis Khan came in person, most of it ended up like this. We have such a strong city wall as a refuge, and we are still afraid that they will not succeed in the Liao army. Every time we fail, we attack, so that they have the opportunity to take advantage of it. But now we are the defender, and there are reinforcements from the royal capital in the rear. Just let their Liao army hit their heads. Ha ha. Tuan laughed loudly. Idiot. Kailu watched worriedly as more and more Fuliao army troops gathered under Zhu city. As the main generals, Armin and Zhuo are still more worried than their subordinates. Oh, it would be great if we also had the artillery of the Fuliao army in the Great Golden State. A row of artillery was laid out and told them how to attack the city. Armin saw that there were more and more Fuliao troops, but he was helpless. With a bow and arrow, not enough range. Out of town attack. The Fuliao army's musket line lined up waiting for itself. What you said reminded me that there are still 2 general cannons cast by the Ming army in the arsenal in Zhu city. Zhuo slapped his head and said, the general artillery of the Ming army are corrupt from top to bottom, and the quality of the artillery is extremely poor. It can't be compared with the advanced artillery of the Fuliao army, but it is better than nothing, Armin said helplessly. At this moment, he really wanted to be envious of the Liao army, if he also had many advanced artillery. Chapter 123 Nuzhuang Station Offensive. It would be great if we had the firearms of the Fuliao army. Dudu, the owner of the inlaid white flag at Xining Fort in the Daliao River, couldn't help but sigh when he received the battle report from the front. The Daliao River is connected to Zuwai in the east, Ninian defense line in the west, and Liuhitao in the north, which are very important to the Hujin. If the Daliao area is occupied by the Ming army or the Fuliao army, the Ming army on the Ningyuan defense line can border the Fuliao army in southern Lining, posing an unprecedented threat to Hujin. Therefore, the troops of at least one banner have been stationed here, and Xining Fort is an important fortress controlling the Daliao River basin. The Xiangbai banner used this place as a stronghold to occupy the Ming army in the west and the Liao army in the south. During the northern expedition of the Fuliao army, the 2nd Infantry Brigade and cavalry battalions of the Fuliao army attacked the Daliao River basin. Fort Xining was on the west side of the Daliao River, and Dudu sent 2 Jialas and troops to garrison at Nuzhuangyai on the east side of the Daliao River to prevent the Ming army from crossing the river. However, before long, Dudu received a letter of help from the defenders of Nuzhuang Station. In the letter of request, the situation at Nuzhuang Station was in a precarious position, and it might be lost at any time. To Jiala's people, there are about 3,000 people, and the other party is only about 5,000. We are on the defensive, and the situation will be corrupted in just 1 or 2 days. Dudu was a little unbelievable. He thought that the 2 Jili troops could hold the 2nd Infantry Brigade of the Fuliao army, and when the opponent was tired, he would set off from Xining Fort to attack the opponent's tired division. But it is obvious that he seriously underestimated the combat power of the Fuliao army, or the powerful command ability of the opposing commander. Master Bell, are we going to send troops to help Nuzhuangyai? If Nuzhuangyai falls, the Fuliao army may cross the Daliao River to attack our Xining Fort at any time, said one of Dudu's Jialazan. Dudu paced sadly. He also didn't know if he relied on the strong defense of Xining Bao, or relied on the natural dangers of Daliao to defend. I personally brought a Jiala force to reinforce Nuzhuangyai, and I sent someone to Shengjing to report on our current situation and request reinforcements. Dudu thought for a while, and finally made a difficult decision. Master Bell is absolutely not allowed to be in danger. The Fuliao army is strong, and it won't be healed in case of an accident. Just let me take my Gila to the reinforcements, Ajili said anxiously. Dudu raised his hand to stop Jili and really persuaded, I am the owner of the white flag. It is my duty to rescue the besieged subordinates. Don't say anything. The situation in Nuzwangi in desperation was much more erosive than the description in the letter for help. Boom! A grenade exploded on the side of the village, right in the middle of a thatched hut, with bricks and thatch splashing all over. The golden man hiding near the hut was hit by the splashing masonry and fainted unexpectedly. Boom! 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 Artillery roared in and out of the village, and the rudimentary fortifications of Nuzwangi continued to collapse under the blow of artillery. Simple stone walls and brick walls collapsed due to the bombardment of artillery, and wooden fences were easily blown to pieces. The fortifications usually arranged by these golden men were used to deal with the common cold weapons and crudely crafted simple firearms such as the bows and arrows of the Ming army, but they were quickly destroyed when they encountered the artillery of the Fuliao army. The golden soldiers who were trapped in Nuzwang Station shrank in the Nuzwang Station. Soldiers were constantly killed because of artillery shots in the process of destroying the fortifications. My lord, our front fortifications were almost destroyed by the Fuliao army. The brethren suffered heavy casualties. This battle was not caused by humans at all. The Jin soldiers guarding the front line of Nuzwang post were brought back with a grimace. Report to Jilarzan in the center of Nuzwang Station. I have also seen the artillery fire of the Ming army, but if we don't stand in front, their infantry will rush up, and then we will be wiped out. Please bear with me and wait until their shells are finished. It should be all right. Julie could only say nothing. Most of the battles they fought before were mostly cold weapons, mixed with low-powered firearms. They didn't know how to dig trenches and fall down in craters to avoid shells. Many of the golden soldiers hit by artillery were even standing by. Hit. Grand Duke Karl looked with satisfaction at the fortifications that were constantly collapsing under the artillery fire. He commanded more than 20 artillery pieces of the 2nd Infantry Brigade to adjust the shooting targets and destroy the important military targets of Nuzwangi one by one. At the rear, a convoy from Gza continuously delivered ammunition supplies. In order to start this war, the smelter in Gza city was fully fired and produced a large number of shells. Archduke Karl didn't feel bad about these ammunition, but confidently and boldly dumped the shells on the important military targets in Nuzwang Post. The 1st Battalion prepares. Their left-wing fortifications have basically been emptied. When the next round of artillery fires, the 1st Battalion took the opportunity to rush up and seize the village on the left. Grand Duke Karl stood on the high ground to observe the overall situation. Keenly aware of the fighter, fire the cannon and cover the infantry charge. The artillery battalion received the order of Karl's Grand Command and adjusted the artillery to the left side of Nuzwangi. Boom. 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 More than 20 artillery fired on the left side of Nuzwangi in batches. One artillery fell, or solid bullets smashed heavily, or shotguns exploded in the surrounding area, causing Nuzwangi on the left to vibrate and the mud to fly. The golden soldier guarding the left side of Nuzwang Post reflexively hid behind the house and stone wall, not wanting to be a ghost under the artillery. However, they did not notice that the shelling this time was different from before. The previous artillery bombardment was to clean the fortifications, but this time the bombardment was to cover the infantry attack. With the help of artillery cover, thousands of heavily armed infantry battalions began to charge towards the left side of the golden soldier position under the leadership of Battalion Commander Chaudhry. The Fuliao army is here to kill. Come forward to fight. A Jinbing officer spotted the Fuliao army rushing with a musket, and urged his soldiers to enter the defense position in horror. Boom! Another shell fell nearby, causing the soldiers around to ring in their ears. The artillery of the Fuliao army is too fierce, and they are going to die. Jinbing hid behind the brick wall, trying to obey the Jinbing officer's order and step forward to the defense line to prevent the Fuliao army from approaching. However, Their thighs could bear it. I couldn't help but tremble and couldn't take a step. There is a brick wall blocking it. Although I don't know if it is useful, it is a kind of psychological comfort. At this time, if you go out and be hit by the Fuliao army's artillery, you will be finished. When the Fuliao army rushes up, we will all die here. Charge up with me to block the Fuliao army. We still have a way to survive. The Jinren officer shouted with a knife, and he wanted to rush up by example. But when he wanted to take the first step, he desperately found that his thighs were shaking uncontrollably and out of control. Chapter 124 Dragon Cavalry in South Leaning. The front is the Daliao River. After crossing the Daliao River, Nuzhuangyi is not far away. There is surrounded by the Fuliao army. We may encounter the Fuliao army at any time. You must be careful. Dudu personally took it with him. 5 Nielu troops supported Nuzhuangyi. Master Bell. The frontline report. Nuzhuangyi fell on the left wing, and the 2 Nielus defending the left wing really died and the other injured. Now Jilai is really organizing troops to regain the left wing village. Dudu and others had time to cross the river in the future, and there was another bad news ahead. Strictly order them to guard Nuzhuang station. Reinforcements are on the way. As long as we arrive, we will be able to unlock the Nuzhuang station. Dudu hurriedly ordered. This battle was fought too evil, and Nuzhuangyi was almost unable to hold it for so long after it had been fought. In the past, they fought with the Ming army and defended with about 10 Nielu troops. The Ming army had to gnaw at least for a month. Report. The flag of the Fuliao army was found at the ferry on the other side, and they have a small team to seize the ferry. Another bad news came. Dudu took the troops to the west bank of the Daliao River, and when he looked from a distance, he could vaguely see the shadow of the Fuliao army flag on the opposite side. Immediately collect the surrounding ships, and be sure to clear the passage to Nuzhuang post. Dudu was a little annoyed. At this time the ferry was broken, and Dudu felt that he was completely calculated by the Fuliao army. Near the Daliao River, there are still many boats and fishing boats going to and fro on both sides of the river. At this time, Dudu led the Jinmen to search, and there was a lot of trouble on the west bank. Master, this is the fishing boat our family relies on. How can we live without it? A fisherman hugged the thigh of the golden soldier who towed his fishing boat in grief and indignation, cried with tears. It's your uncle, I'm giving you face when I requisition your broken boat. Believe me or not, I'll kill you. The golden soldier kicked the fisherman over with 1 foot, and then drove the fishing boat out with the pole of the boat. The nearby villages with boats can be regarded as victims. Almost no boats are spared, and many villagers were killed in the conflict. Master Bell, we have collected more than 20 small boats, and we should be able to seize the opposite ferry. As long as we go back and forth a few more times, we can transport everyone there. Gnoul, who is in charge of collecting the boats, said, hurry up. Nuzhuangyi probably won't be able to hold it anymore. Dudu urged. Since the fastest ferry was seized by a team of the Fuliao army, the first thing that mattered at this time was to snatch the opposite ferry back. Dudu arranged for a soldier from Nulu to board the ship first and head to the beach to land. Fortunately, it was late autumn and winter, not the flood season of the Daliao River. Even the golden soldiers who were not familiar with the navy could easily penetrate the defense of the opposite ferry with their numbers. The Fuliao army at the opposite ferry can only see dozens of people from a distance. It is an idiotic dream to defend the broad river bank. Dare to look down upon me with the white flag. The red flag and the blue flag have been defeated by you, but our white flag will never be defeated by you. Dudu looked at a Nielu fleet on the expedition, waiting to destroy the other side. The restoring Liao army can rush to help Nuzhuangyi, and the defenders of Nuzhuangyi will attack the restoring Liao army inside and outside, so they have to retreat. Da the moist ground on the bank of the river trembled slightly. Jinbing on the west bank of the Daliao River found smoke and dust rising behind him. Dudu looked behind, and on the wild horizon, a cavalry unit was galloping, and this smoke and dust was aroused by this cavalry unit. Don't you let them guard signing fort. Why did they take out our last hole cards with the white flag? Dudu frowned when he saw the cavalry troops coming for reinforcements. Master Bell, It doesn't seem to be our cavalry. Look, it's the flag of the Fu Liao army. The scout with better eyes realized that the cavalry that suddenly appeared in the rear turned out to be the cavalry unit of the Fu Liao army. When did they get around behind us? No, we were caught. Hurry up. Get ready to fight. Dudu was frightened. Fools, you pikemen, move forward, their cavalry is about to kill. Hurry up, it's a fool to panic. Jinbing adjusted his formation in panic, shouting endlessly. Among the 5 Nulas that Dudu was carrying, 1 Nulu was punting on the river, and 4 Nulu was crowded on the riverbank, in chaos. A Nulu on the river did not know whether to continue to attack the ferry on the opposite bank or return to the west bank to support the attacked large forces. The 4 Nulu on the river bank are even more chaotic. They put all their attention on the other side, and have no defense behind them. It was true that the cavalry of the Fu Liao army suddenly appeared behind them. This group of golden soldiers did not have any formation at all. Some Nulu soldiers concentrated near their Nulu forehead, which is considered good. Calm down for me. The opponent is just a cavalry. The long-distance attack is the end of the crossbow, and it is vulnerable. At this time, we have to fight to the death. Dudu quickly suppressed the panic of his subordinates. If the soldiers led by ordinary Jiaozhen at this time, the golden soldiers may have collapsed. But Dudu was one of the most powerful balers in Hujin, and his calmness and sitting calmed down the surrounding officers and soldiers a bit. Indeed, unless it is a very good Mongolian horse, the Fu Liao army cavalry will go deep into the enemy's territory and will not be able to rush all the way. The real cavalry charges are relatively short distances. But now the Fu Liao army cavalry is already charging at full force when they appear, and they will definitely be exhausted when they are in front of them. The pikemen, burgunmen, and archers who were pushed to the front swallowed nervously. They will become the first batch of cannon fodder to face the Fu Liao army cavalry. However, beyond the expectation of all Jinbing and Dudu, the speed of the coming Fu Liao cavalry slowed down. Look, they are already exhausted. It seems that the cavalry commander on the opposite side does not have much experience in long-distance raids, and suddenly ran out of horsepower. Without speed, the cavalry has no threat. Dudu saw that the Fu Liao army cavalry did not take advantage of it. Chaos was like a sharp knife stabbing at his own troops, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dismount and form. The Fu Liao army officer who led this cavalry took the lead in turning over and dismounting. All the knights who followed the cavalry officers also stepped down. These knights did not raise their cold sabers. On the contrary, they took off the muskets behind them, forming a line of musket formations, fan-shaped surrounding the golden soldiers on the riverbank, like catching turtles in a urn. The Fu Liao army officer raised the brim of his hat, revealing the scar on his forehead. Sun Sheng, commander of the cavalry battalion belonging to the Fu Liao army, led the Leonin dragoons to ask the 8 banners of elite soldiers for advice today. Chapter 126. Blood flows in the Great Liao River. Master Bell, we are surrounded by the Fu Liao army. What should we do now? The frightened Jinbing Nulu asked his leader Dudu. Don't panic. Dudu Qiang held back his trembling body, and he secretly warned himself that he must not fall down at this time. He is the backbone of this besieged unit. If he can't hold it anymore, then it's completely over. There is an old saying among the Han people, call lead the strong man breaks his wrist. Your Nulu is responsible for dragging the enemies on the front and the left side. The other 3 Nulus follow me to hit the troops and break out to the right. Dudu said, doesn't this make us Nulu sacrifice? Gnul, who was arranged to cover the main force, was really anxious. For the sake of our nation's national fortune, you should be prepared to sacrifice. Dudu said coldly. Bang bang bang. The rapid drum beat sounded, and the dismounted dragoons approached the golden soldiers in the encirclement neatly with their muskets. This dragoon is an elite infantry trained by Liu Sheng. With the mobility of the horse, it can quickly reach the battlefield and calmly carry out roundabout operations behind the enemy. Stop. As the drum beat gradually disappeared, Jinbing had entered the shooting range of the dragoons. Kill out. Seeing that the Fu Liao army was getting closer and closer, It was the Jinbing who was the first to attack. Anyalu 300 men who acted as cannon fodder split into two groups. Under Duda's urging, they desperately charged towards the surrounding Ming army. They didn't even have time to adjust their formation. Fire! The dragoons on the front and the left fired together, dazzling flames spurted from the muzzle, and disappeared in a flash. A golden soldier wielding a big knife felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body fell to the ground unwillingly. The Jinbing who followed him avoided his dead companion with a panic face, and stepped over. They don't know when they will be killed by a stray bullet that will fly over, so they can only silently ask the shaman for blessing from the bottom of their hearts. It's your turn to Nulu. Dudu urged another Nulus force to attack the right wing of the breakout, and he himself, with two Nulus forces, followed behind this Nulu. The direction for the Jinren to break through is the right wing, and the reserve team follows me to stop them. Sun Sheng drew his saber and returned to his horse. Yes, Sun Sheng's reserve team with about 100 people mounted one after another, heading to the right wing where the Jinbing was the densest. This is the terrible thing about dragoons. They can quickly reach all corners of the battlefield on horseback. Even though the dragoon battalion did not carry heavy weapons such as artillery, only the smoke from the guns had broken the west bank of the Daliao River. Each of the golden soldiers was shot dead in the process of breaking through the encirclement, especially Anula who acted as cannon fodder. When they rushed in front of the Fuliao army, nearly half of them fell in a pool of blood. Corpses all over the field. Bayonet charge. When the Jin soldiers approached, a row of musketeers inserted bayonets into the muskets, and coordinated with the soldiers on the left and right to rush forward with about 1.5 meters long spears. No, Jinbing, who came to the Fuliao army formation, was horrified to find that his big sword could not be used. The length of the Fuliao army's guns is longer than their golden swords. The line of dense bayonets is like a wall of iron swords approaching forward, stabbed them all to death. But the big sword of the golden man can only chop. It is difficult to chop it. To face the musketeers who are coming straight through, Nulu, who was just a cannon fodder, was rushed to the back by the knife-bearing assault of the dragoons on the front and the left, and was forced to flee behind. This group of golden men used to bully our family and the villagers and elders. Now is the time for them to be punished. Together we will drive them into the river. The dragoon commander victoriously pursued. After Nulu, who served as cannon fodder, was quickly defeated, the Fuliao army's encirclement of the Jinbing narrowed instead, and the dragoons on the front and left wing gradually moved closer to the right flank, which doubled the pressure of Duda who had not rushed out of the encirclement for a while. I lost too fast. Dudu was horrified to find that Nulu, who was covering him, was beaten by the Fuliao army in one charge, and finally personally experienced the tremendous pressure of the Nuzhuang post defender. Moreover, the three Nulus they brought with them attacked the right wing of the Fuliao army with their superior strength, and they were also caught in the bayonet formation of the Fuliao army. The two sides saw back and forth and could not rush out. Now the Fuliao army on the front and the left wing joined together again. No matter how they looked like they were fighting between trapped beasts. On the high ground outside the Nuzhuang station, Duke Karl satisfactorily watched the Fuliao army's flag hunting over a series of important grounds on the left side of the Nuzhuang station. Unexpectedly, the fighting power of the Eight Banners soldiers is extra tenacious. This is the third counterattack that has repelled them. Archduke Karl put down his monoculars. The general remembered correctly. This is indeed their third counterattack. The first barracks simply counted the losses. About 200 people were killed or injured, said a young staff officer who followed Archduke Karl. Chen Wu, you arrange for a few people to recruit and surrender the trapped golden soldiers. If they can give up resistance, they will be exempted from the death penalty. After serving 3 years in prison, they will not be blamed. If they continue to resist, they will all be shot to death after breaking through the Nuzhuang post. Exhorted, he'll arrange for the soldiers to go and persuade them to surrender. Chen Wu responded. Chen Wu was also a student in the first phase of the Army Academy, and a cron in the Luo Sheng Guards. He was arranged by Luo Sheng to study with Grand Duke Karl, and he wanted to cultivate more outstanding commanders in the Fu Liao army. How did the guns of the Liao army on the opposite side stop shelling? The infantry on the left seems to have stopped attacking. The 8 banners elite soldiers trapped in the center of Nuzhuangyi and in other directions discovered that their violent offensive of the Fu Liao army had slowly come to a halt. Did our reinforcements arrive? Responsible for defending Jili, I really want to board the high ground of Nuzhuang Station to observe whether there are reinforcements sent by Dudu in the distance. Master General, beware, the Fu Liao army's artillery likes to bomb high places. The 8 banners soldiers who were scared by the artillery reminded his Jielazin cautiously. Jili really looked out of Nuzhuang Station, but to his disappointment, there was no 8 banners outside Nuzhuang Station, and the Fu Liao army surrounded by Nuzhuang Station was neat and tidy, and there was no turmoil at all. Brothers organized several offensives, trying to regain the position on the left, but they all failed. I saw that the Fu Liao army seemed to want to transport the outer artillery to the left side of Nuzhuangyi. Then the artillery could cover any corner of us. An adjutant stood beside Jielazin worried. Why the reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Our losses are almost 30%. Jili really frowned and smiled bitterly. At this moment, a golden soldier from the front line rushed over. Retaliation. The Liao army sent envoys to persuade them to surrender. Will the general meet them? Let them come over. Jili was really helpless. Chapter 126 Siege Heavy Artillery. Under Zhu City, the 3 infantry brigades of the Fu Liao army and an artillery brigade had already assembled. However, after forming a camp outside the city for the past 2 or 3 days, the Fu Liao army did not immediately attack the city. This unusual movement made the Jinbing of the 2 banners of Zhu City even more worried. It's like waiting for the terrible silence before the end of the trial. You say you want to go up as soon as you want. What is the matter of being an offensive party and not moving? In the past 2 days, the Fu Liao army didn't make any moves, but tentatively fired a few shots into the city. Do they want to be besieged? Armin stood on the wall and looked out of the city. In the direction of Zhu City leading to Xu City, the Fu Liao army has been stationed in a temporary camp. There are fences, sandbags, stone bricks and other fortifications around the camp to prevent the defenders in the city from breaking out. Your Majesty may lead his troops back to Shengjing at any time. Isn't he Luo Sheng afraid of delaying the fighter plane? Shuo, the Lord of the Inlaid Red Flag, also had difficulty understanding the Fu Liao army's strategy. At this time, they actually hope that the Fu Liao army can attack the city as they expected, at least to make them feel a little relieved. Luo Sheng didn't want to attack the city, but he was still preparing to attack the city's ordnance. As Zhu Wei's administration, Zhu City was first operated by the Ming army for a period of time, and then occupied by Hujin. It lacked heavy siege weapons. The most important thing is that Luo Sheng didn't want to waste his troops in vain under the strong city. Are our food passages unobstructed? Luo Sheng asked Yu Cheng of the guard with reflexes almost every day when he woke up. Liang Dao was guarded by the 4th Infantry Brigade. Hujin's cavalry tried 1 or 2 plunders, and they were all defeated. Yu Cheng replied. Luo Sheng walked out of the military tent and looked at Zhu City standing on the plain. He was always dissatisfied with his progress. Fighting in ancient times was too boring. If it were put in modern times, Zhu City would be razed to the ground after a round of carpet bombing. But in the ancient times when there was a lack of heavy weapons, these cities were just nails, and it was difficult to get around them. Zhu City used to be Shengjing, the capital of Hujin. If Luo Sheng bypassed Zhu City to attack Shengjing, then his food path would be cut off by Zhu City's defenders, so Zhu City really had to attack. Military Lord, why don't we attack the city? I'm waiting impatiently, and I can't wait to attack the city immediately, chop off the heads of Armin and the others inside, to worship the spirits of my dead brother in the sky. 3rd Liu Xingzuo of the Infantry Brigade came to the barracks of Luo Sheng's 1st Infantry Brigade to fight. General Liu, don't worry. When we have captured Zhu and Shengjing, not to mention that Armin is at your disposal, even Huang Ji can be a sacrifice for you. However, We should try our best to minimize our losses. Do the artillery of your brigade follow suit? Is the military deployment in place? Luo Sheng asked. Military owner, please rest assured, everything is properly deployed. The brothers are waiting for the military owner to order the siege. Liu Xingzuo said bitterly. It's coming. It's coming. Luo Sheng looked at Zhu City again. The Fuliao army stationed outside the city was not silent. At least Luo Sheng was preparing traditional siege equipment such as carts and ladders. On the official road leading from Xitezu, the 4th Infantry Brigade specially sent a brigade of troops to transport what Luo Sheng needed. This batch of supplies consisted of dozens of large carriages, and there were hundreds of horses in the consignment alone. You said, what is under this white canvas? The people from the Ordnance Bureau must escort us to the artillery brigade in its entirety. They also said that if something happens in the middle, we will fall to the ground. It must be something important. The soldier murmured halfway. Since it is required to be transported to the artillery brigade, it must be artillery and ammunition. Another soldier said, the artillery brigade has 100 artillery pieces, and there is still a shortage of such artillery pieces. Who knows, maybe the army owner wants the artillery battalion to use artillery to flatten the enemy, and then we infantrymen will just follow the artillery to kill them. Isn't it better than our lives? That's what you said. With the darlings of artillery, we are much more at ease in the war. Compared with artillery, the bows and arrows of the Golden Man are like children's play. On the 3rd day of the Fuliao army under Zhu City, this large quantity of supplies from the Zhu City Ordnance Bureau finally arrived in the Fuliao army and was handed over to Dong David of the Artillery Brigade. My dear, these babies are finally here. Dong David was ecstatic when he saw dozens of large carriages arrive. He really wanted to open the white canvas on the big carriage for the first time and touch the big treasure made by the Ordnance Bureau. But he thought of Luo Sheng's instructions to him again, so he said to his soldiers, hurry up and notify the army owner, that is, the artillery of the Ordnance Bureau has arrived. The artillery of the Ordnance Bureau has arrived. Come with me to the artillery brigade. Luo Sheng heard that the thing he had been looking forward to was coming, and couldn't hold back, and hurriedly led his soldiers to Dong David's artillery brigade. The defenders in the artillery brigade barracks were in awe when they saw the army owner Luo Sheng coming with the guards. When Luo Sheng entered the artillery brigade, the artilleryman of these artillery brigades suddenly talked. Look, the army owner really attaches great importance to our Fuliao army. Good things are arranged to our artillery brigade, and they come to inspect it personally. By the way, did you see what the army leader looked like just now? There was a large group of people just now. I couldn't even see who the army leader was. Nonsense. You are still qualified to see the owner of the army as a small soldier. If the owner is not for the artillery of our artillery brigade, I am afraid you will not even be able to see the owner's guard. Just now when the army leader led people past me, I seemed to see the army leader smile at me. My God, I can blow this up for a year. Luo Sheng didn't care about the usual conversations of these big soldiers. He couldn't wait to come to the main account of the artillery brigade and saw that the commander of the artillery brigade Dong Doi had already taken the soldiers around the large carriage outside the main account. Military master, you can be regarded as coming. The little ones are so bitter. Dong David saw Luo Sheng with a look of excitement. It seems that you can't wait to see the new artillery produced by the Ordnance Bureau. Why am I? Luo Sheng said with a smile. He previously told David Dong to notify him as soon as possible, and he should lift the canvas, otherwise Luo Sheng would let him go to the pig pen to help the agricultural department raise pigs. So he asked David Dong, who regards artillery as his life, to be restrained. The impulse to check the new artillery waited until Luo Sheng arrived. But this is not a new type of artillery, it's just that the caliber has become a little larger. Luo Sheng personally lifted the white canvas on the top of the carriage, revealing the large artillery inside. The 24-pound siege gun made by imitating the 24-pound ship gun of the Victory was short of time, so only 4 were cast, and I took out all of them. Chapter 127. TSK Tusk. The caliber of this cannon is really scary. Dong David, The brigade commander of the artillery brigade stroked the cannon on the carriage like the most precious treasure in the world. The cold touch from his fingertips made David Dong get goosebumps. These 4 24-pound artillery pieces, which were recently cast, are different from the ordinary artillery pieces in the artillery brigade. Ordinary cannons and howitzers are long-barreled artillery, and these 4 artillery are thick and short, and the muzzle is thicker than the waist of a strong man. On the big carriage behind the 4 artillery pieces, there are baskets of giant shells. But Dong Doi is no stranger, because the Ming army had similar guns in the past. Of course, compared with the old-style mortars of the Ming army and the new mortars developed by Liu Sheng and others using 18th-century technology, various parameters such as power, range, and accuracy are far behind. When I was an unknown soldier on the Ninian defense line, I also came into contact with the mortars cast by the Ming court, but it was really bad. The officials above withhold funds, the artillery was shoddy, and the barrels became hot after a few shots. It is possible to explode the chamber. One of the young comrades was killed by his own artillery when bombing the Jin soldiers. Commander, how could it be possible to defeat Hu Jin? Dong David thought of the Ninian line of defense, artillery, sighing. Right. The literati and officialdom were stunned. Even the artillery for our soldiers' lives were shoddy and shoddy. There is really no bottom line. Therefore, the Fu Liao army should learn from it and let the soldiers use the most sophisticated equipment. I have said repeatedly. However, guns and artillery are not important. The most precious thing of our Fu Liao army is the lives of soldiers. They are the hope of our Fu Liao army. Liu Sheng said, ha ha. What the monarch said is that with these artillery joining, Zhu City will be on the ground. Dong David agreed. This kind of mortar needs to be fixed on the ground and has insufficient mobility, but it is the best choice to attack the city. Since the mortar comes, then everything should be done according to the deployment. If you can't take Zhu City, I will remove your brigade commander. Liu Sheng said, the army owner gave us so many artillery pieces for the artillery brigade. If you can take it down, let alone remove me from my post, you can just chop off my head and use it as a stool for the army owner. Dong David patted his chest vigorously. Who cares about your head as a stool? I want Zhu City, understand? Subordinates understand. On the wall of Zhu City, 8 banners officer wearing silver chain armor led a few soldiers to inspect the city defenses. Is there still no movement from the Fu Liao army below? The 8 banners officer pressed his waist knife. Master Chuan, the Fu Liao army still fired a few cannons as before, but they never saw them attack the city. The little boss guarding beside the battlements replied, what exactly these Ming troops are doing depends on the number of carts and ladders they ride. Most of them are just bluffing. Hey, don't look at them being aggressive. But our Zhu City has 2 flags of troops. They not even 4 to 50,000 people dared to attack the city. Look at it, they will all be evacuated in 2 or 3 days. Tu Yan said heartily, boom. Just as Tuan said to the ground, the battlements on his left suddenly exploded. The gravel of the battlements flew past Tuyan's ears, making Tuyan startled in a cold sweat. He almost reflexively fell to the ground. The Fu Liao army had the Fu Liao army attack the city? Tuyan exclaimed in panic. Cough cough, don't be afraid, adults. This is just the daily firing of the Fu Liao army. They will put a few shots at will every day, and the brothers are used to it. The soldier who defended the city saw his chief because of the Fu Liao army's fire. The shells were so frightened that they fell to the ground, a little embarrassed. Oh, that's the case. The Fu Liao army still has a few brushes. Tuan got up from the ground in embarrassment and patted the dust on his body vigorously. The battlement hit by the Fu Liao army's artillery collapsed in a large piece, and rubble scattered all over the city wall road. Fortunately, no defenders were hit. Hey, it's really weird. It was not that the artillery of the Fu Liao army never hit the battlements last time, but one shot could only destroy a small part of the battlements. How come they defeated most of the battlements this time? The soldiers who defended the city found out. Unusual. Tu Yan was watching on the city wall. Sure enough, Several battlements were damaged to varying degrees due to the random shelling by the Fu Liao army these days, but the battlement around him was the most damaged. The Fu Liao army tentatively fired its cannons every day, which caused considerable damage to our city walls. If their artillery bombarded our city walls, wouldn't it be impossible for even the strong walls to withstand it? Tu Yen realized the problem. Seriousness. You stay on guard for the time being. I'm going to see Erbil, and let Erbil conquer the people in the city to build the wall. Erbil, who lives in the city, heard the sound of artillery from the direction of the city wall, and couldn't help shaking his head. The Fu Liao army actually fires its cannons every day, and I don't know when it will come. Master Bell, the battlements on the city wall were destroyed by the artillery of the Fu Liao army. I also asked Master Bell to allow me to go to the city to catch some Han people and build on the city wall. Tuan came to Amin's face. Catch some Han people? You can catch this at will. By the way, catch some Han people and block the city gate with stones, so that the Fu Liao army will not bomb the city gate with artillery. What's the problem? This is what Jin Ren has always done. Good luck. It'll take someone to catch the strong man. Tu Yan said. Wait, Ujala is responsible for defending the city today. Could there be any movement from the Fu Liao army outside the city? Amin asked, stopping at the edge of the picture that was about to leave. The Fu Liao army outside the city is no different from the ordinary. The sound of artillery just now was just a tentative shot. Lord Bell doesn't need to panic. Tu Yan replied. The Fu Liao army is always silent, which makes me feel that it is not at ease. It is like an eagle on the grassland, hovering over your head, staring at you. Amin said worriedly. Master Bell, please be relieved. The Fu Liao army outside the city must be afraid of heavy losses, so they dare not attack the city. Even if they come to attack the city today, the younger ones will take our brothers from Jiala and drive them out. He slapped his chest violently along the vow. Boom. 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 When the two of them were discussing, the ground began to tremble, dust fell from the roof, and a loud noise rang out from the direction of Nanxing. The violent sound of artillery is continuous, just like the thunder that suddenly sounded in the distance, making people fearful. The Fu Liao army has begun to attack the city. Amin and Tu looked at each other, and they saw each other's fear in each other's eyes. Chapter 128. 100 cannons. What are you doing? Go back to me quickly. Between the stone steps of the city wall, a group of frightened soldiers hurriedly fled down the city wall under the sound of fierce artillery, and was intercepted by the city guard. My lord, the artillery fire of the Fu Liao army is too fierce. Brothers dare not stay on it. Staying on it is to die. The Jinbing who fled the city wall looked desperate. Asshole, those who fled without authorization will be killed without mercy. Do you want to be killed by the Fu Liao army's artillery, or do you want to be executed by me now? Said the city guard fiercely. The golden soldiers who escaped before you look at me and I look at you, gritted their teeth. Brothers, let's go back. Boom. Tens of solid bullets and blooming bullets like shooting stars fell from the sky, pouring on the walls of Nanxing regardless of the cost. His companion was also hiding behind the city wall, but the Fu Liao army's shells pierced the battlements, smashing half of his companion's head to pieces, and spilled white and red on the ground, making him accustomed to seeing life and death on the battlefield. Can't help vomiting. Fire. The artillery of the artillery brigade excitedly lit the artillery fuse on the artillery position with torches, and then hid on one side. Boom! The artillery is blazing, the gunpowder is filled with smoke, and the deadly shells are ejected. Hundreds of artillery pieces of the artillery brigade were all arranged on the front line, and fire bombardment began on the southern wall of Jinzhou city. The grenade troops suppressed the defenders at the top of the wall. The cannon and mortar troops hit me at one point. David Dong gave the order according to the original deployment. Not only the artillery of the artillery brigade, but now even some artillery from the 1st, 3rd, and 4th brigades have also been brought to the South City to bomb the South City wall. According to Liu Sheng's intelligence and observations, the southern city wall was the weakest, and one of the more vulnerable sections of the city wall was selected as the bombing target. On the artillery position of the artillery brigade, the smoke of gunpowder almost covered half of the battlefield. From the wall of the city, I barely looked down. I could only see the flames and white smoke emerging from the position of the Fuliao army, but I can't see how many terrible artillery the Fuliao army has placed on the position. Liu Sheng used a military telescope on the high ground of the 1st Brigade's position to look at the gunpowder-filled artillery position, and his heart was surging. 100 or 200 years later, Napoleon's artillery tactics were the first to be used by himself. With hundreds of artillery launched, it is almost impossible for Zhou City to withstand a wall that is barely able to resist cold weapons. Unless it is a giant city with abnormal wall thickness such as Nanjing City, Jingxi, and some strong bastions, it is not afraid of the attack of black powder. Let General Liu Xingzuo of the 3rd Brigade prepare for the charge. After the city wall collapses, he will enter the city and occupy the gap. Liu Sheng ordered. Liu Xingzuo of the 3rd Brigade brought more than 3,000 musketeers from the 3rd Infantry Brigade to the front of the artillery brigade as deployed. On the one hand, he was responsible for guarding the artillery brigade and preventing the artillery from being taken away. On the other hand, he was waiting for the opportunity. As long as there is a gap in the city wall, these musketeers will launch a bayonet charge and enter the city. A life-threatening artillery shell whizzed past the heads of the 3rd Brigade infantrymen, and then hit the southern city wall heavily, smashing the ancient city wall into spiderweb-like cracks, and each bombardment took away a bunch of them. Gravel. As the bricks and stones outside the city wall were crushed, the soil inside was gradually exposed. Oh, the artillery brigade was too fierce. If we continue to bombard like this, it is estimated that our infantry brigade does not have to charge, and the Golden Men surrendered. The soldiers of the 3rd Infantry Brigade who were waiting for the charge on the front line hid behind their positions, watching hundreds of artillery brigade bomb the trembling southern city wall, and couldn't help sighing. After this battle is over, I will turn into an artilleryman. Seeing that these turtles and grandchildren set off the artillery so well, I want to try it. An veteran shouted. Their artillery can bomb long range, but if we really want to take down the city, we still need our infantry to use a musket and bayonet to capture the enemy. Their artillery can't mount a bayonet on the artillery. Ha ha ha. The 3rd Brigade infantry on standby ridiculed each other, making the nervous recruits less uneasy, compared with the well-prepared Fuliao army. The 8 banners soldiers defending the city were completely defeated. In the past few days, the Fuliao army did not move, but whenever there was movement, it was a thunder blow, causing all the 8 banners guarding the city to get busy in a panic. It was the southern city wall that was bombarded by the heavy artillery fire of the Fuliao army, so the 2 defenders, Bellarmine and Zhuo, immediately went to the southern city to reinforce their troops. The number of defenders guarding South City has assembled nearly 10,000. The troops were enough, but Armin and Zhuo discovered that no one dared to go up the wall to defend the city. The defenders on the city wall were stunned by the intensive artillery bombardment of the Fuliao army, causing heavy casualties, and they could not even raise their heads to fight back. And fight back? How could one's own crossbows hit the opponent's artillery position 1 mile away? The defenders on the city wall are about to fight all. No Nulu is willing to go up to support them. They are afraid that they will also be bombarded by the Fuliao army when they go up. Some of the golden soldiers in the city were afraid to even approach the city wall, because occasionally a stray bullet with a longer range would cross the city wall and land on the house near the city wall. You take your Gialanulu up to the city wall to support them. Amin saw that there were constantly broken troops on the city wall and wanted to escape, so he had to oppress the map to defend himself along the upper city wall to stabilize the army's mind. It is impossible to have no defenders on the city wall. Otherwise, the Fuliao army will use a ladder to climb the city wall under the cover of artillery. Then the city wall will be lost. Master Bell, too. The picture named by Amin hesitated. At this time, if you want to go up by yourself, don't you let yourself go to die? Didn't you say that if the Fuliao army attacked the city today, would you take your Giala to drive them away? Go up quickly. If you die in battle, I will raise your wife and children, Amin said with a face drawn. If you die, you guys will go up with me. Tuyen really wanted to slap himself a few big slaps. Why did he owe him so much? Tuyen reluctantly led his subordinates to reluctantly brave cannons to reinforce the city wall. At this time, the tight strings in Amin's heart were also a little more stable. Rumble! Exclamation mark! A loud noise that was heavier than all the artillery on the battlefield blasted. If the sound of artillery bombing is like an earthquake, then the loud noise is simply an earthquake. Like a mountain collapsed, a section of the southern city wall could not withstand the concentrated bombardment of the Fuliao army's artillery fire and collapsed. Dozens of defenders on the city wall couldn't dodge, and fell into the rock pile as the city wall collapsed. The dust swept across the sky, making it hard to open your eyes. Chapter 129. The Wall's Collapse. Amin, a high-ranking authority, stared blankly at the wall that he considered his father had collapsed in front of him for a while. Too slow. Even the city walls were crushed by dense artillery. How will this battle be fought? Quickly, go forward and plug the gap. Amin saw the collapse of the Tufulai city wall. The height of the broken wall was only 1 meter high, and some gaps were even less than half a meter. Looking out from the gap, you can see the Fuliao army outside the city launched a charge in the direction of the gap. Now Amin had only his own guards and 1 or 2 Nulas beside him. He didn't have time to call the defenders in the distance, but immediately let his own guards and 1 or 2 Nulas around to close the gap. Jin Bing, who was also shocked by the collapsed city wall, rushed up with a trance holding a large knife, bow and arrow, under the order of Amin. Brothers, take down Zhu City and drive away the dog breeders. Huang Weiyao, who was in charge of the forward of the 3rd Brigade, commanded his infantry battalion to take the lead in attacking the gap. This opportunity to act as the first attack was finally won by Huang Wei and Yao from the brigade commander Liu Xingzuo. He once worked for the Jinren, but now he has the opportunity to wash his shame, fighting fiercely than anyone else. As the battalion commander, he charged with the musketeers at the forefront, so that the nearby soldiers who took him as the midpoint were extremely excited, and they all wanted to show their bravery in front of their commanders. The collapsed section of the city wall turned into a pile of rubbish and scattered around, revealing a huge gap of more than 20 meters. The musketeers of the Fuliao army just stepped on the broken wall and rushed over and attacked Zhu City. The intensive artillery began to avoid this section of the city wall, and instead bombarded other sections of the city wall. Otherwise it would be no good to accidentally injure the infantry who seized the gap. Shoot! Huang Weiyao took dozens of soldiers to serve as the commando. They just crossed the gravel pile and saw the golden soldiers who came to plug the gap in a panic. It is not even necessary for Huang Weiyao to issue an order, and the musketeers who joined Huang Weiyao to attack the fortress will be hit by a row of bullets. Wu, the dozen or so golden soldiers who hadn't stood firm were hit by a musket, making a dull sound in their throats, and fell to the ground. Bayonet charge. After a bullet was fired, the musketeers no longer reloaded ammunition, but instead launched a melee charge in line with the bayonet. And behind the first batch of musketeers who charged, row after row of musketeers formed the 2nd and 3rd groups of assault troops, pouring into the city like a tide. The 3rd Brigade commander Liu Xingzuo stood on the high platform of the position, and commanded the other infantry battalions with the command knife to meet Huang Weiyao's infantry battalion, and rushed into the gap behind Huang Weiyao camp. Let the artillery brigade split part of its firepower and bombard the East City Gate, and the rest of the artillery units, as the soldiers of the southern city advance into the city, must defeat the defenders in the city. Luo Sheng saw the southern city wall and collapsed for a while, and the infantry was already there. Stepping forward, he ordered the artillery brigade to start bombarding the defenders in other directions to relieve the pressure on the siege troops in the direction of the gap. Luo Sheng's own 1st Brigade remained still, and the 4th Infantry Brigade of Chen Jixing, who was responsible for protecting the 2 lanes, was dispatched to an infantry battalion to serve as a reserve team to guard against sudden changes that may occur at any time. For the 2 Jianzi flags guarding the city, almost all of the main force of Armin's inlaid blue flags were attracted to the southern city wall. The remaining 3 walls were guarded by Shuo's inlaid red flags. The defense alone was more difficult, so it was necessary to send troops to support minutes is unlikely. After all, most of Luo Sheng's troops outside the city haven't moved yet. The 2 Jianzhou banners had a total force of nearly 20,000. Taiyang had been wiped out and captured more than 1,000 before, and more than 1,000 cavalry had been separated from the city to rob Qian's food road. The forces in the city were very tense. Banner, the Fuliao army has already invaded Nanqing, and Erbil is commanding several Jiala's forces to encircle the Fuliao army that has stormed into Nanqing. Shuo sent back the soldiers sent to Nanqing. I hope Armin can drive out the Fuliao army who invaded Nanqing. We didn't seem to have received the Fuliao army's artillery fire in these 3 directions, but the main flag of the Fuliao army has not moved, making me very uneasy. Shuo came to the East City Wall. The East City Wall is Luo Sheng's most elite 1st Brigade, like the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the defender. Look at the banner owner. The artillery of the southern city seems to have been pushed down the city. The defenders of the East City Wall saw that the barracks of the 1st Brigade under the city made a big move in the direction of the South City. Horses continued to drag the artillery arranged in the direction of the South City to the East City, and then the artillery placed the artillery on the temporary artillery positions already prepared in the East City. The Fuliao army is about to begin shelling our East City Wall. The flag owner, you go down the city wall. The city guard of the East City Wall quickly asked the guards to escort Shuo down the city wall. Shuo felt very useless. He was the leader of the 1st banner, but at this time he seemed to have fled. But there is no way. If you want face, you will most likely be hit by the Fuliao army's artillery. By then, you will become the 1st Baylor level figure to be hit by the Fuliao army's artillery. The city wall is left to you. You must prevent the Fuliao army from taking the opportunity to climb the city wall. Shuo is also powerless at this time. He can't fight back against Luo Sheng's long-range artillery. He can only pin his hopes on the stubborn will of the soldiers. Up, boom! Exclamation mark, boom! Exclamation mark. At the beginning, a few cannons sounded on the east wall. It was the artillery of the Fuliao army that was conducting a test firing to adjust the shooting angle. After the test firing was completed, a dense group of dozens of artillery fires covered the east city. For a time, battlements on the eastern city wall were smashed continuously, and the walls were full of broken arms and limbs. Push the artillery up. Push it under the eyes of the enemy and kill them. The battle over the gap in the southern city wall has become fierce. Huang Wei and Ye Ouying of the 3rd Brigade rushed into the gap and encountered a tenacious resistance from the Jin soldiers led by Armin. The Xianglan banner has experienced battles with the Ming army, the Jiaoli army, the Fuliao army, and the Mongolian army. There are many veterans in the banner, but they can barely organize a formation to encircle the protrusion of Huang Wei and Yao camp. I want to cut off the protruding part. In the worst of the battle, the more flexible 6-pound artillery and the lighter 3-pound artillery, which were used as auxiliary artillery, were pushed into the gap by the artillery brigade artillery in time, and a very simple artillery position was temporarily constructed to confront the encircled golden soldiers. Go bombing, boom! A blooming bomb landed on the crowded lineup of golden soldiers. and the shrapnel that exploded instantly battered the surrounding golden soldiers with blood and blood. A small open space was cleared, and the surrounding golden soldiers subconsciously closed their eyes for an instant, and the offensive stopped. Bang! 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 The musketeers in the front were fighting bayonet with the 8 banners soldiers in the city, while the musketeers at the back began to seize the high ground and fired at the encircled golden soldiers with muskets. They crawled high on the gravel pile and on the roof of the house, trying to suppress the golden soldiers with firepower. Chapter 130 Raiders Zoo City. The Flag Lord. The Flag Lord. The Fuliao army has begun to attack our east city wall. The city is full of ladders and soldiers of the Fuliao army. Brothers will not be able to hold it. After the artillery bombarded the east city wall violently, Liu Sheng straddled his horse and commanded the most elite brigade of the First Army to launch an impact on the east city under the cover of the artillery. This shock was to relieve the pressure on Nanqing, and it was also Liu Sheng who wanted to use iron and blood to baptize the First Brigade in war. Only after experiencing the hard work of the war, an iron army can come into being. It's your turn to defend. Even if you die, you have to block the Fuliao army. Don't let them step up the city wall. Based on the lessons of the southern city wall, Chuo had already prepared a reserve team under the city to replace the heavy casualties. Defenders of the city wall. The biggest problem for the defenders was that they were frightened by the artillery. Many soldiers guarding the walls did not dare to stick their heads out and shoot under the walls. The artillery was roaring, and under the shelter of the siege equipment such as the locomotives, the musketeers all over the mountains killed them. Once they got close to the city wall, they immediately used the muskets to suppress the bows and arrows above. Banner. Urbela asks for support. While Shuo was nervously commanding the defense of the east city, Armin from the south city sent someone to ask him for help. The east city wall is critical. Where can I find the strength to give him? Even without a short section of the city wall, would nearly 10,000 people still be able to defend Nanqing? Shuo frowned. Minutes is the 8 banners veteran. Is it possible that 3 or 4,000 people from the Fuliao military region will be rushed in for the decisive expedition? It's not that Herbal can't hold it, but that the Han and Mongol soldiers in our blue flag collapsed, instead disrupting the formation of our flag soldiers and disrupting all the deployment of Herbal. Bing said. Regarding the fierce battle on the southern city wall, the flag soldiers of the 100 Wars veterans were still able to smash with the bayonet, cold spear and artillery of the Fuliao army from time to time, and indeed caused a huge loss to the infantry of Huang Weiyao who attacked the city. However, there are not only Jianzi flag soldiers in the inlaid blue flag, but also some Mongolians and Han people who are incorporated into the inlaid blue flag. Some of them are armored soldiers, and some are auxiliary arms. Because the Jianzhou Nuzhan population is not large, it is impossible to make up for the loss of troops in the long war, so it was necessary for the Mongolians and Hans in the 8 banners in the past. These Mongols and Hans do not have the tenacious beliefs of Jianzi banner soldiers. They are more concerned about their own fate, and their combat experience is uneven. They were already timid when faced with the fierce artillery attack of the Fuliao army. Now they encountered the Fuliao army's intrusion into the city. Panicked, they and the nearby civilians fled. Instead, they disrupted the formation of the Jianzhou flag soldiers who came to reinforce them. Armin couldn't concentrate his superior forces in time to plug the gap. More and more infantrymen of the Fuliao army have entered the city, and the artillery brigade has pushed more and more artillery into the city to bombard the defenders in the city. With just 3 or 4 shells, Anulu can collapse. This kind of shelling under the nose is 100 times more powerful than shooting inside the city from outside the city. Urbela, there are more and more Fuliao army. Brothers can't hold it. The Jialazan and Nu Luezan of the Fuliao army who were responsible for the siege of the breach into the gap found that their troops were beaten up and down, and the gap is not only not blocked, but also getting bigger and bigger. Asshole, even if you want to hold on to us at all costs, losing Zhu City, what face do we have to see? Xianhun. Armin was furious. Under Amin's death order, The precarious 8 banners soldiers once again tried their best to attack the Fu Liao army musketeers who had occupied a lot of houses. Everyone, hold on. Huang Weiyao commanded his subordinates to attack based on the premises. With the premises as a cover, the 8 banners soldiers' bows and arrows reduced their damage a lot. The important alleys and streets are blocked and advanced by lined infantry. The one who is the first to go to the top of the city will reward 200 taels of silver. The offense and defense of the east of the city also changed quickly. Under the cover of artillery, the 1st Brigade attacked the damaged city wall without any suspense. Excited Mrs. Yang even rushed back and forth on the wall with a bayonet. The guards around him followed Yang Tai to kill the enemy anxiously, lest his chief was besieged by the enemy. The defenders on the east city wall were stunned by the gunfire of the Fu Liao army, unable to stop the Fu Liao army soldiers who climbed the wall from all directions, waiting for the Fu Liao army to kill the top of the city. The first thing the soldiers who defended the city thought was not to fight the Fu Liao army, but to run down the city desperately. In the Nanqing crisis, Dongqing was also attacked by the Fu Liao army, and their confidence had been completely defeated by the Fu Liao army. Anyone who retreats, kill without mercy. Xiuo, the master of the red flag, supervised the battle under the city. He personally hacked several retreating soldiers with a broad knife, but he still couldn't stop the madly retreating defenders. The fear of the defenders towards the Fu Liao army is still above him. Lord of the Banner, let's give up. The city wall has been lost. We have no danger to defend. The city defender with mud and blood on his face said anxiously to Xiuo. Xiuo gritted his teeth as he watched the sudden erosion of the situation. He knew that the military spirit had been lost and that he would not be able to remain trapped anyway. He had to order all of the guards, other troops retreat to the north gate in an orderly manner. The soldiers and civilians in Zhu City are in chaos. The people of Zhu City, who were affected by the war, hid in their houses, but they were still attacked by artillery fire and insurgents. Mourning everywhere. The rout soldiers fled to the northern city gate, which was not besieged by the Liao army. Mongolian soldiers, Han soldiers, and Jianzi flag soldiers were crowded. I hate to have a few legs. Quickly open the gate and let us out. The deserter hijacked the soldiers guarding the gate at the north gate and yelled to open the gate. You can't open the door without the order of the banner owner. The guard at the north gate saw the continuous influx of defeated soldiers. He didn't know what happened at the east city gate, but without Xiuo's order, he still dared not lead his troops to escape. Brothers, the Fu Liao army is behind. If we don't escape, we won't have time. Let's kill. The fleeing insurgents spontaneously attacked the north city gate and plunged the north city gate into a smoke of gunpowder. Very well. The situation has stabilized a bit. Nanqing's army commanded Mian Lanqi to drive away the infantry and artillery that had rushed into the southern city wall, which was regarded as a deadly order. Although the Fu Liao army could not be driven out, at least the gap was not widened again, and both sides had casualties. The front was at a stalemate with the premises 100 steps away from the gap in the southern city wall. Emergency report. News from the red flag. Dongqing has fallen. Zhu City has become a dangerous place. Chuo Bell asked Lord Bell to retreat as soon as possible. Just when Amin breathed a sigh of relief, the sad news of Dongqing's fall was heard, and Amin's eyes were protruding. He finally managed to control the situation in Nanqing, but didn't he expect that Dongqing would have fallen instead? It's really exhausting to have such teammates. Chapter 131. After the war in Zhu City, there are still broken houses burning and sizzling. Affected by the war, there were hundreds of destroyed houses in Nanqing, and there were wailing people everywhere. And some injured people fell into a pool of blood and moaned weakly. Not only the south city, but also the east city that was conquered, and the north city that was attacked by defeated troops, also caused hundreds of casualties. The 1st Brigade and the Artillery Brigade were on alert in batches, and the 3rd Brigade rescued and resettled the injured people. Luo Sheng saw that there were so many injured people in Zhu City, so he asked the 3rd Infantry Brigade to start rescuing civilians. To be honest, in ancient times when medical treatment was backward, whether these seriously injured civilians could survive. Most of them depended on their own destiny. Originally, Liu Sheng felt very happy when he attacked Zhu City, but when the city was defeated, Zhu City would become his own turf. Zhu Wei's civilians would be the labor in his future territory. Of course, Liu Sheng had to settle down well. After the conquering of Zhu City, the 1st Infantry Brigade occupied the favorable terrain on the city wall, and at the same time began to repair the collapsed section of the southern city wall to prevent the 8 banners who had fled outside the city from resurging themselves. In this battle we wiped out more than 2,000 golden soldiers, captured more than 4,000 soldiers, and more than 10,000 golden soldiers fled in the direction of Shengjing. Liu Xingzuo reported the results of the battle to Liu Sheng. In fact, through the Industrial Revolution system, Liu Sheng knew the results of the battle. There were 2,123 golden soldiers who were actually killed. Most of these golden soldiers were killed by muskets and bayonets, and a small part were directly bombarded by artillery and die. Of course, the role of artillery is not mainly to kill the opponent's soldiers, but to defeat the opponent's formation, defeat their confidence, and collapse the city wall. Your 3rd Infantry Brigade has contributed a lot in this battle, and I will remember it in my heart. After we occupy Shengjing, we will discuss merits and rewards. Liu Sheng said. The army owner is too acclaimed, ashamed to say that we have already invaded the southern city. But we have been unable to open the situation. On the contrary, the army owner's 1st Brigade came from behind and broke through from the east city first, causing the southern city's defenders to also be defeated. Liu Xingzuo said. Just because the south city collapsed first, most of the 8 banners troops were delayed to the south city, otherwise the east city would not be easy to attack. According to the message of the soldiers we caught, it was the blue flag who was responsible for plugging the gap. This person is a famous general in 100 battles, with a tenacious willpower, and Zhuo, who is younger than the red flag inlaid, is still difficult to deal with. Liu Sheng shook his head. The two came to the warehouse in Zhu City, where there are still many important strategic materials that the 8 banners soldiers have not had time to burn down. Weapons such as broadswords, bows and arrows, and bird guns are something that Liu Sheng doesn't look up to. The grain storage in the warehouse is the material that Liu Sheng really values. Perhaps the 8 banners intend to defend Zhu City, so the food collected from all parts of Zhuai is collected in Zhu City, which is enough for 2 banners to consume as much as 3 months. Now the Fuliao army is cheap and it is enough to support the Fuliao army. Go to attack Shengjing, but also save the trouble of transporting grain from Zhu City. Be optimistic about these grains. Don't let them lose. Liu Sheng said to Liu Xingzuo. Soldier, please rest assured, I have arranged a squadron to guard the warehouse. It will not be easily destroyed. As for the captured soldiers, are they escorted to our rear as usual? Liu Xingzuo asked. Leave 1,000 prisoners in Zhu City to repair the city and the damaged houses, and the remaining prisoners will be transported to Zhu City. Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, okay, I'll set about making arrangements later. Liu Xingzuo is already familiar with this kind of work. The captured prisoners should be sent back for ideological reform and then sent to labor to serve in order to prevent them from destroying them on the front lines. After the Zhu City is captured, we can take a short break to march towards Shengjing City. I don't know if the West Route Army has taken control of the Daliao River. It's time for the battle report to come. Liu Sheng counted the time. At the Nuzhuang station on the east side of the Daliao River, the white flag was raised, and the 2 Jializan who had been guarding the Nuzhuang station put down their weapons and walked out of the Nuzhuang station to officially surrender to the 2nd Infantry Brigade. They withstood the artillery attack of the 2nd Infantry Brigade. Nuzhuang Yi was captured on the left side, and the reinforcements were delayed, making it difficult for the trapped Jili to hold on. They fell under the persuasion of the envoy sent by Archduke Karl to persuade them to surrender. General Daming, I hope you can keep your promise and not to persecute our soldiers. 2 Jializan in Nuzhuang Yi handed over their sabers to Grand Duke Karl. Archduke Karl waved his hand to accept his saber, Our Fuliao army is different from you, and will not massacre unarmed people. According to the agreement, you will be escorted to Leonin to receive ideological education, and then serve in the factory for 1 year. You can regain your freedom. At that time, you can choose to stay in the factory and become ordinary people, or you can continue to join the army. Thanks to the general of Daming. Although the two Jili were a little unwilling, the treatment was already very good. If they were captured in a battle with the ordinary Ming army, they would be beheaded and given to the court to claim credit. For example, the Fuliao army would serve for 1 year and then be able to mix with the identity of the Ming citizen, enough to make them feel excited. The remaining 2,000 Jinbing soldiers in Nuzhuangyi were escorted to the hinterland of Xu City in batches, and then transported from Xu City in several batches to factories and farms requiring labor such as Fuzhou City, Jinzhou City, and Dalian Port. If they are defeated and captured, the golden soldiers will serve for 3 to 5 years for free. But these golden soldiers who surrender before the defeat are regarded as special treatment and only need to serve for 1 year. When Grand Duke Karl took over the defenders of Nuzhuang Station, Sun Sheng, the battalion commander of the Dragoon Battalion who drove straight to the west bank of the Daliao River, was also receiving the golden soldiers who were surrounded on the banks of the Daliao River. Dudu, the owner of their mosaic white banner who intended to help Nuzhuangyi, was surrounded by the Dragoon Battalion on the banks of the Daliao River, but he was unable to break through the Dragoon Battalion for several consecutive rushes. Daliao was stained red with blood. The battle lasted for about half a day, and the 8 banners soldiers with heavy casualties were driven to the shallow water and their legs. When they could no longer retreat, they finally couldn't hold back to surrender. A bull who crossed the Daliao River was unable to advance or retreat, and went ashore to surrender to the dragoons. A golden soldier with more than 2,000 men in Jiala was slaughtered by the dragoons, and only about 1,000 people were left to take refuge in the dragoons. One Jiala was wiped out, nearly half, more tragic than other battlefields. Sun Sheng rode on the high-headed horse, patrolling the captured golden soldiers. This group of defeated golden soldiers bowed their heads dejected, numbly lying or squatting on the ground. The fierce battle and countless comrades died in front of them, so that their nerves could no longer stand the stimulation. Who is the highest official position here? Sun Sheng asked condescendingly. Chapter 132, Grabbing a Bailer. Da Ming's army master, I am Jili Zhenbao Ershun, who is inlaid with a white flag. My official position is the biggest here. Just come to me if you have anything to do. Jile surrendered and replied with a disappointed expression. Ma Balazi, I just caught a Jiala Erzan. I thought I could catch the banner owner of the white flag this time. Why, he was so afraid of our Fuliao army, hiding in Xining Fort and dare not come out. Long Sun Sheng of the cavalry muttered to himself naturally, fuck. Jiala's forehead is really too small. The captured Bao never thought that he would be rejected by the Fuliao army. Under the 8 banners of the Hujin 8 banners, Jiala is the largest in the army. The small Jiala has 2,000 people, and the big Jiala may have 4 to 5,000 people, which is much more than the Dragoon camp. Why are you so unwelcome? Adults, small important matters need to be reported to adults. Let me go. Let me see adults. Among the group of prisoners, a Han soldier struggled desperately and was subdued by dragoons. The dragoons thought this Han soldier was going to resist. He has no weapons. Let him go. He can't pose any threat to us at all. Sun Sheng asked the dragoons to let go of the Han soldier. Let's talk. What do you want to report? Sun Sheng asked suspiciously. My lord, Paul is lying. The younger one is the soldier with the white flag. I saw Paul respectfully respecting someone. Most of that person is Dudu, the owner of the white flag, among us captives. Middle. The Han soldier said anxiously. Lazy Adair. Baoazun heard the Han soldiers leaking secrets, and suddenly jumped into a rage, and wanted to rush to choke the Han soldiers by their necks. Go to your uncle. Sun Sheng kicked Baoazun and kicked him aside. Okay, you guys, if you surrender, you will lie to me, right? Lao Tzu's left eyelid kept twitching this morning. There is always a premonition to make a big contribution. How could it be possible to just catch you a shrimp soldier? It seems that I will be lucky today. You help identify the owner of the white flag banner. If you catch him, I will not only spare you not to die, give you back as a team leader. Yes, thank you, my lord. The Han soldier was overjoyed. Knowing that Dudu was likely to be among the prisoners he had caught, Sun Sheng's eyes gleamed. Hurry up and hand over Dudu, the owner of the inlaid white flag, or Dudu yourself, otherwise everyone here will be shot. Do you know what is called shooting? Just use this gun to make a hole in your head. Sun Sheng took a musket from the soldier and aimed it at Paul Zun's head. The innocent Paul was pressed against his forehead, cold sweat constantly oozing out. He was still stubborn, facing the threat of death. He suddenly realized that he did not seem to be as brave as he thought, because his legs were soft and trembling. Non-stop. Soldier, if you have something to say, you can't move something as dangerous as a musket. Paul Zun carefully moved the musket away with his trembling fingers. Come here, aim at this group of hidden culprits. If they don't hand over Dudu, they will all be shot. Impatient Sun Sheng waved his hand, and a row of dragoons pointed their guns at the defenseless golden prisoners. The hollow muzzle made their scalp numb. Didn't you Fuliao army say that you won't kill the captives? How can you turn your back? Shouted the frightened Jinren captive. Who knows if I killed you? I will report to the army owner that you have resisted and died. Hee. If you don't hand over Dudu, then you are about to shoot. Sun Sheng sneered. The golden prisoners who received death threats anxiously searched for Dudu with their eyes in the crowd. And the 8 banners officers who knew Dudu looked at Dudu, who was in the crowd like a conditioned reflex. In such a moment, Dudu was exposed. That's it. I am Dudu, the owner of the white flag banner you are looking for. If you want to kill, you have to pluck as you please. Dudu walked out of the crowd in despair. He was wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier and smeared his face with mud. He thought he could fish in troubled waters and took the opportunity to escape back to Fort Xining. But now he was exposed and had no choice but to stand up. Oh my God, look at Bela from the Great Golden Kingdom. How do you dress up as a small soldier? I can't even recognize that this is a Bela master. Sun Sheng saw Dudu stand up by himself and dismount, pretending to be asked in surprise. You want to kill or slash? Don't want to humiliate me? Dudu said with a bowed neck. What about humiliating you? You are now a prisoner of our Fuliao army. What room for bargaining? Sun Sheng sneered, not giving Dudu any face. Sun Sheng stepped on the laces of the left military boots with his right military boots, pulled the laces apart, and put the left military boots in front of Dudu proudly. Oh, how come my shoelaces are loose? Why don't you just tie my shoes? When Dudu heard Sun Sheng's sorrowful words, his anger grew into smoke. It is clear that his Sun Sheng stepped on his own shoelaces, specifically to humiliate himself. If you want me, a Bela from a big golden country, to do something like this, don't think about it. Dudu Kingjin said violently. If you are lucky if I don't let you wear women's clothes. Hee. If you don't want to tie my shoes, I will ask the army owner for orders, sell you to the fireworks field, let you wear women's clothes to pick up customers. Hey, Leonin, there are still a lot of men who like this one. Whether you want to tie my shoes or choose women's clothing, think about it for yourself. Sun Sheng smiled evilly. Women's clothing welcome guests. Dudu thought about it, and got goosebumps all over his body. If he really wanted him to do such a thing by Bela, it would be better to let him die. Wu Dudu struggled for a while, finally bowed his head to the evil forces, squatted down aggrievedly, and tremblingly stretched out his hand to tie Sun Sheng's shoelace. Kneel down. Sun Sheng shouted violently. Suddenly, Dudu really knelt down. When he came to consciousness, he was already kneeling in front of Sun Sheng. More than 1,000 of his subordinates, the eyes of everyone are in full view, watching his chief kneeling to the enemy's chief. There is nothing more humiliating than this. You mean? Faced with thousands of doubtful and contemptuous eyes, the blushing Dudu finally realized it. Sun Sheng asked him to tie his shoelaces. This was a trap. in order to make him kneel and humiliate himself! Hey, the soldier is deceitful. Now you don't have any dignity to speak of. But if you help us, I will let you go. Otherwise, the humiliation to you is not just as simple as kneeling. Sun Sheng said, "You are simply the devil." Dudu was going crazy. Chapter 133, Outsmarting Xining Fort. The defenders of Xining Fort are anxiously awaiting news that their banner leader Dudu led troops to assist Nuzwang Yi. However, to their surprise, Dudu returned with his crew ahead of time. Strange, didn't the banner owner go to help Nuzwang Post? How come back so early? Could it be that Nuzwang Yi has already been conquered by the Fu Liao army? The two responsible for the defense of Nuzwang Yi heard that their chief returned to Xining Fort, and quickly took people up to the castle wall to look around. Sure enough, they saw the familiar figure of the banner leader Dudu in the returning golden soldiers, but the distance was still far away, and they couldn't see Dudu's muddled appearance. Beside Dudu, a few strong men oozed sweat from their palms nervously. Some of them put their hands on the side of the saddle, ready to pull out the pistols placed in the saddle leather bag at any time. Nuzwang Post has been captured by the Fu Liao army, and it is no use to support Nuzwang Post again. Open the door to welcome the banner owner to enter. Under the protection of several soldiers, Anulia came to Xining Fort and called the door. Nuzwang Yi was really conquered. The two Jialafor guarding Xining Fort really looked at each other. Open the fort gate and let the banner owner and them come in. Hearing that Nuzwang Yi was lost, the two Jiali really realized the seriousness of the problem, and they quickly ordered the guards guarding the fort gate to put the golden soldiers under the fort into the city. Sun Sheng pretended to be among the golden soldiers. After the 2nd Infantry Brigade of Archduke Karl conquered Nuzwang Station, it crossed the Daliao River and merged with the Dragoon Battalion. Then they were divided into infantrymen and Sun Sheng from an infantry battalion, and asked them to pretend to be golden soldiers to defraud Xining Fort. This disguised golden soldier also had some surrendered golden soldiers to add to its authenticity. Even Dudu was used as a decoy and placed in the army. The crunching, heavy fort gate finally opened slowly under the push of more than a dozen golden soldiers. Stabilized, Sun Sheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief when the fort gate opened wide. But he will continue to pretend. Brothers have worked so hard. Go back to the fort and take a good rest. Since the Fu Liao army has captured Nuzwang Station, they will come soon, and there will inevitably be a big battle at that time. The Nul inside the fort is really enthusiastic, said to Jinping, who came back. That group of Fu Liao army is really powerful. You have defeated the defenders of Nuzwang Yi so soon, you have to be careful. Gnul, who called the door, said helplessly to his comrades, of course you have to be careful. Hey, why are your Nulu brothers face to face? As if they haven't seen it in your Nulu before. Gnul, who guards the city, really found out that Nul, who was following the door, called the door. A few of the soldiers were a little strange, and asked suspiciously, "Oh, you said they? I was only recently promoted to be a soldier." Gnul, who called the door, could not help sweating when he was asked such a question. Fortunately, he was able to round it slightly. He also had to round it up, as long as he shows his feet. It is estimated that the soldiers of the Fu Liao army who are following him will kill him on the spot. Then come in quickly. Gnul, the defender of the city, did not continue to ask. After all, it was an old friend he knew who came to call the door. And even the banner owner was here. The first group of golden soldiers returned through the fort gate and entered the Xining Fort. Welcome, Bell Lord. When Dudu passed the city gate, Gnul, guarding the city, fell to the ground respectfully. Called by a familiar person, Dudu came back in a daze. He saw that almost half of the soldiers and horses disguised by the Fu Liao army entered the fort, and immediately shouted, "These are all from the Fu Liao army. They want it. Capture Xining Fort. They caught me." "Asshole, are you looking for death?" The soldiers monitoring Dudu kicked Dudu off his horse. "Do it." Sun Sheng saw that Dudu was still defeated at a critical time and immediately commanded his subordinates to take action. The soldiers who have entered the fortress seize the important place. while the soldiers near the city gate chop up their golden soldiers with a big knife. Before the defender Nulu had time to react, his former comrade in arms pierced his chest with a dagger. "Old friend, I'm sorry." The Fuliao army said that this is a nomination certificate, and I can become an officer in the future. Gnu, who called the door, really covered the widened eyes of the old friend who was killed, and closed his eyes. Close up, the golden soldiers who did not react were killed for half of the time in an instant, while the remaining golden soldiers panicked and yelled. The enemy attacked. The Fuliao army has come in. Those who stand against me die. Sun Sheng used a saber to chop over a golden soldier trying to escape the dangerous city gate. Blood splashing on the grey wall. The two Jili on the city wall saw the sudden change of the fortress gate, and their expressions changed drastically. What made them think about it with great horror is that their banner owner has been captured by the Fuliao army. Follow me to reinforce, and be sure to drive out the Fuliao army. But the banner owner was caught by them. What if the banner owner is injured? Since the banner owner has been caught, he should have the determination to die. Now this is our biggest. Obey our command, Tu Jili said fiercely. After entering the fort, the Liao army killed the defenders near the city gate, and then the soldiers were divided into two groups, going all the way to seize the city wall, and occupying the houses and streets near the city gate as bunkers. The Jinbing, who had slowed down, began to counterattack the Fuliao army that broke into Xining Fort under the command of Jie Laozhen. Get our Dakin's Tanwai cannon, and we must quickly defeat the Fuliao army, exclaimed the golden soldier like an ant on a hot pot. Under the lead of a group of Hujin artillery, 3 artillery pieces were pushed over. Of the 3 artillery pieces, 2 of them were Tanwai cannons which were transformed from the Ming army's general guns by Hujin, and were deployed in Xining Fort. At this time, Huang Tji, who had few firearms, was willing to put the 3 artillery pieces in Xining Fort, which shows that Hujin attaches great importance to Xining Fort. Boom! A shell bombarded him, and the Fuliao army who occupied the city gate was caught off guard and killed several people. Boom! Another shell fell beside a house, and the scattered shrapnel penetrated the bricks and tiles. The strong wind rolled up by the shells made Sun Sheng's cheeks hurt next to him. Grandma, a bear, has always been bombarded by our Fuliao army. Today is the first time I was bombarded. It is really useless. Brothers support me, and our reinforcements will be here soon. Sun Sheng gritted his teeth with hatred. In order to pretend to be a Jinren's army, he only brought in a few weapons, but this time he gave the Jinren's firearms the upper hand. On the outskirts of Fort Xining, Archduke Karl received the news of the attack on Fort Xining and immediately commanded the other 2 battalions of the 2nd Brigade and the Dragoon Battalion to advance. Among them, Sun Sheng, the Dragoon Camp's nervous officer, hurriedly increased his whip, wishing to attack Xining Fort immediately and kill all the gold soldiers in the fort. Chapter 134 Shengjing, military owner. Good news. Archduke Karl's 2nd Brigade joined forces with the Dragoon Battalion, and successively captured Nuzhuangyi and Xining Fort. Now the Daliao River Basin is under our control. Luo Shengen received the news from Archduke Karl, but it far exceeded Luo Sheng's expectations. Originally, Luo Sheng divided 5,000 troops to Duke Karl, hoping that Duke Karl could drag the inlaid white flag stationed in the Daliao River Basin, so that he would have no worries on his side. If he is optimistic, Luo Sheng believes that Duke Karl can find a way to defeat the white flag, but it is not easy to attack the strong and firearmed Fort Xining. Luo Sheng did not expect Duke Karl and the others to take down the Fort Xining, and it was so fast. How is Hujin's inlaid white flag? Luo Sheng asked. Xianbei was almost completely wiped out. It wiped out the opponent's nearly 7 Nilu troops, and captured about 20 Nilu golden soldiers. Karl is worried about how to deal with more prisoners than our soldiers. Second, the messenger sent by the brigade said to Luo Sheng, by the way, Grand Duke Karl and Master Sun Sheng also asked Xia to ask the Lord what to do with Dudu, the Lord of the inlaid white flag. The owner of their mosaic white flag was also captured alive by you? Liu Sheng asked with some surprise. If it is true, then this is the first Bela-level Hujin general captured by the Fu Liao army, second only to the capture of a bandit like Huang Qi. Let Duke Karl and the others send Dudu here. I want him to see with his own eyes Sheng Jing being captured by our Fu Liao army. Liu Sheng said, yes, I will go back and let Duke Karl dedicate Dudu to the Lord. The messenger replied. If at this time poor Dudu knew that after being tricked by Sun Sheng and Duke Karl, he would be played by the culprit, Liu Sheng, he would probably be so angry. By the way, let Duke Karl and Sun Sheng prepare to implement the second phase of the plan, waiting for the opportunity to go north to Liu Hitao to contact a Mongolian flag stationed there. Liu Sheng said, at present, in order to resist the great pressure of the Fu Liao army, Hujin divided the included Mongolian tribes into 4 Mongolian flags. Among them, the 3 masters of Mongolia accompanied Huang Qi to rob Datong, and a Mongolian flag guarded the fertile Liu River for Huang Qi. And this Mongolian flag is dominated by Hawkin tribes, blended with people from other Mongolian tribes. The banner owner is Mangusi, and it can be regarded as a Mongolian veteran. Liu Sheng was not afraid of the Mongolian cavalry who had fought in the world, but he did not want the Mongolian cavalry to intervene in his upcoming offensive and defensive against Sheng Jing. After ensuring that the Daliao River basin had been controlled, Liu Sheng summoned his subordinates to prepare to attack Sheng Jing. Did the people of Zhu City make arrangements properly? Liu Sheng asked. Our 3rd Brigade has fulfilled its mission and everything has been arranged. The reserve military service from Jinzhou and Fuzzy has also arrived in Zhu City, filling up the losses of our brigade. Liu Xingzuo said. Are you satisfied with these new recruits? Liu Sheng asked. Although it is not comparable to the veterans, it is enough to be able to shoot targets anyway. When the war starts, 2 veterans with a recruit egg can guarantee that they will not escape. Liu Xingzuo said. Liu Sheng is still very satisfied with his reserve military service system. With the current population of Liu Sheng, at least 2 new infantry brigades can be armed with reserve troops. The training period of these musketeers is much shorter than that of the cold weapon troops, and the real fight is still the Golden Man's loss. As for the losses made up by the Golden Men by grabbing the strong men, it is hard to say whether they are good or bad. Most of these strong men will mutiny and escape on the fly. Instead they will disrupt the formation of veterans. Military owner, the situation in Zhu City has stabilized. Should we go to attack Sheng Jing? That's the Golden Man's lair. I dare say that none of Daming's soldiers don't want to be able to fight Huang Long one day and completely wipe out Hujin. Yang Tai said grinningly. Yeah? All the officers nodded, including Liu Xingzuo, Huang Weiyao, Xu Ji, and Chang Yi. Look at you, the monkey in a hurry. If you can't beat Sheng Jing by then, I will be the first to use your head to apologize to the people in southern Lining. Liu Sheng scolded with a smile. That's fine. Mrs. Yang didn't dare to make a guarantee. Sheng Jing was the capital that the Jinren would do their best to defend, and it was far more robust than Zhu City. Our West Route army has already had news that the Daliao River basin has been controlled by us, and the first phase of the combat goal has been achieved. Next, as you wish, we will begin to march towards Sheng Jing. Liu Sheng said. Hearing that Sheng Jing was finally about to be attacked, all the officers sat in distress and listened with upright ears. Even Tai Yang, who had always been babbled and crooked, calmed down. Now Armin and Yuchuo's troops with the red flag and the blue flag retreat from Zhu City and retreat in Anshan and Benxi, with their backs on Sheng Jing, to gather the defeated troops, and reorganize their defenses. If you want to march in Shengbei-jing, maybe we will have to fight them in Anshan and Benxi to eliminate them completely. Xu Jishing of the 4th Brigade guarding Liangdao said. Don't worry about this, they will soon abandon the defenses around Anshan and Benxi and retreat to Shenjing. All we have to do is to surround Shenjing and then capture it. Luo Sheng smiled. Why is the military owner so determined? Almost all the officers looked at Luo Sheng curiously. Our envoys sent to Goryeo reported that the king of Goryeo sent 20,000 troops from Yiju to cross the Yao River. He has already conquered the Mtikyong fort, posing a huge threat to the east of Shenjing. At present, Shenjing has only Hage, the inlaid yellow flag, and Shan's positive red flag. The strength of the two flags is far from enough to defend the big Shenjing. Do you say that as the defender of Shenjing? Will Shenjing be allowed to have any losses? They will definitely assemble all troops retreated to Shenjing, so Armin and Xuo's troops will definitely be called back. It's great. How did your lord make Goryeo send a large army westward? Of course it is to induce profit. Chen Jingdong defended Goryeo's king fort. At this time, it had been captured by the Korean troops. The Korean flag was hunting over King Fort. Leading the Goryeo army was the Korean national soldier Khaosan Zhangwon, and the Goryeo king's first son Li Jin, who went with the army to experience the battle. This time we were able to conquer King Fort. Thanks to the artillery provided to us by the Liao army last time, the casualties were much less than expected. Zhang Wan said with emotion when he saw the reported casualty list. Brother Chu said that if we send troops to join them to encircle the capital of the Jinren this time, we will not only make up for our losses, but will also send us a batch of more powerful cannons, and we will also give our Korean merchants as traders discount. Li King said excitedly. Luo Sheng is a noble man, and it is our honor for our Highness Wang Shizi to maintain a good relationship with him. Zhang Wan said, it seems that we have to work harder this time, not just to get closer to the Fuliao army. The close relationship is even more to avenge the Golden Man. Chapter 135 Thrall as prisoner of war. The important area from Anshan to Benxi in the northern part of Zuwai was guarded by the defeated Armin and Yuchuo flags. However, as the eastern part of Shenjing was threatened by the Korean army, they had to give up their natural dangers and retreat to Shenjing. Otherwise, once the Korean army cut off Shenjing and their troops, the golden soldiers who were trapped in Anshan would fall into a predicament of food shortage. Calm down for me. We are returning to the teacher and not retreating. Anul cursed. When the 8 banners with red and blue flags came up, these 8 banners were panicked and the team was disorganized. If the Fuliao army were to kill at this moment, they might be able to easily defeat them again. The soldiers have begun to wear war and fear that the Leonan army is like a tiger. If things go on like this, we won't have to fight them anymore, just surrender directly to them. Armin stood on the high ground and saw his blue flag formation chaotically. Could not help being discouraged. Oh, the Xiangbeki army was annihilated, and Dudu had become a prisoner of the Fuliao army. This news came. It is impossible to stop the soldiers from panic, said Shuo on the side. Thinking of being captured by the Fuliao army to Dudu, Armin became even more melancholy. I still can't understand. The main force of Fuliao army is concentrated on attacking us. How can the white flag inlaid be wiped out? Dudu will conquer Goryeo with me. It's not a wine bag or rice bag. How much time does your majesty have to return? If you don't return, this battle will not go on. If you lose Shenjing, you and I will be the sinners of Dakin. Shuo also said with emotion. Zheng Wangkai and Zhen Lanqi have fallen into the Ming army fortress formation in Datong town, and plundered countless. Unexpectedly, Datong city is firmly defended and the Ming army in Nina Yun is back to help. Your majesty is dragged by the Ming army. It will take at least half a month. Time to return. Armin said. More than half a month. I don't know if the Fuliao army will give us this time. Shuo went on, let's go. Hage and my father should have been in Shenjing waiting for us to go back. The 4 flags are fighting together. I'm afraid it's rare even in the time of the first king. You are wrong. This time it is not just 4 flags, but actually 5 flags. This Shenjing battle must defeat the momentum of the Fuliao army. Armin said, Guardian Jianzu guards. Zheng Beiqi was ordered to leave Jianzu and is heading south. Jianzu is the birthplace of our Jurchen tribe. How can Zheng Beiqi leave Jianzu easily? Zhuo asked in surprise. Not only Jianzu, but also the Jurchen tribes of Hexi and Donghai are shocked by Zheng Beiqi. If Shengjing falls, do you think Jianzu can defend it? Hechuola, a city of special significance in Jianzu, was the base camp where Nahaki troops prepared for battle. Before moving the capital to Shengjing, Hechuola was the center of the post-gold forces, and there are still many Jianzu Jurchen nobles here. As Jianzu's Jurchen population is not abundant, many people in southern Lining, Liaodong and even Korea were moved to Jianzu to fill the population. Among them were many Ming troops captured in the War of Salu and became slaves in Hechuola. In a small ruined temple in Hechuola, 20 or 30 men in ragged clothes gathered in a crowd. The cold winter is coming, but their master has no intention of pitying them at all. Everyone, I heard from the businessman who took the risk of coming to Jin to do business, saying that our Daming army is in the northern expedition, and has now recovered the 4 guards in southern Lining, and is attacking Shengjing in Liaodong. If this battle is won, it is estimated that it will be fought when we arrive at Jianzu to eliminate them completely. We are not far from regaining our freedom. A man stood among the crowd and said excitedly, Big Brother Wang, what you said is true. Our Ming army really regained the 4th guard in southern Lining? Are we Daming still capable of regaining southern Lining? If there were, we would not have been defeated so badly in the Battle of Seihu, nor will we be reduced to what we are today, neither human nor ghost. Looks like. The other savory slaves questioned. I, Wang Daolang, used to be a small commander under the Xuanfu commander. How can I say some crowning words to deceive you? I have all inquired. It is our newly appointed Dongjiang town commander Luo Sheng who regained Liaonan. The army he brought was called the Fuliao army, equipped with the most advanced firearms. It is said that the firearms of our previous Shenji camp were less than a fraction of the Fuliao army. Now the Fuliao army, together with the Goryeo kingdom, is preparing to attack Shengjing! The man among the crowd said. 20 or 30 prisoners of war looked at each other. If this is true, then our hard times will finally be overwhelmed. These damn golden men, when our Ming's army attacked, I must settle the new and old accounts with them. Grandma, a bear, I haven't eaten a full day's meal with these golden people in the past few years. If something goes wrong, I have to suffer from their iron thorn whip. You see, this body is full of scars, and I have been fighting back then. The scars are several times more numerous. A slave stripped away the tattered cotton wool on his body, revealing horrible scars. Deep or shallow, winding knots like a centipede. The other slaves couldn't help but breathe in air when they saw it. But some people also yelled, why am I not? It's okay to be beaten, and I don't have enough food. But the most unbearable thing is that I can't return to my hometown. My hometown is in Qinquan. When I was ordered to help Liaodong, my mother was 60 years old. Now that 8 years have passed in a hurry, I don't know if my mother is still alive. I'm not filial. Everyone was anxious. Only they can truly appreciate the taste of being a prisoner of war in an enemy country. I am not calling you today to listen to your complaints. No matter how no matter how painful you are in your heart, how can you help? Is it possible to say that those high gold masters can die? Wang Daolang interrupted the desolate atmosphere. Brother Wang, now our Ming army is in a decisive battle with the Jinren. We are in the enemy of the family and the country. How can we not do our meager efforts? Wang Daolang said arrogantly. His voice echoed in the small broken temple, making everyone present cheer. Quiet. Brother Wang, if by any chance the golden man hears it, all the brothers present will be killed in Huangquan. Hechuara has 3 bulls with the golden man and the white flag. A slave held nervously Wang Dalang's arm. Hey, I'm going to say it today. I'm still afraid that the golden man will not hear you. You, and you. Do you forget that you are still a bright soldier? To this day, you still have to be like dogs wagging his tail to beg to the golden man and surrendering his life. Wang Dalang's sharp eyes looked like a sharp knife, and every slave who looked at him couldn't help but bowed his head in shame. I have received news that the Zhengbai banner of Jianzhou is shrinking its forces and rushing south to assist Shenjing. Hechuala has less than one Nilu soldier. This is our chance to be ashamed, Wang Dalang said again. Hearing Wang Dalang's words, all the slaves raised their heads unanimously, showing enthusiastic eyes. Chapter 136 The Fire of the Liaoyuan. As night fell, the night enveloped Hechuala. The Jurchen noblemen slept with satisfaction after the Juche rule, and in their eyes, their slaves are no longer bloody, as gentle as livestock. But what they don't know is that even tamed animals have times when they go crazy. On the humble streets of Hechuala, it is rare to see 2 or 3 patrolling soldiers walking by, breathing strong alcohol. There has been no war in Hechuala for a long time, making the soldiers who were as keen as hunting dogs in the past become negligent. A patrolling golden soldier turned his head and looked into an alley. He seemed to see a dark shadow just now. He felt the lantern shone into the alley, but it was empty inside. Mentuai, what are you doing? Another Jinbing, who was partnering with him, asked drunkenly. Strange, I clearly saw a black shadow slam into it. Why didn't I see the figure? I think you drank too much. Ha ha, Mentuai, your alcohol is not good enough. When the 2 golden soldiers were talking uneasily, 2 big hands appeared in the dark night behind them, covering the mouths of the 2 golden soldiers. The 2 golden soldiers stared in horror in their drunkenness. They wanted to scream out, but their mouths were severely covered, and they could only make a slight struggling sound. Click. The sound of a broken neck. The 2 golden soldiers fell to the ground limply. Quickly, drag them into the alley. Several people in the dark hurriedly dragged the 2 golden soldiers into the alley, and then unloaded their weapons and armors. Several hunts like this happened this night. Then, I don't know when, several aristocratic houses in Hechuala city started a big fire. The blazing fire broke the tranquility of the night and plunged the city of Hechuala into chaos. It's on fire, it's on fire. The Jurchen aristocrat who was awakened by the fire yelled in panic. Come on to put out the fire. The Jurchen nobleman had fat head and big ears, sweating profusely because he was helpless. He blindly yelled at his burning house in the courtyard. It happened that he saw his slave coming, so he ordered, Slave, fetch water to put out the fire, otherwise I will teach you to taste the whip. The slave of this Jurchen nobleman is Wang Dalang. When Wang Dalang heard the orders from the Jurchen aristocrat, he couldn't help but grin and walked towards the Jurchen aristocrat in the reflection of the sea of fire. Slave, what do you want to do to your master? Seeing Wang Dalang's fierce face under the fire, the Jurchen aristocrat was so scared that he got goosebumps, and he took a small step back nervously. I'm a cheap slave. Cheap? Your whole family is a cheap slave. Wang Dalang took a big step forward quickly, and the dagger pierced the chest of the Jurchen nobleman. You continue to scold me, you continue to whip me, you continue to dominate. Wang Dalang hugged the Jurchen nobleman fiercely and stabbed him with a single knife, bringing out strange blood. Inside Hechuala, chaos became a mess. The soldiers on patrol were killed, the city was full of flames, and there were countless vendettas hidden in it. Down with the Jurchen nobles, and no longer be slaves to the Jurchens, and those who are willing to resist will fight with us to death. Our daming army has already come to Shenjing. The Jinren will soon be ruined by themselves. Don't be afraid of them anymore. The defenders of Hechuara have left here. Now is a good time to rebel against the Jurchen nobles. For freedom, we fight in blood. There is grievance and revenge, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. In the chaos and darkness, the Ming army prisoners of war who were captured as slaves in the Battle of Sulu and other battles formed a new force, constantly gathering other slaves in the city to join. These slaves are not just prisoners of the Ming army, but also the people of Ming Dynasty, the Mongols, the Koreans and even the Dongying people who were sold over. Perhaps what inspires them is their desire for freedom, or they just want to return the atrocities committed by the Jurchen aristocrats to them 100 times, 1,000 times. What do you want to do? Don't come, Don't come." The Jurchen aristocrat who was caught in the chaos was surrounded by angry slaves. In the darkness, he could see the red and angry eyes of the slaves. "No!" the Jurchen noble screamed sternly. Hechuara, regarded as the land of Longsing, has become a hell on earth. Not only the Jurchen aristocracy, but ordinary Jurchen people were also affected. The anger squeezed by the slaves finally erupted. If the entire city was to be buried with them, there was no reason to talk about it. The only Nulu left by Zengbeki was really awakened by his subordinates, and when he learned that the whole city was in chaos, his eyes were suddenly red. No matter how things are dealt with today, if only a slave riot has occurred, he must be held accountable for negligence. Quickly suppress this group of chaotic people. This group of slaves is so lawless, they will all be killed if they are caught. Newell really led more than 100 soldiers who barely gathered to the most violent riots to suppress the chaotic people, and some soldiers guarded the city gate. However, Gnuel really underestimated the danger of slave riots. When he led his troops to suppress, he could kill dozens of slaves at first. However, more and more slaves of various races came up with the wind. Under the command of the prisoners of the Ming army, they began to find the rhythm of the battle and consciously surrounded the golden soldiers. Many of the captives in the city of Hechile were soldiers captured during the offensives of Hujin and other races. They are no strangers to fighting. Even after many years, the fighting consciousness that has been integrated into their blood has not diminished much. If the other two Nulu are not removed, they may be easily suppressed. But Hechila now has less than 1 Nulus combat power. Give bows and arrows to friends in Mongolia, they are natural marksmen. Don't be afraid, rely on the terrain to surround them. We have more people than them, so we don't have to be afraid of them. Wang Dalang had the most influence among the prisoners of the Ming army. This influence gradually spread to the entire slave group of Hechila. He simply broke the jar, and even if he failed, he would gnaw off this golden army. Old grandson, you take some people to copy the homes of the Jurchen nobles, and control them before they react. Wang Dalang split up a team for his comrades to control the murdered Jurchen nobles. My lord, there are more and more slaves around us, and we are surrounded. Jin Bing discovered in a panic that his own party who had come to suppress the slaves in the riots instead made dumplings. Damn it. I didn't even bring many bows and arrows because I was too anxious. The Nulu forehead guarding Hechila really gritted his teeth and beaten like this. What a thing. Form an army, attack their formation, and kill. Chapter 137. The Jianzi volunteers. Nulu, Zenbeki, surrounded by the uprising slaves, formed a phalanx, with spears and swords in the front row and archers in the back row. The enemy's location is not clear in the darkness, and they can only shoot at the army of slaves with the fire of the house. Go forward. Gnuel really commanded the phalanx to break through in the direction of the city gate. The spear, sword and shield advanced, forcing the slaves to retreat. These slaves came from various races and tribes. Although their individual combat power was not weak, they lacked the tacit understanding of joint combat. When the golden soldiers suddenly stepped back dozens of steps, they also exposed gaps in their encirclement. We also formed a phalanx to block them. Seeing Nulu was about to break through, Wang Dalang immediately anxiously took the lead with his Ming army comrades. Brothers, do you remember our Ming army? Of course I remember. The other Ming army prisoners of war moved closer together, forming an iron wall with various weapons, desperately trying to keep the golden soldiers inside. Wang Daolang wore the armor that had been taken from Jin Bing, held a red tasseled spear, and held a shield in his hand. Next to him, his comrades with similar equipment fought side by side with him, forming a formation in the first row. Behind Wang Daolang were archers with long bows. They tried their best to shoot upside down at the golden soldiers in the encirclement, returning blood for blood. In such a chaotic and invisible situation, the firecrackers that the Jinren fell behind were not as good as bows and arrows. The Ming army prisoners of war just shot all the arrows they could find. Let's join. A dozen Mongolian slaves, holding short bows with horns that they didn't know where they had taken, joined the archer troops in the Ming army formation. These Mongolian slaves are born marksmen, and with the firelight they can shoot directly from the gaps in the front row of shield soldiers into the attacking golden soldiers. Go back. Wang Daolang led the soldiers forward and hit Jinbing with a counterattack. Kill these slaves. Gnuol was really jealous, and he personally wore it and insisted. The two armies collided with each other on the narrow street, like two torrents crashing together. The spear broke, the shield was pierced, the soldiers in the front row attacked each other, and one soldier fell in a pool of blood. Hateful. Wang Daolang was heartbroken when he saw that his comrade in arms who had been fighting with him for many years were killed by the Golden Man. The two armies fought, but the Ming army suffered a loss. They became slaves after the Battle of Sahu. They were not full of food and clothes, and they were skinny. At this time, they suffered a big loss in body shape compared with the strong golden soldiers. Stop them even if you die. Wang Daolang gritted his teeth. Just when the Ming army camp was crumbling, a few hungrily giants stood out from the slave group and squeezed into the Ming army in the front row. They are over 2 meters tall, stand out among the crowd, with hideous tattoos on their faces and heavy chains on their hands and feet. Give us a spear. One of the giant terns spoke in Chinese angrily, but it was obvious that they were not Han. They are slaves of Donghainvzan. I know them. Their tribe was flattened by Jianzhenvzan, and they also became slaves, working in the quarry. Among the slaves, Han people recognized these giants. Give them weapons. Wang Daolang saw that Donghai Jurchen slaves had also joined his camp, so he asked a few thin slaves to hand over the spears and shields to them. Donghai Jurchen held a long spear in his hand and swept across, sinking vigorously. Bang! Several golden soldiers were struck by spears, as if struck by lightning. They withered. Donghai Jurchen was condescending, serving as the forward of the Ming army's phalanx, helping the Ming army's phalanx to stabilize the camp. These savages are really amazing. Wang Daolang couldn't help but admire. There are also many Jurchen tribes. The Jurchen tribes in Jianzi Jurchen, Haixi Jurchen, and Donghai Jurchen are the most powerful. However, the Donghai Jurchen tribe did not form an alliance group like Jianzhou and Haixi Jurchen, and was finally annexed by the Eight Banners army led by Jianzi Jurchen. And many Donghai Jurchen tribes also became slaves of Jianzi Jurchen. With the addition of Donghai Jurchen slaves, the uprising slaves increased their confidence, and even the Jurchen from Haixi joined the riot that overthrew the Jurchen aristocracy in Jianzhou. When the sun pierced the darkness that enveloped the land the next morning, the riots in Hechula gradually ceased. The streets of Hechula are full of cold bodies that have lost their vitality. There are golden soldiers, slaves, Jurchen nobles, and civilians. The once prosperous house almost disappeared in this catastrophe. These luxurious houses are generally only worthy of the Jurchen nobles, and they have also become the first targets of the slaves of the uprising to vent their anger. Anilu stationed in the city of Hechuala was completely defeated by the slave army. Some defeated golden soldiers fled Hechuala in a panic and completely handed over the old capital of Hechuala to the slave army. The victorious slave armies of various races elected Wang Daolang as their leader and began a new round of revenge against the city of Hechula. Many of the Jurchen nobles hiding in cellars and utility rooms were pulled out by the slaves they usually yelled at. Tens of Jurchen nobles were pushed to the center of the city, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy and wailing, "Boss, how are we going to deal with these people?" Some slaves sharpened their knives, and as long as Wang Daolang nodded, they all had their heads down. All killed. As for their families, all become slaves. Let them taste our pain too. Wang Daolang's eyes were grim. Han, I'm going to kill the people who enslaved us with my own hands. Are you okay? Several Donghai Jurchen giants grabbed a pale-faced golden man and came to Wang Daolang, as if grabbing a chicken without resistance, and asked Wang Daolang. Wang Daolang looked at the gold man, but he was the supervisor of the Goldman Quarry. He estimated that he was too bad for these Donghai Jurchen brothers and was hated by these brothers. In the event of an accident, these Donghai Jurchen brothers went directly to copy the supervisor of the quarry. "Uncle, forgive me. Uncle, forgive me. I just gave my life to the Dakin court. I can't help it." Seeing Wang Dalang's status among slaves, the quarry supervisor hurriedly asked Wang Dalang for help. "This person is mean to you, just dispose of him at will. Don't ask me." Wang Dalang is grateful to these Donghai Jurchen brothers, and doesn't care about them killing a quarry supervisor in a mere district. "Well, kill him now." Several Donghai Jurchens threw the quarry supervisor to the ground, 2 people held him down, and 1 raised the ghost head knife. "Just wait a minute." Wang Dalang stopped them. "Huh?" Donghai Jurchen looked at Wang Dalang dissatisfiedly. "I'm not going to interrupt you, waiting for you to slaughter this beast. I hope you can join us in the Fuliao army of Ming Dynasty." Chapter 138 Meeting Teacher. Liu Sheng did not know that a large-scale riot had occurred in the rear area of Hujin, and the scope of the riot had spread from the city of Hechula to the surrounding area. More and more prisoners of war and small tribes enslaved by Jianzi Jurchen joined the uprising slave army. At this time, Liu Sheng led the 4 brigades of the 1st Brigade, 3rd Brigade, 4th Brigade, and Artillery Brigade across the Anshan and Benxi lines, and they approached Shengjing City like a black cloud. Each battalion and brigade stationed in the camp according to the deployment of the military department, seizing important places, especially the 4th Infantry Brigade, must keep the food road unblocked. Liu Sheng summoned officials at all levels. "Military Lord, we have all reached Shengjing City. While let our 4th Infantry Brigade guard the food road. Our 4th Infantry Brigade has never participated in a major battle before. Please be sure to let us take the main offensive mission." The brigade commander Chen Jixing saw that Liu Sheng once again let his infantry brigade be responsible for the defense tasks of the front and rear, and couldn't help but become anxious. Protecting the grain and grass is the top priority of this operation, and only the 4th Infantry Brigade with complete strength can take on this important task. "Don't worry, as long as the grain path is unobstructed, your contribution will not be smaller than other troops after this battle." Liu Sheng comforted. Hearing what Liu Sheng said, Chen Jixing was no longer obsessed with tackling tough problems. The 3rd Infantry Brigade is divided into 2 units, serving as the left and right wings of our army. The 1st Brigade is in the center. The Artillery Brigade arranges artillery positions in the rear. When the Goryeo army arrives, we will begin to attack the city. Liu Sheng was on the simple sand table. Place small flags to represent the deployment positions of the various troops. In Shengjing City, there are full-strength inlaid yellow and red flags, as well as inlaid blue flags and red flags, which can damage the army. It is estimated that there are about 30,000 soldiers. The city has begun to recruit strong men. It is expected that the number of troops defending the city will be as high as 50,000. It is 4 or 5 times that of ours. We are under a lot of pressure. Liu Sheng continued. "Soldier, please rest assured, no matter how many people there are on the other side, our artillery brigade will surely defeat their confidence with cannon," said Dong Doi, commander of the artillery brigade. "Our infantry brigade is not a vegetarian. As long as we launch a few rounds of attacks on Shengjing City, we will definitely be able to conquer Shengjing." Liu Xingzuo of the 3rd Infantry Brigade also said sharply. Liu Sheng looked at his confident subordinates and shook his head. The constant victories for a long time have caused the officers of the Fuliao army to be blindly optimistic, and they have somewhat overestimated their own strength. Shengjing City is the most important thing in Daming Liudong. After several years of operation, after being occupied by Hujin, Bianzan's high walls made it difficult for our artillery to break through the gap. If the infantry attacked the town, the casualties would be heavy. After this battle, the Liao army would be considered abolished. Regarding Liu Sheng's pessimistic attitude, the other officers couldn't help but ponder. Shengjing City is a difficult bone to crack. Before Huang Qi returns to his division, Shengjing, which has a strong wall and twice the strength of Zhu City, is likely to lead to the collapse of the Fu Liao army. The commander said that we will fight as we go. Tai Yang of the first barracks scratched his head, and couldn't think of any feasible methods other than the storm, so he had to pin his hopes on Liu Sheng. I have some ideas, but it's a pity that we don't have enough troops. As long as we wait until the Goryeo army comes, we can borrow some people from them, Liu Sheng said. After the Fu Liao army advanced to Shenjing, the Goryeo army that drove straight in from the east also left King Fort and arrived near Shenjing city, and returned to the army with Fu Liao army smoothly. The flag of the Goryeo kingdom was hunting in the north wind. For the first time, 20,000 Goryeo troops crossed the Yao River and proceeded to crusade against Jium kingdom on the west side. In order to show the shame, the king of Goryeo laid down his blood and let the most elite 20,000 troops in the country carry out the western expedition, including a firearm team armed with Fu Liao army firearms and artillery troops. Thanks to the existence of this firearm unit, they easily defeated the small group of golden soldiers stationed beside the Yao River and pushed several fortresses horizontally. They are proud of their heads and chests up, and they want to show off the style of the Korean army in front of the army of Daming and Dakin. The army of Goryeo is here. Huang Weiyao infantry battalion on the right first spotted the army of Goryeo. After the 20,000 troops of the Kingdom of Korea approached Shenjing, they stopped and garrisoned. The 20,000 Goryeo army was more powerful than Liu Sheng's 4 brigades, which put tremendous pressure on Shenjing city. Although the combat power of the Goryeo army needs to be examined, the golden soldiers in the city feel relieved when they think that the army outside the city is no less than the army inside the city. Brother Chu, we meet again. Li King, the prince of Goryeo, came to Liu Sheng's army with a group of Goryeo generals, and said excitedly when he saw Liu Sheng. In Li Ming's eyes, Liu Sheng is a tycoon with countless guns, cannons, and fleets, especially the last time the Korean fleet went with the Fu Liao army fleet to defeat the Hisan clan of Dongying, and it also made the Korean military people from all over the world feel sincere awe of the Fu Liao army. His Royal Highness, you have grown taller again, and in 2 or 3 years, you will definitely become more handsome and burly. After a few months, Liu Sheng could not help but sigh when he saw this little fan again. At this time, the princely king was about 15 or 16 years old. When he was growing up, he really jumped half ahead. Brother Chui's too acclaimed Li Qin blushed a little when he was praised by Liu Sheng. This is Lord Jiang Wan, the soldier of our Goryeo state, and he is the general who commanded our 20,000 Goryeo army this time. Jiang Wan met the commander of the Ming Fu Liao army. Jiang Wan leaned towards Liu Sheng slightly. His position in Goryeo is similar to that of Daming's military department, but Goryeo is also a vassal state of Daming. The two are not easy to compare, but Jiang Wan is at least equal to Liu Sheng. It turned out to be Lord Jiang Wan who fought against the Jinren. This time Lord Jiang Wan and our Ming Dynasty encircled Shenjing, and the capture of Shenjing is stable. Liu Sheng said with a smile. The Chu army master is really confident. I don't know whether the compensation agreed upon by the Fu Liao army and our Goryeo counts. Jiang Wan, a scheming member, narrowed his eyes slightly. The Fu Liao army has always said what counts. Last time we sent 8 artillery pieces to your army to repay the hard work of the hindrance. If your army helps our army again this time, we will give priority to your army in future cooperation, and provide more firearms for your army. Liu Sheng smiled. At this time, he was thinking in his heart, waiting until he laid down Hujin, annexed Hujin's territory and population, developed more advanced firearms, and threw the obsolete muskets to them as rubbish. Right should be the use of waste and support environmental protection. Okay. I don't know if Army Lord Chu is attacking Shenjing this time. Where can our Korean army help? Jiang Wan asked. Speaking of one thing, you need your army's help. I hope your army can lend me 3,000 manpower. Liu Sheng rubbed his hands. Chapter 139. The shelling of Shenjing city. 3,000 men and horses? the Chu army master said so loudly. Does he want our Goryeo army to be used as cannon fodder? Jiang Wan couldn't help but said nervously when he saw that Liu Sheng was going to borrow 3,000 soldiers and horses. Master Jiang, don't be nervous, I don't borrow your soldiers and horses to get them to attack the city as the forward, but to let them help with the civil engineering, and we will take care of the food. Liu Sheng said. Civil engineering? Popularly speaking, it is digging tunnels. Oh, Army Master Chu said earlier, let alone 3,000 people, even 5,000 people are fine for me. Jiang Wan said haha. Then borrow 5,000 people. I'm just polite. A minutes. The owner of the blue flag, and Zhuo, the owner of the red flag, are responsible for the defense of Shengjing City. They have just experienced the battle with the Fu Liao army, and are more or less familiar with the routines of the Fu Liao army. They have twice as many troops last time, and they still have some confidence in this defense. Push the artillery to the city wall. Pay attention to the building called the fortress position. Don't let the Fu Liao army's artillery be destroyed easily. This time, let the Fu Liao army also taste the power of our artillery. Armin is on the wall, on patrol. Focus on the Tanwai cannons placed on the four corners of the city wall. The dozen or so artillery pieces are old and new, and some are even old-fashioned artillery that were cast during the battle between the Ming Dynasty and Tazi 100 or 200 years ago. However, Armin and others, who were aware of the powerful artillery, regarded the artillery in the arsenal as a life-saving straw. According to the urinary nature of the Fu Liao army, it is estimated that it is trying to open the situation with artillery, and then the infantry will press it up. We can first divide a small team to monitor the movement of the Fu Liao army on the wall, and wait until the Fu Liao army approaches. The soldiers under the city wall climbed up to the city again, using artillery, stones and bows and arrows to repel them. Armin said to the officer who was inlaid with the blue flag and the red flag that followed him, pay attention to the wind direction and adjust the angle. The artillery battalions bombed their targets as originally planned. Artillery Brigade Commander Dong Do issued an artillery command in the artillery position. In each of the small positions, the artillery commander received a combat order, used a quadrant to determine the angle of fire, and adjusted it with a sight. Load the artillery. The gunner filled the ammunition under the supervision of the gunner. Other gunners prepared the ammunition and carried the ammunition from the carriage to the vicinity of the artillery. Emission. Boom. 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 Billowing black smoke came out of the artillery positions, and pieces of artillery shells roared towards the head of Shengjing. One corner of the battlement was hit by a mortar head, and it was torn apart. The Hujin officer who was patrolling was shocked and shrank his head in unison. Dozens of shells hit the wall in an endless stream, and rubble was flying. Some of the golden soldiers who were unfortunately hit were smashed into meat sauce before they even screamed. The Fu Liao army has begun shelling. Everyone quickly go down the city. Armin shrank his body pale and pressed tightly against the heavy city wall. Shengjing is also a major city, and the wall is so thick that the Fu Liao army's artillery cannot be smashed for a while. Under the leadership of Armin, the officers of the two flags carefully evacuated from the city, leaving only one unit responsible for the defense on the city wall. He fell into a pool of blood. The arteries of his thighs were cut by rough shrapnel, and the intense pain made him scream. The banner owner Save Me, the 8 banners officer, crawled on the ground with his hands, struggling to ask Armin for help. Take him down. Armin immediately let a few really drag the 8 banners officer who was hit down the city. It's just that he knows that most of his subordinates will not survive. The fierce artillery fire of the Fu Liao army plunged the soldiers and civilians of Shengjing into endless panic. especially the minister of Hujin, who had long heard of the name of the Fuliao army, but had not met with the Fuliao army. In the palace of Shengjing, almost all the ministers of civil and military affairs who stayed behind in Shengjing were anxious. The sound of artillery bombardment came from afar from time to time. Although the sound was not loud from a distance, it fell in their ears as thunder on the ground. In the palace, the eldest son of Huangqi, who maintains the overall situation, is also the Hage who is inlaid with the yellow flag. However, Hage is only 18 years old and belongs to the lower ranks among many Bailers. It is too difficult for him to stabilize the situation in the autumn of survival and death for him with lower qualifications. Outside the palace, Shan, the master of Zhenghongkai banner, came in with a group of military predators. Diablo and the Fuliao army are already coming to the city. Their artillery is killing our soldiers and people. Has your majesty not returned to the army? Seeing the oldest Diablo Shan appeared, a group of civilians asked anxiously. A bunch of rubbish. The number of the Fuliao army is less than us, so why be afraid? Even if your majesty does not come back, can we still not be able to deal with it with us? A young man who followed Daishan asked disdainfully. What Baylor taught the civil servant who was accused said with shame, don't even think of this boy as being 14 or 15 years old. But this person's status in Hujin is extraordinary, except for one of the 4 little Baylors after the 4 big Baylors, Nahachi's son. Look at you, you are not as brave as this kid Dorgan, because you still have the face to be in a high position. Daishan couldn't help but mock. When Chan said so, the civil officials couldn't hold back their faces. I don't know what Big Baylor has to deal with. The Han people have a strategy of slowing down the army. We can send envoys to negotiate truce with the Fuliao army outside the city, and we can hold them under various conditions. When your majesty and Mang Ergatai return to the army, we will attack inside and outside, and the Fuliao army will not destroy yourself. Daishan said fiercely. This plan seems feasible. A group of civil servants nodded after hearing this. Hage, do you think you can send an envoy to negotiate with the Fuliao army? Daishan turned to Hage and asked, your strategy is very good. Just do what you say. As for the candidate, Hage is also in awe of the uncle who is no less than his father. Huangqi. Li Saizhong, you are the clan of Li Chengliang, the Liudong general soldier of the Ming Dynasty. Presumably Liu Sheng will sell your ancestors a favor. This time you will take a few people as messengers to negotiate with the Fuliao army. Whether they want Zhu City, Xining Bao still wants money and food. As long as it is not necessary to capture our Shengjing city, any request can be granted to them for the time being. Do you know that? Daishan instructed one of his subordinates in court. Huh? Me? The general called Li Saizhong asked in surprise. How come he hasn't been slowed down yet? It seems that he has become some kind of messenger for negotiation. A group of civil servants in the court cast pitying eyes. Alas, this poor baby is going to negotiate with the Fuliao army who can eat people without spitting out bones. Chapter 140 Chapter Negotiation Messenger. The first day after the arrival of the Korean army was the first exploratory bombardment of the fortified Shengjing city by the Fuliao army tentatively. What is the effect of today's shelling? Liu Sheng, after the end of that day's battle, called for Dong David, the brigade commander of the artillery brigade. It's not ideal. The strength of Shengjing city is far from that of Zhu city. Zhu city is the kind of square wall with no special structure, while Shengjing city has structures such as Wenqing and Bastion. The city walls are slightly inclined, can reduce the impact of the artillery, and the thickness is even more amazing. I am afraid it is very unrealistic to collapse a section of the city wall in a short time, Dong David said with a sad face. The artillery of the Fuliao army was in good condition, and this was the first time there was no way. How about the blow to its turret? Liu Sheng asked again. He knew that Shengjing city, as Hujin's nest, had many firearms. Even the bastion fortresses at the 4 corners of the city wall were the greatest threat to the Fuliao army. If these forts are not destroyed in advance, they will be bombarded by artillery in the fortresses when they attack the city in the future. Our artillery almost covered the southwest and southeast corners of the fort, but I am afraid that it did not cause substantial damage to its artillery. The specific results are unknown, Dong David said with shame. Well, it's okay. Luo Sheng didn't care. Soldier, don't you blame us? Dong David asked unexpectedly. Why do you miss me so much that I blame you? No, it's just that our artillery brigade was so useless for the first time. It's really shameful for the trust of the military owner. Artillery is not omnipotent, otherwise I would have sent troops northward. Luo Sheng said, tomorrow you adjust your tactics and angles, and the city walls will not collapse. You have to find a way to kill their turrets. Yes, our artillery brigade must complete the task, Dong David replied. When the two men were discussing the deployment of the artillery brigade the next day in the military account, the captain of the guard Yu Cheng walked in. Military owner, Hu Jin tied the basket with a rope, and sent a few envoys out of the city to meet us, saying that he hoped to negotiate with the military owner. Messenger Luo Sheng couldn't help being amused. He was all coming down, and the 8 banners were still playing this one. Bring them in to see me. Luo Sheng wanted to see what medicine was sold in the 8 banners gourd. Soon several golden envoys walked into the military tent under the guard of guards. Among them was an uneasy Li Sizhong. Raise your head. Luo Sheng saw several envoys cowering, looking like they were unlovable. Yes, Li Sizhong raised his head tremblingly, and was shocked when he saw the young Luo Sheng. He had never thought that the lord of the Fuliao army who had the power of Liadong was so young. This could not help adding a more mysterious color to the Fuliao army. What's your name? Why are you here? In return to the adults, the younger one is called Li Sizhong, the son of Li Chengliang, the commander of the great Ming Liadong army, who came to discuss the truce with the Fuliao army on the order of Da Bela. Now the conflicts between the two sides continue and the people are not living. You said you are the son of Li Chengliang in Liadong? Luo Sheng directly ignored the nonsense behind Li Sizhong. It's true, Li Sizhong replied. Li Chengliang was once the commander-in-chief of Ming Liadong. In the 30 years of Megatron Liadong, all large and small tribes in Liadong have worshipped him as gods. Even the golden thief Li Danhaki is only worthy of his god. Why is his tribe now in Jinren? Be a running dog under his account? Luo Sheng said coldly. Li Sizhong heard Luo Sheng's tone become cold, sweating on his forehead and back, and even a little trembling in his tone. My lord doesn't know, I was originally one of the defenders of Lushun Port in Daming, when Hu Jin captured Lushun Port. Captured, only in desperation. Your name is Sizhong, but you have betrayed your clansmen and served as a thief. You deserve to die. Luo Sheng suddenly patted their wooden table. My lord is forgiving. My lord is forgiving. Li Sizhong was so frightened, he knelt on the ground and kept kowtow begging for mercy. You came this time to persuade us to retreat? Luo Sheng was slightly relieved when he saw that he was frightened by Li Sizhong. Don't dare, Big Bela. No, Shan asked me to come, willing to allocate the land south of Shenjing, such as Zhu City and Xiningbao, to the general, and I beg you to leave with your troops so as not to be overwhelmed by the people. Li Sizhong said with a trembling tone. Let me cease the war? Well, I have a story I want to tell you. Luo Sheng said. General, please say it. Li Sizhong was only conscientious. A bully once occupied an ordinary man's house and wife, and severely injured the ordinary man and drove him out. Later, the ordinary man made a career outside and brought people back to find the bully to settle accounts. The bully, I couldn't beat them, so I told the ordinary people, I will return your wife to you, and hope you will not trouble me anymore. Do you think that this ordinary person will let go of the bully who occupied his house and ruined his normal life because he got his ruined wife? Luo Sheng paced in the military tent, making Li Sizhong panicked. Of course not. Li Sizhong couldn't hear what Luo Sheng said, knowing that Luo Sheng did not intend to compromise with the Jinren, or was not satisfied with the land he had already acquired. The golden guy asked you to negotiate with me, just to divert your attention and delay time. Even if I see through, you will at most lose the lives of you guys. Do you really think him an idiot? Luo Sheng said. Since the Lord does not intend to cease the war, I will go back to report. Li Hong wished to leave the place immediately. At this moment, seeing Luo Sheng speak absolutely nothing, he was relieved instead. Wait, since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Luo Sheng waved his hand. Come on, take them down. With a gesture of Luo Sheng, the guards around each used their strength to grab these poor post-gold envoys. In order to show their abilities in front of Luo Sheng, they worked very hard, causing Li Hong to be in pain. There is a saying in the ancients, the two armies are fighting, don't cut them. General, you are high above you. You can't break the 1,000-year-old contract. Li Hong was detained by Luo Sheng, tearing in anxious tears. We are envoys, not soldiers, so we can't kill us. Several other post-gold envoys also shouted, Hey! Did I say I want to kill you? I just want you to go to Leonan to work for us. Alas, our Leonan is short of labor. Seeing that you are young and energetic and full of passion, why bother to work hard for the golden people? What? You will be free after 5 years of service in the factory in southern Lining. By the way, you, an unfilial tribe, will have to serve an extra 10 years. Luo Sheng pointed to Li Hong and said, I can't help you, I'm a general of Hujin. How can I do something like a slave? Li Hong wanted to cry without tears. The general of Hujin is almost like a slave in my eyes. This is the worst time our workers in southern Lining have been hacked, plus 10 years of service. Seeing Li Hong and others being dragged down by the guards, Luo Sheng secretly said in his heart, Li Chengliang, Lao Tzu is helping you clear the door this time. If you are in the sky, let me successfully defeat Sheng Jing. Chapter 141 Digging Tunnels. Shan and others waited in the city for a day, but Li Hong never saw the envoys coming back. Luo Sheng is so cruel, even the messenger was detained, and there is no news at all. Dai Shan was helpless to the Fu Liao army, who had not played cards according to common sense. Most of them have already been killed. The officials in the Hujin court couldn't help thinking like this, and thanked that they were not messengers. Everyone, the Fu Liao army is coming so aggressively, it is impossible to seek peace with grievances, and then we can only fight to the end. Dai Shan dispelled the idea of peace talks with the Fu Liao army. Every team of envoys was detained by Luo Sheng, but there were not enough people. Is the Azaj of Zhengbeki not here yet? Shan asked an official. Azig Bel sent a letter to Jianzhou slave riots. He is busy returning to the army to suppress them. He will wait until the rebellion is dealt with before dividing his troops, said the official. The group of despicable slaves in Jianzhou dared to betray our Dakin. What's more, let Azij's Zhengbai banner kill them all before coming back. Our 4 banners are strong enough for them. Shan frowned. Head Da Bell, Armin and Xi will let you pass, saying that the enemy forces in the city have made new moves. The young Dorgan said to Shan, let's go. Dai Shan's mood was extremely depressed. Armin and Shan, who were in charge of defense, discovered that a lot of ravines appeared under the city overnight after the bombardment of the Fu Liao army today, approaching Shengjing city in a zigzag pattern, and not just 1, but also 3. The direction is like 3 iron ropes stretching out to trap the Huanglong prison in Shengjing. Does the Fu Liao army intend to attack our Shengjing city with the method of escape? Dai Shan brought a handful of officers with a red flag to the top of the city. Seeing the Korean soldiers working in full swing below, Luo Sheng's intentions could be seen at a glance. Their artillery can't destroy the solid city wall, so they used it out of desperation. Armin said, this time we learned from the experience and lessons of the Battle of Zhu. We deployed a small number of defenders on the wall and strengthened the fort, so the casualties are not heavy. Not bad. It seems that the Fu Liao army's artillery fire is not invincible in the world. As long as you deal with it carefully, you still have a chance to win. Dai Shan nodded affirmatively. The Fu Liao army approached the city wall with tunnels. I don't know which tunnel is where they really attacked the city. Shuo stared at the 3 tunnels that kept popping out. One of the tunnels leads to the direction of the city gate, and the other 2 tunnels go to the city wall section. No matter which tunnel they want to use to capture our Shengjing city, we can use artillery and falling rocks to destroy their tunnels when the tunnel is approaching. In addition, We have large urns in various corners of the city to monitor underground movements. Amin said. Amin is right. Soldiers will stop the water and cover the earth. We will break with silence. This battle will win. Dai Shan dismissed Liu Sheng's apparently dynamic siege strategy. The earth attack pursued unexpectedly. But Liu Sheng, who pursued speed, used a crude tunnel that was half of a night, and only slowed down after approaching the attack range of the defenders. In this way, Liu Sheng's conspiracy turned into an arrogant one, without any surprises. Just when several banner owners of the 8 banners were dismissive of their own strategy, Liu Sheng's army ushered in a chemist from the British Empire. "Wolf, you are here, and it made me wait for a long time." When Liu Sheng saw the chemist, instead of blaming him, he was rather excited. Wolf is a new scientist of the Fuliao Army Academy of Sciences and a leader in the Department of Chemistry. For this action, Liu Sheng sent dozens of savvy Leonan students to collab the project with Wolf. As for how Wolf came from, of course Liu Sheng used the Industrial Revolution system. Picric acid technology of the late 18th century can't cost Liu Sheng much civilization, but its excellent value for money. Picric acid, a yellow crystal, was originally used as a yellow dye and was invented by Wolf in the late 18th century. However, it was not until 100 years later that its true value was discovered by the world. This is a fierce explosive, 10 times more violent than the commonly used black powder. It is also because it was first used as a yellow dye, and later people often called it yellow explosive to distinguish it from the previous black explosive. Originally, the most famous dynamite that Liu Sheng remembered was dynamite, and Nobel, the father of the famous modern dynamite. But the point is that nitroglycerin, and the civilization point of the 19th century technology is unimaginable, so Liu Sheng can only use the 18th century technology. Think of a way. Regarding the modern explosive technology after black powder, rescue in the 18th century was better than nothing. But Liu Sheng still discovered that picric acid, a chemical that appeared in advance but has not been discovered by the people at the time, was also used as a dye. This time Liu Sheng sent someone to assist Wolf to produce bitter sour on a large scale. Even if there is no way to apply new explosives to guns and artillery, it is still possible to directly pull a lot of picric acid into the tunnel and detonate it. The chief wanted too many products, and we finally got it out. After my calculations, based on the thickness and foundation of the city wall, it can only be used once. The chief must use it carefully. Wolf kindly reminded Liu Sheng. This time he and his students brought his masterpiece, 2 large carriages sealed in wooden barrels with explosives and some detonators. The words "fireworks are prohibited" are painted with red paint on it. It's great, but you may need to guide our soldiers to detonate these chemicals. After all, our soldiers can't control the power of these explosives. Liu Sheng said to Wolf, "I thought that what I made was a new type of dye, but I didn't expect it to be an explosive. This is the first time I have used such a large-scale picric sour explosive. I'm not afraid of 10,000 just in case. I'm not very sure." Wolf was a little nervous. We used a batch of picric acid explosives to blast the mine in Xa City, but in order to save materials, we only used 200 kilograms. The power is very powerful, and it will cause a fire. So, don't be detonated by the enemy's artillery or firearms, otherwise, be careful. Liu Sheng's eyes glowed when he saw the new explosives that were far more powerful than black powder, but he was also very nervous. Such a violent car of explosives is in the barracks. If it is accidentally detonated, it is estimated that both myself and my barracks will go to heaven. Yu Cheng, you take the guard to guard this batch of gunpowder strictly, and no one is allowed to approach it. In addition, let Dong David's artillery battalion prepare several thousand catties of black powder. Let's play a big one. Liu Sheng said to Yu Cheng. Okay. Yu Cheng swallowed in a cold sweat. He was a bit square, but 2 vehicles could blow up half of the military camp's explosives. Chapter 142. I set up the stage. You watch the play. Why has the Fuliao army been quiet again? A minute and Xiu couldn't understand Liu Sheng's routine recently. Originally, The group was sure that Liu Sheng would adopt the method of land attack, but the tunnel outside the city slowed down halfway through the digging, and digging for a whole day only took a few meters. At this speed, even if Huang Qi leads his army back, the tunnel may not be able to dig under the city. Is this blindfold? Armin looked at Shuo. No, it took thousands of people to deceive us. Shuo looked at Armin. Could they have other tactics? Armin and Shuo pondered in extreme fear. Then they began to make rich associations. In ancient sieges, the most common ones were storms and sieges, and the slightly more curious ones were swindling, cooperating inside and outside, and surprise attacks. Could it be that we had a traitor? The more he thought about it, the more he became flustered. It's very possible. The Fu Liao army has always played cards according to common sense. You think, when they fought Fuzhou, they instigated Liu Xing's Yuo. When they hit Zhou City, they ostensibly collapsed the South City, but their main force again captured the East City. Nothing is wrong. So thinking about it this way, they are digging tunnels under the city, most likely just to divert our attention, but they are in fact cooperating with the traitors inside, and conquering our Shengjing city without blood. This also explains why the Fu Liao army was so late. Don't attack the city, Shuo explained forcefully. What you are saying is that the group of Han people in the imperial court often has unruly intentions. Now that we are killed in Dakin, they are eager to fall into the trap. Armin agreed. Let your father send troops to monitor the group of Han officials and generals. Don't give them a chance to rebel. Well, I will inform my father and let him control these Han people. Shuo nodded. Liu Sheng hadn't made any action outside the city, but the Han civilians and military commanders in the city suffered. They found the figure of Zheng Hongkai soldiers appeared next to their house. Moreover, the Han Chinese generals in the 8 banners were controlled by the Zheng Hongkai soldiers, and their command rights were temporarily lifted. Except for Jianzi Jurchen, only Mongolian officers who are also trusted by Jianzi Jurchen are in control of all the troops in the city. Let us out. What did we do? Some Han officers who were temporarily imprisoned in a house tried to break out to find their master, but they were stopped by heavily armed soldiers guarding the door. These golden soldiers looked indifferent and stabbed them with long spears, forcing the Han officers to retreat. You guys don't waste your efforts. Isn't the reason there? The Jinren can't believe us. Other Han officers who stayed calmly in the house saw their companions making senseless struggles and couldn't help but persuade them. Ma Balatsu, Lao Tzu will be a cow and a horse for their golden men, and when they are in a critical juncture, they will take their lives to help them. Unexpectedly, they not only don't accept our love, but they don't trust us at all. A Han officer was angrily throw the helmet to the ground. With a few bangs, the iron helmet rolled on the ground several times and hit the wall before it stopped. Hey, when we betrayed the Ming court in the past, there was no loyalty to speak of. How can others trust us? It's useless to be anxious. We will stay here to watch this big battle. If the Fu Liao army wins, most of it will die. If the Fu Liao army loses, we will still be the dog of the Jinren. It is almost. An old military officer was sitting on the stone steps with a straw in his mouth and said nonsense. I heard that the Fu Liao army treats captives preferentially. Generally, it is not a crime that will not die. Most of them are ideological education and then served in their factories for several years to decades. With the crimes of each of us, treason alone will lead to death 2 or 3 times. Alas, if we hadn't betrayed the Ming court, how could we have fallen into such a field today? If the Ming court had such a strong army as the Fu Liao army, how could we be captured and even take refuge in the Jinren? At that time, the erosion of the Ming court was obvious to all, and even those of us would intercept military pay. A group of Han officers talked a lot, and when it came to the dispute between Daming and Dakin, it was another sorrow. Liu Sheng didn't know that the city was caught in an internal struggle that persecuted the Han people because he hadn't moved. If Liu Sheng knew about it, he would definitely say that he really didn't recite this pot. Of course, digging tunnels is not to conceal people's eyes and ears, but to play a big role. On the 5th day of the siege of Shengjing City, Liu Sheng assigned the combat missions of the battalions and brigades, and also specially assigned a brigade from the artillery brigade to serve as the blasting team, and for the members of this brigade, strict confidentiality was required before the start of the operation. Only the commander of the squadron and squadron are eligible to learn. As for the other members, just follow the order. If they knew what they were going to do, they would be scared to death. After Luo Sheng coordinated with Wolf, David Dong, Liu Xing's Yuo, Tai Yang and others to make the layout of the attack on Shengjing City, he finally settled on a wooden chair and took a nap. He has also been under great pressure recently. According to the intelligence of the Intelligence Department, Huang Tuji's troops have repelled the Ningyuan defenders who came to intercept and are gradually withdrawing from Datong town and are about to return to Shengjing City. If the 2 flags of Huang Deji and the 3 flags of Mongolia return, then Hu Jin, who has an absolute advantage, will definitely come back. At that time, Luo Sheng may have to abandon Shengjing, even Xiningbao and Zuwai. Therefore, the capture of Shengjing City is imminent. Military owner, bring the white flag. Flagmaster Du. Luo Sheng rested. The Grand Duke Karl of the West Route Army sent someone to take the captured captive white flag. Flagmaster Du to Luo Sheng's army. A young Baler was bound by 5 flowers and pushed into Luo Sheng's military account. 3 years ago, Du became Baler. He is also the grandson of Nahaki, a generation with Zhuo, and the 3rd generation military figure of Hu Jin. It has to be said that the rise of Hu Jin to defeat Daming can be seen from these young Balers alone. In the first few generations of the King Kong, talented people came out in large numbers. After Nahaki, there were Huang Deji, Shan, Amin, Mangultai, and later Yu Chuo, Azaj, Du, and Du Juo and Duo who had not grown up. Ergun, Jia Hulang and others are indeed terrible. It's just a pity that these people couldn't escape the fate of becoming prisoners in front of the cold artillery. Du, the owner of the white flag, have you ever thought that one day you will become our prisoner of Ming? Luo Sheng could not help being a little curious when he saw Baler, who was the first one captured by him, and 2 hands and 2 feet like normal people. There is nothing special. You are Luo Sheng, the commander of the Fu Liao army? You are just an ordinary person, nothing special. Du retorted unwillingly. I have nothing special? Luo Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Lao Tzu has the power of the Industrial Revolution system. You kill if you want to kill, or if you want to slash. I, Du, will never surrender, nor will I reveal any military information of our Dakin. Du said stubbornly. Oh, don't worry. I didn't invite you to interrogate you. I sent 30,000 people to set up a big stage in Shengjing, just wanting you to watch the show with me. Luo Sheng smiled slyly. Chapter 143. The defenders of Shengjing City were divided into 3 shifts to prevent the Fu Liao army from sneaking attacks. At night, Heij, the owner of the yellow flag, was responsible for defense during this period. As the eldest son of Huang Tuji, he wanted to stabilize the hearts of the people when Hu Jin was most in danger. Hello, Lord Baler. Some of the defenders guarding under the torch saw Heij coming over and hurriedly vigorously said to Heij respectfully, "Thanks, there is no movement from the Fu Liao army outside the city." Heij asked the soldiers with blue flags. If there is no movement, the Fu Liao army will fire its artillery during the day. Fortunately, at night it will be calmer and both sides can rest. The soldiers said. Your banner owner, Amin, said that the Fu Liao army was very treacherous. Every time it seemed quiet, but it was brewing a conspiracy. You must be careful. Heij said. Yes, the Fu Liao army defeated the Lan flag by tricks last time, and they won't let them repeat their tricks this time. The guards flushed red, as if they were dissatisfied with the last battle. Haig patrolled the city wall for a round and found that the Liao army's barracks outside the city were quiet and indeed very peaceful. After being convinced that there was nothing unusual tonight, Haig returned to his house and began to deal with some chores. After Shengjing was besieged, the situation in the city began to become unstable. In the eyes of high-level Jianzhujin leaders like Hoj, there are always people who want them. So Hoj and the others have arrested many people in order to ensure that they are foolproof. They also sent troops to the street for curfews. Anyway, people from Han people or other tribes responded. The Fuliao army outside the city. My lord, the night is dark. I am afraid that there will be no movement in the Fuliao army. Why don't you take a break? Let me watch the Fuliao army outside the city for you. Heij's lieutenant came in and saw Heij still under the candlelight, instead of Huang Ji approving some memorials. He couldn't help but said worriedly, "It's okay. Now is the moment of life and death for our Dakin. As the banner owner, I must stand our post." Heij shook his head. At this time, there was a sudden vibration in the direction of the south of the city. The roof tiles dropped dust from the vibration and landed on Heij's desk. The Fuliao army has attacked the city. Heij patted the writing brush in his hand on the desk, took his sword and walked hurriedly outside the house. Looking from the outside of the house towards Nanxing, one after another cannonballs with the tail of the fire fell from the sky, falling like a meteor array. The shotgun filled with inflammable material burst, and the splashing flames plunged the houses near the southern city wall into flames. The sound of shells exploding, soldiers shouting and killing, and the sound of burning flames were mixed together. Although the 8 banners soldiers had long been aware of the artillery fire of the Fuliao army, when they were baptized by the artillery fire again, they were still beaten enough. And some temporary supplementary soldiers called father and mother under the bombardment of artillery fire. Go and wake up Armin and Zhuo. Heij anxiously ordered his opponent. The defenders of the city are Armin's Lan Qi and Zhuo's Hong Qi. The two are familiar with the Fuliao army's combat style. Without them, it would be difficult to cope with the Fuliao army's offensive. The Fuliao army has finally attacked the city. This time we will be ashamed. Before Heij sent a notification, Minutes and Zhuo had arrived. In order to deal with the Fuliao army who did not play their cards according to common sense, they have been waiting for several days to deal with this situation. Not only Armin and Zhuo, but Shan brought a large number of generals from Hujin including Dorgan to command this uncommon battle together. What the Fuliao army is best at is the sound of the Han warfare. They have tried repeatedly, and they will definitely use it this time. So I guess that Nanxing may not be the main direction of the Fuliao army. Minutes said, "We can remain unchanged." Change. First, divide a small army to prepare in Nanxing. In case they are attacking Nanxing, let this army yield to hold them, and wait for the support of the army. If Nanxing is not the target of their attack, then just agree with me. We use our army to completely destroy them. Who is willing to lead a troop to defend Nanxing? Shan agreed with Amin's combat strategy and looked around the generals. If they were to deal with the ordinary Ming army in peacetime, perhaps these 8 banners generals would fight for the first place. But at this time Nanxing was under heavy shelling by the Fuliao army. If they were not careful, they would die, and they would hesitate again and again. "Give me 10 Nulu, I can make sure that Nanxing is foolproof," said a voice that was still in the changing voice period. When everyone saw it, it was the young Bell Dorgan. "Can you?" Shan asked his young brother. "In the past, my father rebelled against Ming with 13 armors. He had such a foundation in only 30 years. What's more, we now have 100,000 li in the territory and 100,000 men with armor. If you lose Nanxing, I am willing to offer your own head." Dorgan's young face was resolute. "Well, this time, you will take the lead to guard Nanxing. Once it is determined that the Fuliao army will attack the city, we will lead the army to support it." Dai Shan patted Dorgan on the shoulder. Afterwards, Dai Shan ordered 10 cattle from the Red Flag to make a connection with Dorgan. Seeing Dorgan's departure, Shan couldn't help but look highly at this younger brother who had not yet grown up. If it were not for the birth of the Fuliao army, perhaps his younger brother could still become a generation of heroes. Dai Shan thought so. Just after Dorgan led troops to reinforce the south city, artillery fire broke out in the east city, and the shouting Goryeo army rushed to the east city like a tide in the night to retaliate against the Jurchens who had violated their land. Sure enough, it's another tactic to hit the west. Armin confirmed his judgment. Nanxing is the main force of the Fuliao army, and Dongqing is the weak Korean army. Depending on their arrangements, The Korean army is just to contain us. The main force of their main attack is Nanjing. Heish speculated. No, the Fuliao army has always been slanting the sword. Maybe we think that the main attack direction cannot be the east city where the Goryeo army is located. But if the Fuliao army just transfers the main force to the east city, we will be hit by the Fuliao army's conspiracy. That's it, Shuo shouted. The other 8 banners nodded after hearing it, as if what Shuo said was reasonable. It's better for me to take a troop to reinforce the east city. You stay here to respond to all directions at any time, so as to remain unchanged and respond to changes, Shuo said. So Shuo also took nearly 10 Nulas troops to the attacked east city for reinforcements. When the other 8 banners officers breathed a sigh of relief, news of Dorgan came from Dongqing. Report: Nanjing's artillery is fierce, but few Fuliao soldiers attacked the city wall. Baylor suspects that the main force of the Fuliao army has been transferred to other positions. Please be careful. The soldiers of Nanjing reported urgently. The main force of Nanjing has disappeared. Could it be that he ran to the east? A group of people were shocked. Boom. In an instant, there was a sound of artillery in the direction of Xiqing where the Fuliao army had never been deployed. Moreover, Xiqing shouted and screamed, making the 8 banners officers upset. Enemy forces appeared even in Xiqing. 3 directions. Which direction is the focus of the Fuliao army's attack? The Chinese art of war is utterly frightening. It is terrible. Amin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a guilty conscience. Chapter 144 10,000 catties of explosives. Amin, don't panic. This is a trap of the Fuliao army. They are trying to interfere with our sight. Your strategy is correct. We can remain unchanged and let the Fuliao army's conspiracy fail completely. Said in time. Hearing what Shan said, many 8 banner officers, including Amin, calmed down a bit. Yes, our troops can handle them, so don't panic. Haag also cheered everyone on. The forces of the 4 banners of Hujin, the forces of the 2 banners are divided into 4 directions, in order to be invulnerable. The forces of the other 2 flags will not move, ready to respond to any direction at any time. Below the tall southern city wall of Shengjing, 3 tunnels that were originally suspended. The tunnels leading to the gates were started with full force. Under the cover of fierce artillery fire and the siege infantry who attracted the attention of the defenders, they quickly approached the gates from the dark. Koryo brothers, come on, and when the tunnel is dug through, our military master will each reward 3 tals of silver. Dude, can you understand? Reward silver, this big. A Fuliao army officer holding a silver ingot dangling in front of them. Some Korean soldiers who knew Chinese nodded straight, and then spread the news to the Korean migrant workers who were still desperately digging tunnels. 3 tals of silver are already a lot of income for them, which immediately makes these Korean migrant workers full of energy. You don't need to risk arrows to attack the city, and you can get a bounty again. Why not do it? The artillery bombarded Nanjing and plunged Nanjing into a sea of flames. 2 infantry battalions tentatively launched an offensive towards Nanjing, attracting the attention of the defenders. They would not notice the approaching tunnel for a while. Even so, some arrows and artillery fell near the tunnel at the head of the city, posing a big threat to the Korean soldiers digging trenches. Destroy their turrets with all your strength. Don't let their turrets continue to operate. Dong David personally sits in the artillery position. The bombardment of Shengjing city in the past few days has allowed David Dong to strike the 8 banners artillery positions more accurately. This time, the fire is fully fired to completely destroy the fortresses in Shengjing city and prevent the Jinbing's artillery from exploding his own explosives. The artillery roared, and the forts at the 2 corners of Shengjing city received unprecedented threats. The artillery of the Fuliao army seemed to have eyes long, and they fell densely near the fort. Even if the protected artillery was not hit frontally, the soldiers carrying ammunition near the fort could not withstand the intensive shelling. Many soldiers died because of the shelling of the Fuliao army. Damn. Their artillery is stronger than ours in terms of power and range, and we only have to be beaten. The 8 banners officer on the fort hid in the bastion depressedly, not even daring to show his head. The Fuliao army's artillery fire was fierce, not to mention fighting back. Even if it was going to bombard the siege of the Fuliao army's infantry, it was difficult. Boom! Exclamation mark. There was a loud noise from the fort. The flames soared into the sky, and the entire fort was plunged into a sky full of fire. Hit their ammunition depot. David Dong saw that the southeast corner of the fort, which had not been completely destroyed after 4 or 5 days of gnawing, exploded himself because the ammunition depot was hit, and he couldn't help being amused. Almost all the defenders were also attracted by the fort in the sky. You all carry them carefully, don't knock them. Yu Cheng took the opportunity to bring a team of soldiers and Wolf carefully to carry the explosives in the tunnel. In order to blast the city gate of Shengjing this time, Liu Sheng prepared 2 carriages of bitter-sour explosives and several thousand catties or even 10,000 catties of black powder. These explosives were carefully dug in the tunnel leading to the city gate by the soldiers. Transport. However, Wolf took the Leonin students he trained and risked his life to come to the tunnel to assemble these explosives and detonate them. Explosives are not just piled together to detonate. It is also necessary to calculate their power and explosion range. What is even more difficult is to guide the direction of explosive blasting in order to truly exert the blasting effect of explosives. 10,000 kilograms of explosives were carried in the tunnel, and the soldiers held up shields to block the flying fire bolts on their heads to prevent the fire bolts from detonating the explosives in the tunnel and causing a chain reaction. Liu Sheng watched the news on the battlefield very nervously from the high platform. No news at this time is the best news. On the battlefield, artillery bombarded and the arrows flew around. Except for the ammunition depot in the southeastern battery of Shengjing City, which was hit and exploded, no explosives were detonated near the tunnel. Give up. Although I don't know what you are going to do, but our Dajian Shengjing City is not something you can conquer, because our 8 banners soldiers are fearless. Dudu, the owner of the white flag, was brought to the high platform by Liu Sheng. Watching a play. The 8 banners soldiers are fearless, then why are you tied to this wooden pillar? When Liu Sheng waited anxiously, he had to take Dudu to relieve his boredom. Although Dudu was brought to the show by Liu Sheng, for his own safety, Liu Sheng still let the guards see Dudu tied to the high platform, making Dudu immobile. Dudu heard Liu Sheng's ridicule, and Kikiao was angry, but he couldn't handle Liu Sheng when he was tied up. So he had to blow his beard and stare at Liu Sheng. Where is your Bakizi brother fearless? Liu Sheng asked. We snapped. Dudu Gang wanted to answer Liu Sheng. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Sheng slapped him in the face. You snapped. Liu Sheng was another slap. I snapped. Still a slap. Duduki was beaten to death. He understood that Liu Sheng didn't want to reason with him at all. Military owner, everything is ready. Only awaiting your order. The blasting will begin. After Liu Sheng trained Dudu, Yu Cheng personally came back to see Liu Sheng for confirmation. Finally waited. Liu Sheng shook his palm vigorously, and the beating made him feel pain. Yang Tai, Shang Yi, Xiji, your 3 infantry battalions are ready to attack the city. Yu Cheng, you return to the tunnel to stand by, and when you see the flames of the high platform lit up, let the blaster start blasting. Liu Sheng commanded go down. Holy, let the golden man drink a big pot this time. Yu Cheng received Liu Sheng's instructions and returned to the tunnel enthusiastically. We are going to prepare now. Once things are done, we will attack the city. 3 elite infantry battalions of the 1st Brigade, including Yang Tai, are all ready to go. The 2 infantry battalions of Liu Xing's Yuo are now attacking Nanqing. Another infantry battalion of Liu Xing's Yuo, an infantry battalion sent by Xijishing and a detachment supported by the Goryeo army are attacking Xiqing. And the real main force, the 1st Brigade, was still lurking in the darkness outside the southern city, like a dormant behemoth. Yao, what do you want to do? With both faces flushed and swollen, asked in a flustered and unclear tone, seeing all the senior leaders of the Fu Liao army confident. Wait for you to open your eyes and watch how Sheng Jingqing succumbed to our lustful might. Luo Sheng approached to do again. You devil, stop. Don't come. Chapter 145 The Fall of Shengjing. Teams of soldiers braved the arrow rain above the city and kept rushing towards Shengjing city. As the fort at the southeast corner of Shengjing city was blown up, only the fort at the southwest corner was still threatened. Even so, under the suppression of the Fu Liao army's artillery fire, the Nanxing defenders were relatively weak in returning fire, which caused relatively little casualties to the infantry. However, I don't know if the main force of the Fu Liao army was not in Nanxing or the ancient defenders were more tenacious. The siege under the cover of fierce artillery was quite thunderous and the rain was small. The infantry of the Fu Liao army was unable to attack the city wall for a long time. In contrast, the lack of firepower of the Goryeo army exerted greater pressure on Dongqing, which made the Eight Banners officers mistakenly believe that Dongqing was the main force of Luo Sheng. Little Bell. There is news from several bell masters. Although the offensive in the direction of Xiqing and Nanxing is relatively violent, it seems that they have not found the main force of the Fu Liao army. They suspect that the main force of the Fu Liao army is still in Nanxing. Please be careful. Let them know if there is any turmoil. I know. Brave the brave Dorgan. Braving the gunfire, he planned to go up to the city wall to observe the movement of the Ming army. Little Bell. What are you doing? The artillery fire from the Ming army on the city wall is fierce. You can't take a risk. In case you have an accident, how can we explain to the big bell masters? See Dorgan belt. The soldiers came up, and the general who was guarding on the city wall was anxiously blushing. Dakin is going to be gone. What is my safety? You have worked hard. Dorgan could not help being moved when he saw that the defender's face was dusted with black smoke from the black gunpowder. Said, it's hard to talk about it, but their artillery is too powerful, and the black smoke smokes people. Fortunately, they didn't let them attack. The defending general was bitter. Boom! An artillery shell exploded not far away, shocking Dorgan and others, and their cloaks were hunting in the wind. The firearms of the Fu Liao army are so horrible. Dorgan had a lingering fear. If the shell was closer, maybe people like me would have been injured or killed. Little Bell, please, go down quickly. Leave it to us here. We will always pay attention to the enemy outside the city. The defending general saw that the Fu Liao army started firing again. His expression became even more anxious. Dorgan still didn't give up, risking a risk to look down the city through the small hole above the battlement. The siege of the Lining army gradually used sandbags to build temporary fortifications to cover the bows and arrows of the city head, and at the same time, it was convenient for the Lining army to shoot at the city head and shorten the distance of the siege. There was a flash of fire in the darkness, which was the light of the Fu Liao army's flintlock rifle when it fired. Although the artillery of the Fu Liao army is fierce, judging from the sparks of the gun, the city is only more than 1,000 people. They still attacked in batches, hundreds of people in each batch. Strangely, although their fortifications shortened the distance of the charge, they were all huddled behind the fortifications, and their determination to attack the city was not strong. Dorgan looked at the battle with his own eyes and found something wrong. Lord Bell, look, the main army of the Fu Liao army is under fire. Dorgan's soldiers suddenly exclaimed. Everyone, including Dorgan, looked outside through the small hole. Sure enough, on the high platform of the main military account of the Fu Liao army, the raging fire was burning like a bright moon. Fool, it's not a fire, it's a signal. Seeing the flames beating in the dark, Dorgan had a bad feeling in his heart. Almost everyone felt tight in their hearts. The air became dignified, and they couldn't even breathe smoothly, like a boulder pressed against their chest. Let me hide on the ground, and don't show it a bit. The Fu Liao army officer behind the fortification yelled. He has received an order from the military department and ordered them to hide well. Detonate! Wolf and other blasters received Luo Sheng's order and acted immediately. The blaster nervously lit the fuse with a torch. The fuse, drenched in kerosene, quickly crawled forward like a serpentine snake. Close your ears and open your mouth. Wolf instructed the blaster to hide behind the fortifications. A violent light bloomed, and the 10,000 catties of gunpowder buried under the city gate was detonated by the detonator, and it shone into the night in an instant, and even the defenders at the head of the city felt the light from below. Rumble! Exclamation mark! Boom! Exclamation mark! Loud noises rang out from the sky, the earth trembled, and the hills collapsed. At that instant, 10,000 catties of gunpowder exploded almost simultaneously. The fire blazed into the sky, black smoke billowed, and the solid city gate was blown into pieces. Exclamation mark! Dorgan and others near the city gate were unstable and fell to the ground due to the vibration. Some of them even knocked down the city wall with their foreheads. The loud and deafening noise made Dorgan's ears hum, and he lost his ringing for a while, and could not hear other sounds. Earth Dragon! It's an Earth Dragon! The 8 banners soldiers on the city wall squatted on the ground in a panic, looking around helplessly. They haven't seen the terrible explosion of so much gunpowder in an instant, and they thought it was an earthquake. All the defenders in Nanjing were blown up, no command was lost for a while, and there were occasional aftershocks. Also feeling desperate is Dudu, who has witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. The soaring firelight covered the city gate and the nearby city wall. The city wall on the right side of the city gate even began to slowly fall and collapse due to a violent explosion. The black smoke that choked his nose billowed in, making the already dim night even darker. No. Dudu struggled to break free from the restraint of the rope, his face twisted, and the fire from the south gate reflected in his eyes. Hey! 10,000 catties of gunpowder, among them there are more advanced new explosives. We need to know that our victory only consumes half a ton of black powder in one round of salvo. It's hard to estimate. Luo Sheng looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Still unfinished. You demons, butchers! Dudu cursed at Luo Sheng with red eyes, wishing to rush to tear Luo Sheng to pieces. Just scream! No one will come to rescue you by breaking your throat. The next battle will be the most tragic. You will see your capital of taken with your own eyes and return to our hands, inch by inch. An inch can't be less. The officers of the 1st Brigade who had long been ready to go can be regarded as understanding, while Luo Sheng asked them to stand by. With the power of these 10,000 catties of explosives, the city gate and the wall near the gate will collapse. The next step is to wait until the explosives are exhausted and the infantry advances to fight to the death with the 8 banners soldiers in the city. And this battle is related to the Gozuo of the two forces. All give me the spirit of 120,000 points, and I will kill them in the city later. If there are those who escape the battle or those who are disadvantaged in the battle, my Mrs. Yang will be the first to throw them to Dalian Port to feed the fish. This is the capital of the Golden Man. For the honor of the soldiers, even if we fight until only one person is left, we must regain it. Yang Tai, the commander of the 1st Barracks who was the main attacker, was completely fanatical, thinking of hitting Huanglong and Fenglin Juxu! Exclamation mark. Chapter 146 Chapters. Kill. A team of musketeers armed with muskets launched a deadly charge toward the collapsed city gate. The 1st Battalion and the 2nd Battalion cover the infantry, and the 3rd Battalion will push the artillery to the front line for me. Don't let the infantry steal our limelight. David Dong of the Artillery Brigade was also anxious. The infantry charged and the artillery had to keep up. Otherwise, if the infantry rushing into the city were driven out by others, this excellent opportunity for siege would be missed. When the Fuliao army launched a general offensive, the 8 banners troops in the city had not yet reacted. The loud sound of the earth shaking Nanjing made the several balers commanding the center frightened. The fire and smoke in the direction of Nanjing can be seen from a few miles away, and they don't need to know that something has happened to Nanjing Taiding. Hej, your yellow flag will stay in the inner city. In case the situation is wrong, you will take the people in your palace to retreat to Jianzhou. You must not stick to the inner city. After you retreat to Jianzhou, you will meet the white flag of Azij round, waiting for your majesty's return. The rest will follow me to reinforce Nanxing. Big Bel Chan rushed to Nanxing with his main force of the red flag. Zhuo was dragged by Nanxing's Goryeo army, and Armin was deceived by Xi King's faint troops. At this time, Chan was the only one to go into battle. Follow me downtown to repel them. Dorgan, who had finally slowed down, wanted to organize a counterattack, but he was embarrassed to find himself on the city wall, and the nearest stone steps leading from the city wall to the city collapsed for a while because of the explosion. If you want to go down the city wall, you need to take a long way down from other stone steps. Not only the 1st Brigade, but even the siege troops of the 3rd Brigade hiding in the temporary fortifications also emerged from the temporary fortifications, suffocating their strength and rushing into the city. This great achievement of conquering the enemy's capital cannot be monopolized by the 1st Brigade. After the explosives exploded, the vicinity of the city gate became a sea of flames. Although it hindered the invasion of the city by the Fuliao army, it also seriously interfered with the line of sight of the defenders and provided light for the Fuliao army to aim and shoot. Bang, 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 bang. Intensive gunfire began to sound near the city gate. Many of the first batch of 8 Banners soldiers who tried to stop the Fuliao army were hit by projectiles from the sea of flames and fell to the ground. Get on the bayonet and rush over. After a round of scattering, there was no time to reload ammunition, and directly formed a bayonet phalanx to attack the defenders. At this time, the competition is courage and soldiers, and the brave wins when meeting on a narrow road. Block them. The 8 Banners defenders jammed near the city gate also knew that this was a critical moment of life and death. If Shangjing city was captured, no one would be able to heal, so they could only do their best. Boom! A shell landed in the dense phalanx formed by the 8 Banners defenders, and the bomb exploded, clearing a small area on the spot. Our infantry brigade also has artillery. The 6-pound artillery was rushed to their warrior, and even before the artillery position was built, the artillery unit of the 1st Infantry Brigade directly pushed the artillery over and fired a shot. This artillery did not kill much, but it disrupted the dense formation of the 8 Banners defenders. Their instinct to seek advantages and avoid harm caused them to panic and scatter, fearing that the artillery of the Fuliao army would fall again in any accident. The enemy is already terrified. Go in and capture the golden princes and nobles alive. Yang Tai seized the fleeting fighter in time and pushed it over. Catch the goldman alive. The infantry of the Fuliao army, with extremely high morale, began to charge collectively. Dozens of sharp bayonets acted as the vanguards in the narrow train, moving forward. The two armies are like two torrents of nowhere colliding together, causing a bloody storm. Seeing a group of bright bayonets rushing in collectively, the hands of the 8 Banners defenders trembled. The opening that was blasted by the artillery just now was not closed in time, and the bayonet array that was rushed over was used as a breakthrough, and the opening was continuously torn apart. Mabalazi, Shangjing city is our daming land. You have been occupying it for so long, it's time to come back. Tai Yang held a bayonet in his hand and marched forward with a team of soldiers. Boom! Another shell fell into the rear of the defender, dispersing the congested defender in the rear. The light artillery of the 1st Brigade and Artillery Brigade were pushed into the city to help Yang Tai defeat the infantry phalanx of the defending army. The Fuliao army are all heavenly soldiers. They are too terrible, we can't fight. Some soldiers of other tribes saw the Fuliao army attacking all the way and artillery opening their way, and they were extremely afraid. Some people gave up the original. The position fled to the inner city. In the beginning, there were only a few soldiers, and then gradually evolved into a large-scale and organized defeat. Some golden people can't stop it. As early as when Liu Sheng used 10,000 catties of gunpowder to collapse the city gate, these soldiers had fallen into despair. Even the most reliant city wall was blown down. What else could stop the Fuliao army? My lord, we seem to have rushed too far. Mrs. Yang took more than a dozen of her own soldiers in a surprise attack all the way, and she broke away from the large army. He turned his head and looked back. His troops were still dozens of meters behind him. Fortunately, the 8 banners soldiers who defended the city were defeated in the inner city, and no one organized to encircle them, otherwise Yang Tiger's army would go deep and maybe even be swallowed. It's okay, let's follow the defeated army all the way to the inner city. Yang Tai's eyes reddened. But we can't count the heads anymore. Mrs. Yang's soldiers didn't know how many he had killed. Dai Shan, the owner of Zheng Hongkai banner, came to Nanxing for reinforcements with Zheng Hongkai's main force, but the streets were completely blocked by deserters who fled, and some civilians who escaped from their houses also brought their families to their homes that have not been affected by the war. Escape from the inner city. Clear away for me. Shan frowned. These useless guys were not able to stop the Fuliao army. Fortunately, they even blocked Hong's way of reinforcements. With the current situation, his troops are not. It's fine to be washed away. Shan has not seen the infantry of the Fuliao army rushing into the city, and the artillery of the Fuliao army who is the first to strike head. And it's still a shotgun filled with inflammables. The artillery pushed into the city began to cover the Zheng Hongkai and the 8 banners troops everywhere, and they must be completely defeated. Burning objects splashed around, igniting the houses on the street with flames, and plunged the city into a sea of flames. Flames are all around, and the two sides have entered tragic street fighting, sandwiched by countless deserters and civilians. Once Nanxing was broken like this, the defenders of the east and the west were panicked. When the Fuliao army rushing in from Nanxing attacked the city wall, they would be in a dilemma. The Fuliao army is really helpful. Once the Nanxing is broken, they can't hold the east city. Zhang Wan, the Korean national soldier who mainly attacked the Dongqing, saw the fire in the direction of Nanxing, and knew that the Fuliao army had already attacked the city. Warriors of Goryeo, polish up your broadswords, and when we enter the city, we will kill all the golden men who killed us in Tongs. Chapter 147. The 1st Brigade was attacking fiercely. Some of the 8 banners soldiers were defeated, but Zheng Hongkai, which had a relatively large number of Jianzi Jurchens, was fighting hard. The two sides fought fiercely on the narrow streets from the southern city to the inner city, and artillery turned this area into a sea of flames. The long and narrow streets are more than hand-to-hand combat. Infantry soldiers have the opportunity to reload gunpowder and use buildings as barriers to shoot. Boom! Exclamation mark. The bursting shells blasted the stone brick ground into cracks. Several 8 banners soldiers around were hit by shrapnel with an initial velocity of 100 meters and lost consciousness directly. The firearms of the Fuliao army are too fierce. Dable, why don't we retreat? The 8 banners generals who followed Shan's battle saw that there were continuous artillery falling nearby, indicating that the Fuliao army had gradually occupied the high ground and important positions of Nanxing. Targeted shelling began. Shut up. Even if the red flag is killed in this battle, you can't take a step back, Shan said viciously. When Zheng Hongkai and the 1st Brigade were fighting, the Dongqingmen gradually disappeared. The 3,000 or 4,000 people led by Xiu were in turmoil because of Nanxing's loss. They thought of the Zhu city battle. Wasn't it also Nanxing who was the first to be breached? How similar is history? In contrast, the more than 10,000 Korean soldiers who attacked Dongqing seemed to have been beaten up with blood, and attacked the Dongqing gate one after another. All the friendly forces stabbed the enemy's chrysanthemum, causing the East City defenders to be in chaos. If this still fails to open up the situation, then the 10,000 people of oneself would simply jump to the Yao River to feed the fish. Dongqing is broken. Under the impact of the Korean army, the panicked Dongqing defenders retreated to the war-free Beijing, and the Korean army occupied the Dongqing. Xiu gritted his teeth and gave up his position unwillingly. It doesn't make any sense for Nanxing to continue to be blocked here as soon as the military spirit has been lost. This is a general trend. Soldiers are unwilling to fight. When the soldiers of Nanxing are defeated and block the way to escape from the north, It is estimated that they will not even be able to escape. Kill all these golden men. After the Korean soldiers wielded the ghost head sword and broke through the city gate, they shouted incomprehensible words, and killed the living when they caught them. This suffered the civilians of Dongqing. Many innocent civilians died because of the eager Korean soldiers who rushed to retaliate. Korean soldiers set fire to looting in Dongseong, causing flames to spread in Dongseong, and the people were not alive. Military owner, Goryeo army has invaded the East City and is burning, killing and looting. The officer who broke into the city reported to Luo Sheng, "Leave them before dawn." Luo Sheng didn't mean to stop the Goryeo army immediately. He also understood that there was nothing to do. After all, the Goryeo army was still an ancient army with poor discipline at this time. It's okay to mess up. The Fuliao army in Nanjing gradually advanced under the cover of artillery, while the Goryeo army in the east also broke into the city, and the Shengjing defense line that had been painstakingly managed collapsed. The inlaid yellow flag guarding the inner city is in a dilemma. Dongqing has fallen, and those Koreans have killed everyone. The soldiers who withdrew from Dongqing shouted. Hage, the owner of the yellow flag, stood on the high wall of the inner city and looked down on the whole city. Nanjing and Dongqing were plunged into a sea of flames, and there were endless shouts of killing, screams, and bombings. "It's over." Haag clenched his fists unwillingly, and his sharp nails pierced his palms, bleeding. The Fuliao army could even blow down the strong walls of the outer city, and the walls of the inner city were no use for them. What is even more frightening is that the scale of war has been tilted, and the soldiers of the Eight Banners have lost their courage to fight. "Inform Ubalar, we will withdraw to Hechila to preserve our strength." Haag gritted his teeth vigorously and made a very difficult decision. Lord Bell is not allowed. Shengjing is the capital of our great golden state, the capital of a country. How can we give up lightly? Some Hujin officials heard that they would give up Shengjing and jumped in a hurry. "If you don't give up Shengjing, you will block the Fuliao army. Are you, or you can block them?" Hage pointed to a group of weak but stubborn civil officials. "Don't forget the things you have done these years. You have died a few times, so if you want to stay, just stay. Let's go." Haig took the soldiers with yellow flags to protect the people in the court from retreating. When a group of civilian officials saw the military leaders fleeing the inner city, they looked at each other first, and then followed Hage for his life. These civil officials were either Jianzhu Jurchens or Han people who helped them with their lives. They all felt that if they had fallen into the Fuliao army, most of their 9 lives would not be enough. "My lord, the Eight Banners soldiers are going to flee." The soldiers inlaid with the yellow flag had just withdrawn from the inner city. Tai Yang brought more than 200 of his men to smash the red flag's defense and rushed all the way to the vicinity of the inner city. They found that the inner city was empty, and the army in the inner city actually gave up the inner city. The city's defense retreated. Tai Yang looked at the Huang Qi, who was retreating in a panic in the dark, and didn't know how many people there were. He only knew that the number of opponents might be 10 times or 20 times more than him. "Mabalazi, don't let them run away. They don't know how many of us we have." They were caught off guard. Yang Tai took a fierce shot and led more than 200 soldiers into the retreating Eight Banners army alone. "You are already surrounded by us. Quickly put down your weapons and surrender." Mrs. Yang's small group of troops shouted in the dark, holding up their bayonet and wanting to advance. Xiang Wang Kai hurried to retreat, and saw that the Fuliao army suddenly came to his back. He couldn't tell how many people there were. He just felt that the grass and trees were all soldiers. The escaped soldiers handed their backs to Tai Yang and the others. They were in awe of the wind, and with a troop of more than 200 people, they drove nearly 10,000 enemy troops away. In a panic, the Huang Kai flag, which had been continuously defeated, left some of the palace and civil servants to protect, only to flee for their lives. "There are so many prisoners, let alone people. Even thousands of pigs can't be caught." Mrs. Yang looked at the defeated soldiers, ministers, and court ladies in the street, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. There are several carriages here. Yang Tfan's soldiers who went out to capture the prisoners surrounded several luxurious carriages at a block. Judging from the outside, the inside of these carriages must be dignitaries. At this moment, the direction of Dongxiang blasted out the army of Goryeo Kingdom. They were worthy of killing, and they also found the Hujin nobles who were fleeing here and there. These were all big water fishes full of oil and water. Take them all down. The leader of the Goryeo saw a few luxurious carriages, and his eyes lit up and commanded the soldiers to copy them. This is the trophies of our Fuliao army. You Goryeo don't deceive others too much. Tai Yang's subordinates pointed their guns at the killed Goryeo army. There are thousands of people in this Goryeo Tai, and they are densely jammed in the streets. Their ordinary soldiers did not understand the words of the Fuliao army soldiers, but they saw the hollow gun muzzle facing them, and they stopped them in fear. There is an old saying among the Han people, you have a share to see. Our Korean army also made great efforts to attack the city this time. The property of these golden men should be divided equally. Brothers, we have many people, go up and take the things in this carriage. The Korean generals coveted the wealth of these post-gold nobles, regardless of whether the opponent was an ally. I see who dares. You have a share when you see it. Then you have a share in my golden gunner. Tai Yang copied the rifle and shouted. There are people who dared to snatch his trophy from Mrs. Yang. It's really impatient to be alive. Chapter 148. Dear you. Thousands of Korean soldiers were frightened by Mrs. Yang's 200 men, and they dared not rush forward. They all know how powerful the Fuliao army guns are. The two armies stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and what we were looking at this time was which side had a stronger attitude. Go. Let's go after those golden men. The Jaoli general was also afraid of Yang Tai's musket, so he gave up his plan to fight for Yang Tai's trophy, and chased the yellow flag to the north, also wanting to catch some water fish. Staring at the thousands of Goryeo troops, Mrs. Yang also broke out in a cold sweat afterwards. The battle fought in the middle of the night, and the gunpowder carried by Yang Tai's men had been exhausted. There was a real conflict with the Goryeo army. It is one thing to break the alliance relationship, and it may not be possible to fight. Grab all the people in the big carriage. Yang Tai started to harvest the spoils after the Goryeo army was withdrawn. The carriage was opened, and more than a dozen women in gorgeous dresses were driven down by the soldiers. These women fell into the hands of the Fuliao army, terrified. We caught a group of palace ladies. Have you ever seen a court lady wearing such a dress? I am a flat-headed common man, and I have never seen a court lady. Mrs. Yang knows that the status of these women may not be low, but Mrs. Yang hopes to catch some noble ministers or important figures such as the sons of Huangqi. Mrs. Yang didn't bother to interrogate specifically. He directly pointed a rifle against one of the women and asked sharply, who are you? Who among you has the highest status? If you conceal something, don't blame me for destroying the flowers. The battle in Shangjing city continued until dawn and the curtain slowly came to an end. The Nanxing and Xiqing controlled by the Fuliao army returned to calm, while the Dongqing and Biqing controlled by the Goryeo army were still in madness. In order to avenge the Jin's aggression, the Korean army fell into a frenzy of burning, killing and looting, resulting in the death of countless innocent civilians in Dongqing and Biqing. Many civilians fled to Nanxing and Xiqing controlled by the Fuliao army to seek refuge. The Fuliao army, which had captured their capital, became their guardian at this time and let them sing praises. As for the force of the four banners guarding Shangjing city and retreating to Hechula in the north, the battle caused heavy casualties for the four banners. The two banners of Armin and Uchuo, the red flag and the blue flag, were almost defeated after two tragic defeats. Fighting all the main force, but Zheng Hongkai suffered a lot of loss due to the death battle, and Xiang Wangkai was chased by Yang Tai and Jaoli soldiers and many people died. After they escaped from the purgatory of Shangjing city, they flee to Hechula lifelessly. The most important thing before Luo Sheng is to establish the rule of Shangjing city as soon as possible. and then expand the rule of the entire Liaodong region. To control Shengjing City, the first thing to do is to get the Goryeo army brought in. Master Jiang Wan, thank you for the assistance of the Goryeo army. Shengjing City is our Daming territory. Please also hand over the Dongqing and Biqing to the control of the Fuliao army. Luo Sheng led people to the Goryeo army and found Jiang Wan, a soldier in the Goryeo army. Our soldiers hate the Jin people so badly. They are about to be wiped out. We also asked General Chu to give us more time. Jiang Wan didn't mean to retreat. His subordinates gained a lot of wealth from the looting this night. How could they be willing to leave easily? Hujin generals and officials who invaded your country, all we captured will be handed over to you to relieve your hatred. Luo Sheng said, changing the conversation. It's just that Shengjing City is my dear Ming's land. I turned a blind eye to your looting behavior last night, just to compensate you for helping us, not for fear of conflict with you. At this noon, I want to see all of your Korean troops leave Shengjing City and be stationed outside the city. Otherwise our ally relationship will be broken, and no one who is still in the city will want to leave. Luo Sheng put down his ruthless words and left, leaving Jiang Wan in shock. Daming's general is really ruthless. Maybe Jiang Wan was really frightened by Luo Sheng. Before the deadline for the censorship came, the Goryeo army began the last wave of frantic raids, and then left Shengjing City with the treasure storehouse of gold and silver. At midday, the Goryeo army in Shengjing City was completely withdrawn, and Dongqing and Biqing were also heavily raided. Luo Sheng frowned as he watched the Goryeo army leave with a pile of gold and silver treasures. But he had to indulge the Korean army to do so. One is to let the Korean army vent their hatred. Secondly, it was also in order to use the Goryeo army to attack the Hujin nobles, so that the people of Shengjing City would fall into the arms of the Fuliao army. Let you keep these wealth for the time being, and I will earn it back from you sooner or later. Luo Sheng said inwardly. Here will not be called Shengjing City, but Liaodong City. The history of the Jinren will no longer exist. The first thing Luo Sheng did was to change the name of the country that Hujin is most proud of. The rise of Hujin began with the capture of this city, and its decline must also begin with the fall of this city. Military owner, see who I caught. Mrs. Yang brought a group of prisoners to Luo Sheng, her mouth widened and her eyebrows grinning. Luo Sheng saw Yang Tai happily and knew what big man he had caught. Could it be that you also caught a bailer? Which one? I mean, Yuchuo or Hage? Neither. Mrs. Yang shook her head solemnly. You are a big boss. Why don't you sell it? Hurry up. Luo Sheng said silently. Come here. Present the captives of our 1st battalion to the army master. Yang Tai waved his hand, and his soldiers escorted more than a dozen women to Luo Sheng. These more than a dozen women range in age from their teens to their 30s. All of them are gorgeously dressed and beautiful. Luo Sheng caught a glimpse of a teenage girl with bright eyes and white teeth, like Yinying Kashui. Although she was still young, she was obviously a beauty. What is particularly special is that this woman is not as flustered as other people, rather calm. Mrs. Yang, I thought you had caught some Baylor-level high-ranking official. How come and caught a group of women to fool me, and such a small girl? Luo Sheng stared at Mrs. Yang. The military master has been wronged. These are not ordinary women. They are part of Huang Tji's harem beauties. This woman is Hujin's Xigong Fujin Deiyue. Tai Yang pointed to the woman Luo Sheng had just noticed and cried out injustice. Damn it. Luo Sheng couldn't believe that this girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old, was the legendary Deiyue. Luo Sheng didn't know how to deal with these people for a while. For Huang Tji's harem, Luo Sheng, who had seen countless women in later generations, had no special thoughts. Temporarily put them in detention for good living, and later send them to the textile factory to serve. Luo Sheng said, Okay, just you, Army Master, are you sure? Mrs. Yang returned to her senses and confirmed to Luo Sheng again and again. Not only did Luo Sheng not covet these women, but he also asked them, as Huang Ji concubines, to work as workers in a textile factory? This kind of operation is really rare in the ages. Wait. Luo Sheng stopped Mrs. Yang. Military master, Have you changed your mind? Yang Tai asked in surprise. What changed your mind? I stopped you to choose a prisoner. I want to write a letter for him to send to Huangqi. Luo Sheng rolled his eyes. Luo Sheng waved his brush and wrote a few extremely ugly characters. Your wife, I will raise it. Well, let someone give it to Huangqi. Luo Sheng handed the letter with only 6 characters to Mrs. Yang. Military Master, you are too bullying. Mrs. Yang picked up the letter that was not dry, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Huangqi. Chapter 149. The Angry Huangqi. Puff. On the way home, Huangqi spewed out a mouthful of old blood, and his eyes were dark, and he was actually planted from the war horse. When he greeted faintly, he was already lying in the military tent, and the soldiers by the bed were relieved when they saw Huangqi wake up. Luo Sheng deceived people too much. Huangqi said that when he woke up, Your Majesty, Liu Bang, the emperor of the Han Dynasty, and Liu, the emperor of Hanzali, they lost their wives and children before achieving their hegemony, and were once in desperation. But they were never discouraged by this. Instead, they worked hard and became the emperor. Mencius said that the heavens are the masters. A person must first suffer from his mind, his muscles and bones, his body hungry, his body emptied, and his behavior is disturbing his behavior. Therefore, he is tempted to endure what he can do. Nothing is better than that. Fan Wenqing waited on the sidelines. Solve for Huangqi. It's not important to lose other concubines, but the girl in Buma Butai, her grandfather is Mangus of the Mongolian Hawkin department. Mangus is the pillar of the Mongolian country. At the beginning, he united the 9 Mongolian tribes against me. After being defeated by my Dakin, I surrendered to my Dakin. Now my Shengjing city has been captured by the Fuliao army, and Buma Butai has been taken away again. The Mongolian guys are cunning old foxes, and they might rebel at any time. Huangqi looked at the surrounding generals and civil servants meaningfully. If it weren't for the various tribes of Mongolia to disagree with each other, the great Mongolian Khan Lin Danhan would not be able to control the various tribes of Mongolia, and it would not be the turn of Jian Zhijin to rise. Grandma is a bear. It'll take someone back to Shengjing to destroy the Fuliao army. Menge Gitai scratched his head impatiently, and said angrily, Stop. Huangqi drank Menge Gitai. Our army has been fighting long distances. Soldiers are exhausted. The food we looted is not as much as lost. How can we fight the Fuliao army? What's more, it's also about the Ningming army watching. Then what should we do? Menge Gitai completely hated the Fuliao army. Although Sheng Jingqing, Zhu Wei, and Xi Ningbao have fallen into the enemy's hands, large areas of land such as Jianzhou, Hexi, Donghai, Liuhetao, and Monan are still under our control. The forces of the 6 banners are gathered near Hechela. We still have a chance to come back. Fan Wenqing said calmly. What Xiandu said is that the former kings of Hechela established such a foundation in the past. Hechela is the land of Longxing of our Golden Kingdom. As long as Hechela is okay, we will be fine. Huangqi comforted everyone. Your Majesty, the Huaijin has an idea to let the Fuliao army suffer from the enemy. Fan Wenqing said suddenly. The Shengjing city in Huangqi's mouth had been changed to Liadong city by Luo Sheng forcibly at this time. The news was announced to the whole city by the Fuliao army. At this time, Liadong city was in a mess. Some houses were burned to black due to the war, and there were pitted bullet marks on the streets. The injured people wailed on both sides of the street, and others had wiped their blood and sweat to clean up the wreckage. Before the attack, Luo Sheng could bombard this place arbitrarily, but when Liadong city became his own territory, he would start to appease the people and rebuild. In order to support Liadong city, Luo Sheng mobilized thousands of craftsmen from southern Lining. This was only the first group of people. In addition, people need to be sent to reassure people and restore public order. For the arrangement of such industries and factories in Liadong city, this also needs to be examined. Fortunately, the development of Liaonan has provided a lot of experience and a large number of primary machines for reference, and there is no need to start from scratch. In short, there are many things. A lot of work needs to be done. and it is more troublesome than fighting. How do you deal with these officials who worked for Hujin? Liu Xingzuo was responsible for arresting Hujin officials and generals in the city. Some criminals were taken to the Korean army, and the rest served indefinitely until they were pardoned. Liu Sheng said he has trained a group of talents with basic scientific literacy in southern Lining, and he is worried that there is no place to put them. As for the officials of Hujin, they were all eliminated and replaced with these newcomers. The place where they serve is in Zuwai, where Anshan area will build a mining field larger than Tishan, and continue to export iron ore for us. Liu Sheng coveted the massive veins of Anshan. There were hundreds of Hujin officials and generals who fell into the war, not including ordinary soldiers. There are nearly 10,000 captured soldiers alone. Liu Sheng also asked him to ideological education, and then he was assigned to various factories and mines for labor. These soldiers have long or short periods of service, but they do not serve indefinitely like officials and generals. With this nearly 10,000 free labor force, Zuwai and Liadong City can be built in the fastest time. Where are you going to take us? I want to see your boss. A group of Jurchen nobles and Hujin officials who had committed crimes were escorted out of the city by Yang Tai sent people. See you. Just relying on you people who are qualified to see our military master? If it were not for the military commander's order, I, Mrs. Yang, would kill you directly. Mrs. Yang saw this group dominate the city of Liadong on weekdays. The aristocrats of China are like mourning dogs chained together by chains, and they don't understand their hatred. These post-gold nobles and officials were judged by Liu Sheng to be wicked people, and the amount of silver copied from their mansion alone amounted to as many as 1,000,000 tals. These people will be sent to the Korean army as war criminals. The Goryeo army, forced to be stationed outside the city, watched the Fuliao army ransack the homes of the Hujin nobles. They could only rob the Fuliao army for one night and half a night because of the face of their allies and the fear of the Fuliao army's firearms. Go outside the city later during the day. The 200 or 300 Hujin nobles and generals are the executioners who invaded your country. According to our general's orders, they will be handed over to you at will. But the military owner has a word and hopes that your country can bring them to justice and not release them without authorization. They. Mrs. Yang met Jiang Wan, the Bingkao sentence. Jiang Wan frowned slightly. On the surface, Liu Sheng handed these people over to Goryeo for free disposal, but in fact, he wanted to use Goryeo to execute these people. How could he have a choice? We will bring these war criminals back to the country and hand them over to the king to dispose of them. Please rest assured that we will deal with them fairly. Although we acted according to Liu Sheng's will, we brought them back to Korea and executed them in front of the people. There is no loss to the Goryeo court, and the people's heart can be gained. Our Goryeo army lost more than 3,000 soldiers in this battle, and contributed a lot to your army's capture of the Golden Kingdom. I don't know the firearms and compensation promised by your army, Jiang Wan asked. You robbed half of Liadong City. Our army owner closed one eye and didn't tell you to spit it out. Isn't this the compensation that our army owner gave you? Yang Tai asked rhetorically. All right. Jiang Wan's eyes stared. Chapter 150 Da's request. A piece of the southern gate of Liadong City collapsed, and some soldiers were busy repairing it. Liu Sheng was also uncertain whether Jin would make a comeback. Now Liadong City has been scrapped, and it has not been destroyed or established, which objectively facilitated Liu Sheng's reform. Now 100 wastes are waiting to be developed, and the establishment of textile factories and smelters can be a matter of course. The displaced people will be led into the factory. But when Liu Sheng was very busy, Yu Cheng, the captain of the guard, brought Liu Sheng a bad thing. My lord, do you remember those ladies? Yu Cheng asked. You said that the dozen or so caught by Mrs. Yang. Didn't you mean to detain them first and let them serve when the textile factory in Liadong City started? Something happened? Liu Sheng said. Well, these ladies cry, make trouble, and hang themselves 3 times every day. But there is a little lady who goes on a hunger strike all day long, saying that she wants to see the army master. The smallness makes her starve to death and cannot explain to the army master. I've come to explain the situation to you, Yu Cheng said helplessly. You mean the little girl Bumu Butai? Liu Sheng asked. Yes, the little one thinks she is different from other ladies, and she has a lot of thoughts at a young age. Yu Cheng replied. Take her to see me. Liu Sheng thinks about it now. But it seems a pity to let Bumu Butai work as a female worker. In the prison of Liadong City, more than a dozen Huangji concubines were confined together. These concubines are, anyway, beautiful women of the generation, and they are treated the same as ordinary prisoners. Even the jailer who guards the prison can't help shaking his head, and his boss is too confused. These concubines have become prisoners from aristocratic ladies. Such a strong contrast makes them unbearable, and they wash away with tears all day long. Only Dia hugged her knees and curled up in a corner, silent, not eating, not knowing what she was thinking. The door of the prison was pushed open, and Yu Cheng came in with a few jailers. Their movements shocked these concubines, and they looked at Yu Cheng and them with begging and fearful eyes. Bum Butai, because you were on a hunger strike in search of death, the army owner decided to push you to Kshiku and immediately beheaded, Yu Cheng said indifferently. Ah! The horrified scream pierced the eardrums. But it was not Dia's cry, but other concubines who were frightened. They heard that Dia would be beheaded if he didn't listen to the words of the Fuliao army, and they even regarded Liu Sheng as a demon. Dia didn't say anything, but stood up and said to Yu Cheng, the general will lead the way. Please hear. Yu Cheng was surprised inwardly, still indifferent on the surface. Yu Cheng and others left with Dia, leaving only a group of frightened concubines. Fu Jin is dead by himself this time. What is Fu Jin? This girl is too young to deserve it. I heard that Liu Sheng, the leader of the Fu Liao army, is a demon with 3 heads and 6 mouths. He eats people without spitting out bones. From now on, we will still listen to him obediently. Being a female worker is better than death. A group of concubines talked with lingering fears. Of course Yu Cheng didn't mean to behead Dia, but Liu Sheng let him scare Dia first. When Dia appeared calmly in front of her, Liu Sheng was still very surprised. At this time, Dia went on a hunger strike for several days, and her thin body became more haggard. This general will put you to death. Are you not afraid? Liu Sheng asked curiously. I'm just a weak woman who has no power to bind a chicken. Why did the general kill me? Dia asked rhetorically, widening her clear eyes. If you are still a weaker woman, then there is no one. Liu Sheng was speechless for a while. I heard that you were on a hunger strike in prison. Is the food provided by our Fuliao army poor, or do you miss Huangji? Liu Sheng asked. Neither. Dia shook her head. I married Huangji, but when my aunt was not pregnant, I will serve as a substitute in the future. There is no real husband and wife. What do you want him to do? Then why are you on a hunger strike? Why do you want to see me by name? You have to know that you are Huangji's concubine. If one is not good, I can let your head fall at any time. Liu Sheng threatened. Our Hawkin tribe can dedicate my aunt and me to Jianzi Jurchen for our own survival, but in my opinion, Jianzi Jurchen will eventually decline. I hope to cooperate with you, Daming. No, it is precisely with you. You Fuliao army cooperate, Dia said. Oh my god. Is this like something a little girl can say? People in ancient times seemed to mature early or in their thinking because of their survival. Your Hawkin tribe. Liu Sheng had read the information about Hujin provided by the intelligence office, and it was true that Hujin and the Mongolian Hawkin tribe were the closest. If they could win the Hawkin tribe with the help of Dayua's relationship, it is estimated that Huangji would scold his mother in his dream when he fell asleep. But how do I trust you? Liu Sheng said. After all, you are a lucky member of the Ming Dynasty. If the little girl lied, the general would just lose an ordinary female worker. Such female workers are everywhere in the city. If the general misses this opportunity, he will lose the support of a tribe with a population of hundreds of thousands. The generals dare to make a desperate attack on Shengjing City. Why not dare to make a bet with the little girl? Dia said. I have to say that Dia's words really struck Liu Sheng's mind. and he was thinking about how to continue to engage Huang Qi to death. Ahem, it's not called changing, it's called Liadong City. What you said is good, I believe you for the time being. But in order to prevent you from taking the opportunity to escape, I may have to arrange several people to guard you. You wait a moment. Liu Sheng didn't mind taking a gamble. It happened that Ella of the intelligence department also followed with the personnel of the intelligence department to Liadong City. In order to facilitate the work of intelligence, the intelligence department has recruited many women from southern Lining to become intelligence personnel. So Liu Sheng asked Ella to protect and monitor Dau at the same time. After receiving Liu Sheng's notice, Ella brought 5 women from the intelligence department over. Seeing the pti-like figure, she couldn't help casting a playful look at Liu Sheng, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Damn, what is this little girl thinking about? Liu Sheng shook his head quickly. This is the granddaughter of a big figure in Hawkin tribe. Your task is to protect her and not to let her escape. These are the more outstanding personnel of our intelligence department. They have learned some martial arts from infantry officers. Don't expect to escape, Ella said to Dau. When Dau saw Ella, his eyes were bright. The two have their own looks, but Dau is still young and far less attractive than the youth and Zhenghua, and she can't help but feel a little envious. Good sister, I swear to Chen Shengshan, Buma Butai sincerely cooperates with the Fuliao army and will never escape. Dau said obediently.